Hello, apologies for the late start, but we're here finally to do some design work for the upcoming poll on Inferno. So I guess the aim of this poll really is to answer all your questions. For that, we've got Kieran here with us.
Yep, hello, I will answer questions.
So he'll be reading the chat as we go. So if you have any questions, I suppose Kieran could write down the art questions if he doesn't feel confident answering them. But he can certainly answer your content questions with a degree of accuracy that I can't. So I think
I've got a ridiculously good memory, Karen.
He has, yeah. So what you can see on screen at the moment is the original Jad just here. And this is the kind of armoured Jad version that we would intend to release in Inferno. This is one of the NPCs that you'll encounter in the waves, and today what we'll be doing as well is just taking one of the other NPCs in the fight caves and transforming it in a similar fashion, just to show you how the sort of new art style that you'll find in Inferno is going to kind of work and pay homage to the original assets. So we'll begin with that now. I'll sort of just run you through the process of what I'm doing, and then after say 5 or 10 minutes Kieran will start answering your questions. Cool. So you can see with the original, if we kind of just zoom in, I'll just ramp the brightness up in here a bit more, and I'll jump the contrast up as well.
Just to say, a lot of people before we even started the stream were saying, why are you doing a design stream when it hasn't even passed the poll yet? Part of the reason we're doing this is just to give you more context before you vote on that poll of what we're offering, essentially.
Yeah, for sure. So with this design, basically, if I kind of select one of these colours just here, just grab that red just here. So select by colour. You can see that there's actually regions of this Jad that have actually been coloured with different shades and tones. I'll just turn the visibility to something slightly different so it's easier for you guys to read on your screens. There you go. So there's kind of like regions that actually use shading, and this was what originally inspired me with my NPCs to actually take various different shades to kind of highlight different features of the NPC. So Jad's musculature has been kind of outlined a bit, and he's got kind of these nice spikes on his back. It's actually one of my favourite models from 2007. So I tried to stick close to that with this NPC here. You can see, like, if I just separate them, the major differences. I'll just go into a left-hand
He's like longer, isn't he?
Yeah, he is a lot longer. Now, the reason for this, yeah, I can see the cursor on my screen, is more contemporary design techniques teach us to have very strong, powerful silhouettes. It's just basically a way of making the eye read to various focus points of the model. So say if you track with the cursor just here, we can see straight away, because of the unevenness of the spikes, our eye doesn't track them very well at all. They kind of just seem a bit noisy and messy, and especially when we come down to tail just here, it's kind of like the silhouette it just kind of crumples in on itself.
I don't think that shape really looks that natural as it comes.
Yeah, that's it. It doesn't feel like it's got any sort of like power points for animation. It doesn't feel like anatomically accurate, especially things like the brow line just here as well, and the various kind of like square mouth. So what I've done with this one is kind of given it a much smoother silhouette with sort of clear shape language on regions like this sort of giant scapula that's sat on its back as well. Then the tail is just a lot bolder and just coming round here and things. And we've just got some more interesting details that are just going to give it much more freedom of movement and much more interesting power points while it's moving. Like you can see these feet just here, they've got like clear sort of like almost like gorilla hands. So we can get some really interesting motion when it's actually performing its attacks. The animations will as well pay homage to the original attacks that Jad did too. My voice just kind of broke there. That's strange. That hasn't happened for years.
But so these are NPCs. Mod Ghost has designed and written a lot of lore for explaining why they're there, why even they look fairly similar to the original Jad, for example, and it really will fit in nicely.
Are we allowed to give out much of the lore, or should we?
I can go into some of the lore if you like.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so the existing lore for the Tsar, we've kept it very brief because I know there's no need to get bogged down in sort of like the extended lore. But we've kind of hinted towards the reproduction cycle that the Tsar have, where they have their eggs, which are then incubated in lava that have had Tsar melted down into it. So the lava contains the memories, and the memories are transferred into the eggs. So as these eggs grow, they basically take on the memories of the ancestors, and the Tsar are able to learn about their past and also pass on knowledge to make themselves a very wise race. The Tsar decided to bury some eggs very deep in the incubation chamber, which actually went as far down into the Inferno as possible. What this did is it caused the incubation chamber to form a sinkhole, which opened up the arena that you'll actually go into. And instead of actually acquiring the ancient knowledge of their ancestors, the eggs were kind of taken over by a more malevolent force that basically wants to acquire the knowledge of the surface world. So it's kind of like it's sort of turned the tables on the Tsar, and it actually wants to melt them down and absorb the knowledge of the world beyond its prison. So that's why these things are kind of warped and twisted, because it's kind of a sort of something that's far older than the Tsar and far more powerful than the Tsar. Cool. That's very brief, by the way. We'll go into a bit more detail in game, obviously. Right, so I'm actually going to start modelling. So we'll move these two guys over to the side for now, and we'll pull in the NPC that I'm going to be sort of developing. So you can see it's in sections, yeah. Here's his back figure.
I don't know why
well.
this was in sections.
I'm not sure either. There's some models.
They're not used apart from in this one.
Well, the thing is, like, all of these models are actually then kind of just added to the same config, and we essentially there's too much going on in the editor, so I've got to delete these models.
So there we have the Ketzek, or as all the players like to call it, it's the 360. Because remembering the names are hard when they're all like Tuzket.
Yeah, it's impossible, isn't it?
Tuzket, etc.
So I'm not going to explain too much of the process here. I think probably what's more beneficial for this live stream is for Kieran to just kind of answer your questions. So keep firing your questions at Kieran, and he can jump in and answer them.
Somebody did ask if you need a fire cape to take this on. Yes, you will need to sacrifice a fire cape to be able to enter the Inferno.
Okay, I'm just going to basically save this out as an OB3. Sorry, when Kieran's not talking, I'll just try and fill the silence a little bit. I'm going to save this out as a model file just to take into 3ds Max. And then we'll basically like sit it beside a primitive shape, and we'll develop a box to kind of like build out a fresh model of this. We're not actually going to build on top of the model, because it kind of takes away from the sort of the fresh sort of like interest of the stream if we're just kind of pulling some already pre-made model around. It's not really very exciting. So we'll just call it Livestream 1. Livestream 1. There will be more of these live streams as well coming up over the next few weeks, because we've got some new content that's to be pulled as well. So it's kind of nice to give you a view of the development process and actually kind of explain in a lot more detail than the dev blogs what we intend to produce for you guys. So,
and just to reiterate, like the Inferno isn't just going to have like essentially different versions of the exact same creatures. They have different mechanics. They have interesting things going on. So it is going to feel fairly different, as much as it's very clearly inspired by the fight caves. And it will end with a insanely challenging boss that you're yet to see. That Jad is not the final boss.
hey, Kieran, there's spoilers.
Hey, they already know.
Do they know that already?
Yeah. They know Tuzkalzuk is the final boss.
Oh, they do know. Okay, fair enough. I was sort of like debating whether or not I'm allowed to say.
This guy is something else. This guy is the Jad that you'll fight earlier on.
It's actually really odd, because I'm gonna have to like adjust this manually, because for some reason my screen doesn't quite fit in all the controls that I need. There we go. I should do it. Cool.
When will the poll live be live for the Inferno? I believe we plan to put the poll live tomorrow, so expect to see it then. We wanted to do this stream first, just to show off some of what it's actually going to look like in an artistic style. It's obviously this is going to draw similarities to the Fight Kiln, because that was the original like Fight Caves sequel, but it ain't a copy of the Fight Kiln. We're going for something completely different. It's a lot closer, I think, to what the Fight Caves already is, and the fight kiln, I don't feel like ended with the insane challenge in the final boss. It was a really tough endurance challenge. And while this is also an endurance challenge, the final boss is aimed to be that, to try and desperately recreate that feeling that Jad gave you of one mistake, you're going to die, and that you really can't mess up. You know, when your first time you got to Jad and your hands are shaking, we want that to happen again. And we want it to be exciting. In terms of a release date for Inferno, we'd be looking at early summer for that. Assuming it passes. Some questions did come in about what they expect the cape to look like and the obsidian armor.
I think the cape is really down to community. I don't want to kind of do much of my own design with that, because I think people are going to have a lot of concerns with not having much control over what they're going to wear for the most prestigious item in game. So there'll be a lot of community work. I mean, sorry, excuse me. Ronan will be communicating with the community whilst I'm designing, so it'll be like a back and forth with Ronan as the middleman, that's kind of passing on the feedback to me. I think if I was to sort of say now what I think I would like to do, it would be something that's very traditional and in keeping with the original Fire Cape. I mean, the original Fire Capes uses a lot of orange. I think it'd be kind of nice if you kind of see the graphics we've already made for this to kind of just have something that's very similar and uses just shades of red and sort of some black silhouettes and things like that on it. But nothing that's like too new looking and nothing that deviates too much from the original.
I think that's exactly it. Like, this is a really important item to the whole game, and as much as we don't anticipate that everyone is going to be able to get this, long term probably will, but yeah, it's important that when you see this, you know it's still essentially the Fire Cape, but the next step up.
I think someone said there, didn't I already design it? I have done some preliminary designs. We've had some designs from the community, but unfortunately the project got kind of put on hold just because we didn't have the resources to carry out what would be the ambitious project that we're going to be doing this time. So yeah, there are sort of designs out there, but we will kind of be starting afresh with people. We'll take in like previous player designs and kind of obviously show people what's been suggested in the past. But I'm really just kind of going to try and involve the community as much as possible on this one, just because it seems like we just have to, because it's such an important item to players. And a lot of the feedback on the post and on YouTube, a lot of it expresses concerns about losing that control over what the cape is going to look like, and we'd be stupid not to address those concerns and just kind of put the control in the players' hands. We
do plan to add a max cape variant as well, so you'll be able to combine the Infernal cape with your max cape, much like you can do for the Fire Cape. As the original intention of doing that was that the max cape would have the best in slot options to be able to combine with it, and this would be the new best in slot melee cape, and so it would be fair to offer that. In terms of have the mod been able to get it to the last boss, it's not that far along development yet, and we've done little bits to try and get a rough idea of how it's going to work. We've obviously fully designed it, and we're in a position where we're playing with the art style to work out what it's going to look like. And that's generally where we take a project before we put it in a poll, because we can't really offer and write a full dev blog until we really know what the project is ourselves. And so it does take a little bit of preliminary work, which obviously does maybe go to waste if it fails, but it never really goes to waste. These are designs, there are ideas that we can reuse in other content if it does fail anyway. But later in the line, the aim is that us JMods, we won't be able to do it, because if we can do it, it is too easy, basically.
Sorry, someone just said if Jad 2 fails, can you pull Jad 3, please?
To make it even harder. Yeah. I just missed that question. Can you make a stream to show us some of the software? I think that's not a bad idea. It'd be nice to show off some of how we actually make things behind the scenes.
Which software would they like to see? Because we can show them a few bits and bobs in this stream.
Yeah, perhaps you could. That's a good idea.
I mean, like, I can show you stuff from a graphical perspective. Do they mean from a content perspective?
I think just
in, like,
overall, it's interesting to see how things actually work behind the scenes.
Sure.
The map editor is probably quite interesting.
I think map editor's a bit of a tricky one to show on screen, just because it has to fit across 2 screens.
You can sort of fit it on one screen. It just doesn't fit very nicely.
Yeah, not at
but,
all.
Like, our tools aren't the best because they're tools made for the technology back in 2007 and before that, obviously, when they were actually made. So they're not fantastic to work with.
I'm trying to think what we should actually make this one look like. If you guys want to kind of just speak up in the chat and sort of throw ideas at me, just say if you don't like something, say if you do like something, say if it looks too much like something else, then that'd be great. So it kind of helps us kind of involve you a bit more in the design process, which we're always kind of looking to do at every opportunity.
Will one defense POs be able to get it? And there's no requirement stopping you from going in. If you can do it, you will be able to get the cape and wield it.
A few people just suggested a different colour. Yeah, don't worry, it will end up more lava colour by the end of it.
Not like an emerald.
It won't be like Kermit green. Cool. If any of you guys are wondering what stage this is at, this is just kind of like what we call grey boxing. It's kind of like just
green.
Yeah, I know. Some people call it white boxing even. But yeah, it's just basically the process of defining the sort of the core shapes that make something up. I don't know if any of you have ever done drawing classes, but you're supposed to break things down into its basic shapes before you actually go into the more detailed side of the design. So this is kind of like the 3D modeling equivalent, where you just kind of decide where all the key bits are going to be. I mean, for this at the moment, I'm thinking of kind of really expanding the mouth back to the shoulders and making it kind of look like it's got really sort of like wide open jaws, like the face is mutated and sort of joined into the rest of the body. Kind of similar to the end of Resident Evil 2 with the final mutation of Birkin, I think.
I can't say I know.
Oh well, never mind. That's one of my favourite games as a kid. That was great.
People are saying this is the fat frog stage.
It is the fat frog stage.
Can you do it without protection prayers? I'm not going to say it's completely impossible, but you never know. No one would have said it was possible with the fight case, and then people did it. So I'd expect not, but we'll see. Long tail, please. This guy knows what he wants.
Right, okay, cool.
He's demanding a long tail, Gareth.
At the moment, that is going to look like a tadpole or something far worse, so I will save the long tail till a bit later. Scorpion looking. Okay, yeah, I think in terms of the general look, it still has to kind of relate to this one, which kind of, if we have a look at the model, I'll just show you this one. It kind of looks slightly amphibious and kind of like a lizard at the same time. So it's kind of got this amphibious sort of toad frog appearance to it. Also, the mouth is very toad-like, but you can see like the brow line just here and the spines going down the back, and also the feet are more like a lizard. So I'm going to actually try and just make it a little bit more reptilian, kind of like how Jad looks like a gorilla.
Long tail, 2 large spikes on the back.
2 large spikes. So
Ooh.
I want it more red. They definitely want a tail. They want spikes on the back. We can do all these things. I'll be sure to.
I think a tail does sort of make sense. The Ketzak does attack with its tail. It swings it forward and chucks the lava ball towards you.
Well, there we go. That is going to happen. So it definitely needs a tail.
Chucks is the technical term.
Chucks.
Wings. Maybe not.
We can't do wings, I'm afraid.
They could fly. Yeah.
This is going to end up like a total hodgepodge of things if we're not careful. Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. When you're designing something, you kind of have to rein things in a bit, because you can have slightly too many different ideas working all at once. So it's kind of just considering the ones that work together. I mean, like amphibians and reptiles kind of use the same color palette, and some of them share the same sort of anatomical proportions. So it's kind of very easy to merge the two together, whereas like a bird and an amphibian is kind of a bit more tricky, so I probably wouldn't really attempt to do that.
Someone said the words, do you use the 3DS Max bone rigging to rig your models?
No, I wish I did. No, we use something in our other editor to rig the models. Basically, it's a very complicated system which I can explain to you a bit later. It's not complicated, that's a lie. It's very counterintuitive, I think that's what I mean. So it's kind of very tricky to kind of get things working exactly how you want them. Right, so I can see a big mistake that I've made here straight away. You can see how the corners of the mouth turn up just here. It appears like the NPC's smiling at you and it looks too happy. So an interesting thing that you can do is as soon as you bring those down...
It really is looking like Feels Good Man.
What's Feels Good Man?
You can't see it because we haven't got better Twitch TV installed.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But
I can see the frog face just there.
Sort of like that frog face, yeah.
That is exactly what we're trying to avoid. So if you've got any concerns, it will not look like that by the time we're finished. It'll be fine. So already I've kind of like nipped this in the bud and addressed it. It now looks very disconcerted. Yeah, it's not happy at all.
It's that shadow.
It is an office temp with a bad attitude all of a sudden. It's not good.
Well, he's a big mean mage guy.
He is a big mean mage, a big mean frog mage. Right, cool. I'm going to actually start cutting the arms in now, I think. I think I'm just going to pinch the corners of the mouth together as well, just to kind of create some space between the arms. I always see the problem with these streams is like I always like start off slow and then it kind of gets to like, because we're already half an hour in and I don't feel like I've done enough. But when it kind of gets to the end, that's when everything starts speeding.
The start is the hard bit. You got to figure out what you're going to do.
I know, yeah, that's it.
So you said if Jagex can't do it, how do you know it's going to be possible to do? It's difficult to actually articulate how we'd know, because we really don't, I guess. But I don't think we're bad when it comes to trying to estimate where we're actually at. If we're managing it, if we know theoretically that you can click these things fast enough, or walk here and drink that potion, or whatever it is, we know that our player should be able to do it. I don't have any doubt a player's going to figure out how to do it. I've got the design down. I'm confident that there is no issue with players completing that.
I think eventually you kind of develop a sixth sense when you do anything repetitively.
Yeah, you just sort of got the feeling for, I know what I've done wrong. I know a player doesn't necessarily have to do that wrong. The Inferno will have a pet, yes. You can keep asking for mechanics, guys, but we ain't revealing mechanics. That is going to be a secret for when you go in. There's going to be a lot to figure out. Imagine if you did fight games without knowing any of the mechanics. And you did it without having any prior knowledge of going in there. You haven't watched any guides. You haven't read up on it. You're going in on release day. Imagine what that'd be like. All the safe spots that people use in the fight caves and the way you lure monsters and prioritize and the mechanics they have, all of that would be a secret. You wouldn't have any idea about it, and that would be quite a unique challenge. And we're going higher than fight caves, so.
I think that was my favourite thing about raids. I just sat on live stream for the entire day and just watched everyone playing.
Especially the Vanguard. People really struggled with the Vanguard because they didn't look at why they're healing. No one knew. It took a while for people to figure it out.
Yeah. I think that was really satisfying just because it wasn't kind of like in a sinister way nice to see people struggle. That wasn't it. It was more kind of like the fact that people were really engaged with it and actually wanted to continue to try and work it out that kind of made it so satisfying, I think.
I think there was a little bit of sinister as well for me. Like, ha-ha, always killing people, yes! People are saying that now looks like a monkfish boss.
Yeah, I suppose it does look very fishy. As long as it doesn't like look like an elephant or something that we're not trying to sort of
An
develop
elephant.
it towards, then I think I feel quite comfortable with it at this stage. It'll be okay when it's done. There's also lots of other design streams. There's ones for Zaya, there's one for raids as well, that we did like in previous years if you want to check them out on YouTube. So if anything, you can see from those that these bosses do eventually end up looking like something halfway decent. So yeah, if you've got any concerns that this is just going to make you cringe by the end of it and that it's all going to go horribly wrong and that we're going to be apologising by the end, don't worry, it'll be fine. It will look nice.
People are asking if it'll be a Slayer task or if it'll count as a Jed task. I imagine it will not count as a Jed task, but we are potentially going to make it its own task as well. Much like Jad is its own task, we might add one for this one, but that remains figuring out yet. Because right now, on release, the aim is that it's going to be ridiculously hard, and it might not fit nicely into Slayer with that. But we'll see. Maybe it's something for after launch and not at launch. Is this basically the Ketzek of the Inferno? It's like the Ketzek in that it's a high level mage. It's in terms of mechanics, there is nothing that might be the same. It's going to be completely different in that regard. But it's a high level mage. It looks like an aeroplane.
I can kind of see that, but part of me just wants to go, what aeroplane is that?
One from the future.
One for, fair enough, you got me there then. A completely rational answer. Maybe that's my calling. I should go into developing military aircraft.
You just design them. Wouldn't it be cool if it looked like this? Star Trek Voyager.
Yeah, fair enough, actually. I'll grant you that.
The Green Thunderbird.
This is actually more entertaining than I thought it would be. Keep your comments coming. That's wonderful.
Can it have a wizard's hat? Maybe not. It's a big lava creature. What does it do for a hat? Will the Inferno be best to do with range, just like the fight caves? We don't really know at this point until it's further along. Well, a lot of that comes down to basically how we stat the monsters and which one we make it weak to. I think it'd be nice if it wasn't primarily range like the fight caves is. For what it's worth, the fight caves is fastest to do with melee, even though range is always going to provide an easier way to do it with that. Just by the pure nature of the fact you safe spot stuff. Is there still a Q&A later? Yes, there'll still be a Q&A later. I believe the plan is that you'll show some stuff off during it.
Yeah, I think we'll get probably a broader audience for the Q&A as usual. So I'll kind of dip in and out of the Q&A just to give that sort of wider audience an idea of what we're doing. So yeah, there will definitely be a Q&A later. I don't think we could justify having no Q&A and replace it with this, because it wouldn't have the same sort of appeal, I don't think. It's one ugly thinking, mate. What's that? Oh boy.
What is that?
That's terrifying.
Will there be a quest with Inferno? So this is another big thing that's came up. Well, firstly, to answer the question, no, there is not going to be a quest with Inferno. But this is not to say we're not aware that there is a big increasing demand for we want quests. A quest really links the content into the game a lot better, as it gives you a story to explore, and it's a bit more interactive than just reading a book on a shelf somewhere for the lore. And yeah, we totally agree. The first thing to say is quests take a lot longer to develop than you'd think. That's not to say we shouldn't spend more time on the content and really add a quest to make it polished, but for the Tsar, I don't feel like the quest is what really fits this content. Now, a quest is something we plan to do with Fossil Island because we did see all the demand. We originally talked about Fossil Island, and there was a huge amount of shouting saying, we want a quest to link this into the game and introduce it. And so we're doing that with Fossil Island. It fits the Fossil Island project better than I think it fits this one. And we have limited resources and limited time to be working with. That's not to say the lore isn't going to integrate nicely with the Tsar. And as we mentioned earlier, the story is going to be explored just inherently with the content itself.
I think like we were having a discussion via email the other day, weren't we, about potentially having like NPCs around and sort of interactable locations and things like that. So you can like engage and discover more if you want. But I think like the appeal with this content, as Kieran says, is actually just going to be getting down there and sort of like taking part in the PVM combat.
That said, there isn't just this PVM minigame that would be coming with the town. It's a whole town and city that we're adding. Mortal Wreck, I think it's called.
Yeah, Mortal Wreck.
So this is a Tsar city that you can't currently go into. If you go into the Tsar area now, there's fenced off areas with guys telling you that you're not trusted. They won't let you in. So after this update, you'll finally be able to go through. As it was clearly intended that one day the city would be there and you'd be able to go there. And it makes sense, and that's why we moved it originally from there to the Tsar city after the request from the community.
It's kind of nice as well because people have probably been like heading to that area for years.
Yeah.
And kind of thinking, what's actually sort of in that small area that's mapped over there, and kind of imagining their own thing. And now they actually kind of get to take part in designing that and seeing it. So the design for for Moral Wreck is basically something that was submitted on Reddit. So we're just going to take that design and build it based on that, just because it's kind of a good representation of what the community expects, I feel. So yeah, it's just a perfect way to actually follow up on what we constantly try to do.
And just to go over some of the things we said in the dev blog, like we are offering a level 90 pickpocket target there. There is going to be a new fishing spot for infernal eels, which should be a fairly decent fishing method. You can cut them open. You don't need a bank. You cut them open for some stackable supplies. And so there are going to be little interesting pieces that draw you to the city itself, regardless of just the Inferno. And that includes new monsters you can fight. So obviously a lot of people go to the Tsar area to fight the creatures for the obby shields, the obby weapons, and the cape. So these guys are potentially going to drop the obsidian armor, which has a nice set effect with the melee obsidian weapons. And that'll be like another creature higher level that you can fight.
Have we actually released information on the specs of the armor yet, or are we doing that on the poll tomorrow?
The specs.
Like the stats, not the specs.
Yeah, the stats are on the dev blog.
Okay, sweet. So if you just keep shouting out sort of like design choices and that as well, Kieran can kind of just let me know. Make webcam bigger, please. I would kind of like say we can make the webcam bigger, but I think
we're using a bit of a, I believe the technical term is a scuffed setup.
Yeah.
Because this streaming room hasn't been fully set up yet, so we've just had to try and make this work in a bit of a custom way. So
I also kind of think that probably seeing what's on our screen instead of our faces is probably more appealing to the wider audience. We can make it a little bit bigger though. Yeah, I think
I've worked out how to do it.
Yeah, that's enough, man.
I didn't know if it was set up over there.
Yeah. Not too close.
You happy now? Somebody asking, so is this going to have like a fairly different art style to the Tsar city here already?
Yeah, so the Tsar surface world is we're going to try and keep that as close as possible to the Tsar city. The Inferno arena itself will be slightly polished. Much like we did with Raids. So kind of Raids has a very old school feel, but at the same time, it's not kind of like too busy. It doesn't deviate away from it. From being old school, but at the same time it kind of looks fresh and new. So we're going to basically try and recreate that for you when you actually get down into Inferno. We're not, however, going to do that in Moral Wreck, just because it would look completely out of place and ruin your immersion in the game if we did that. So it's kind of like we'll use Moral Wreck to kind of transition, in a sense, to the sort of slightly more contemporary style that you see in Raids in the Inferno itself.
Make the tail curl up like a scorpion.
Cool, we can do that. I'm kind of like, I'm liking the idea of the scorpion tail all of a sudden. It's kind of starting to feel right.
Make the back legs bigger like a frog.
I think I'm actually going to make, because like on the original NPC, you can see the back legs are slightly taller. So I'm actually going to make this thing slightly closer to the ground, kind of a bit more like the Night Beast or something like that, just because I love how that thing sort of kind of prowls towards you. And I'm going to make its back a bit more hunched up as well too, so it kind of looks slightly more raised. And then we can kind of see what I was talking about earlier with kind of like leading your eye with certain lines, is if this kind of like goes all the way up here, sort of like nice and high over the top of its head, and then sort of dips in, then when we actually come around to creating the scorpion style just here, it will be a really nice kind of aesthetic curve that will draw your eye to the tip of the tail to the front of the head. So I'd probably like steer away from making like these big chunky back legs, because it will completely unbalance the model. With the tail, so you'd have big legs and a big tail, and then the front kind of gets lost. So keeping the back legs small, keeping the front legs big, and then having the tail kind of proportions and weights the model a lot better.
Someone said they want like a volcano on its back with little bits of lava streaming out.
I really, really like that idea. I do.
That's pretty damn cool.
There's no reason why we can't do those sort of touches as well, because all of these creatures have to feel like they're kind of mutated by a sort of malevolent force in lava.
And even if your ideas aren't used on these creatures, we're doing a lot more creatures than just this one eventually.
Yeah,
so
that's it.
We won't forget about all these ideas, and they can be used elsewhere too.
The good thing about ideas is as soon as someone suggests something, it never really gets forgotten. It just kind of stays in the back of your mind, and eventually it sort of like emerges again when the time's right. So yeah, there's no such thing as like posting a stupid idea or suggesting something which you don't think's right, because it depends on the circumstances that someone's designing for. So if you are saying stuff and it doesn't get kind of like done in this case, chances are it will get done at some point in the future, but we probably just won't be so much aware of it as we are now.
People keep saying that I look like a Pokemon. It's like there's like 900 or something Pokemon now, out of all various creatures and styles. It is almost guaranteed it's going to look like at least somewhat one of them.
I actually really like the design conventions behind Pokemon, because there's never too many colours, there's never too much detail, they've always got really good silhouettes, they've always got really strong shape language. So often when people say things like it looks like a Pokemon, I kind of think it's kind of natural that it will, just because the shapes on this are so basic and the silhouettes are so strong by the time I normally finish, that it kind of like has that same sort of design principle that's kind of implemented with Pokemon. And also I was trying to limit things to around 3 colours, like 3 different hues with varying shades between them. But mainly like 3 different hues per model, so then it's just not getting too busy with detail, and it kind of suits old school a lot better that way.
Anything interesting? Get your questions in the chat, guys, or any suggestions for what you want this thing to look like. Give feedback on what Mod Ghost is making.
If you think it's really bad as well, like, definitely say. But if you're gonna say, then just suggest something else that you think it should look like. Because it's sometimes difficult to kind of work with someone saying they just don't like something without giving you sort of a different alternative, I guess. So that's kind of the best way to approach it if there's something that you don't like. Do you know what? I've just made a schoolboy error.
Have you?
I've not saved this yet.
Ooh,
That
what if
is
it crashed?
disastrous.
What if it crashed?
If it crashed, then this would have been a very boring stream having to go through all this again. That's for sure.
Good idea to move the folders over to a different screen.
Yeah, it's kind of got to be done. I don't know what some of these folders are called.
You don't want to pull a Dovey Das.
What, sorry?
You don't want to pull a Dovey Das.
What's a Dobby Das?
The chat will get it. But I couldn't possibly explain this on stream.
Okay.
Dovey Das is a friend, the video maker.
Okay, fair enough. Oh dear, no. If you can't explain it on stream.
You can imagine what he had a folder of.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's kind. Oh, that's poor Dobby. Never mind. Are we still friends?
It looks almost like it's going to be able to jump from its back legs here.
Yeah, I kind of figured that we kind of that'd be like a nice idea to do. I suppose maybe that will inform the mechanics, but you've kind of already decided the mechanics. It will definitely inform the animations. That will inform the animations if nothing else. Right, cool. I think
It's the winter toad. It's a Mod Maz one, that.
was that in the Demon Toad release? Did we have the Demon Toad as well, or was it?
Yes, we had the demon toad. The winter toad.
Yeah.
And that,
Oh, so
it's
it's
like
the
an ice demon, yeah.
So I'm getting confused with raids. When we released the Winter Toad, we had the Winter Toad as well. I think that's what I was trying
Make
to
one of his eyes have a
remember.
scar from a previous battle and characteristics.
Oi, okay, that's interesting. The this sort of like mutated form of Tsar actually sort of battled amongst themselves to sort of be the most dominant amongst their race down in the Inferno. So the idea that they have battle scars is really
It
kind
does
of
make
like
sense, doesn't it? And
relevant
it fits
to the
in.
lore. Yeah.
It adds to the idea that it's not just going to be symmetric across both sides. It's had a life.
Yeah, that's it. Right, okay, so we can kind of see some details on here which I want to kind of transfer over into the model now. So it's got these two kind of like horns on its nose that I don't want to kind of lose because those are important characteristics for it to still chime with the original. It's got eye sockets like with a brow line above it which we need to incorporate, and it's also got the spikes down its back which again we need to incorporate. So I think these are like the characteristics that have to be on this model for it to actually feel like it's linked with the original. So I'm just going to start introducing those now.
Someone suggested the walk anim looking like it's crawling across the wall, it's dragging itself along since it's so heavy.
Can we do that? Oh, I see what you mean. So yeah, I think it would be nice if this thing does move quite slow and sluggishly because it does appear like it's very flat against the floor. That is like quite valid feedback. So yeah,
It
that's
can't actually
cool.
move slowly though.
No.
It's got to move one tile,
Yeah,
one
that's
tile
it.
per cycle. That's it. That's all NPCs can do.
God, do you know, I can't wait till one day when we can actually have NPCs that run. That'd be amazing. You know, people wouldn't be able to run away from NPCs anymore.
There is it's an engine feature RS3 do have, so it's something that could eventually be ported back
Yeah, I really hope that
when we have a
happens.
really good need for it. But it's prioritised against everything else, and there's a lot more important things than that at the minute.
Right, so I'm actually just going to start building the horns on its face now. For some reason this mesh isn't playing ball and it's not doing what I want it to do, but that is not a problem. We'll just get it to
I
do
mean,
that.
what about NPC route finding? Like, they could add NPC route finding. And think of that famous image of the guard stood behind the opposite side of the fence, and you're just ranging him, and you can't do anything about it. You can't walk around the fence. We can't fix that. Because it's like part of the game. This is just like magic to me.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough, that's good.
Because I have no idea.
This is just like
Don't do that.
pressure to me.
Although, when I've tried to do this, I've been trying to do it in Jagged, so...
Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. I'd say 3ds Max is a lot more intuitive than Jagged, but like for the level of complexity that we're sort of designing with here, like Jagged is just like ample for all of your design needs. If any of you are wondering what Jagged is as well, it's kind of like our in-house tool that we use, which I'll show you. It's just there. So it's like a much more basic model editor. Actually turn off the grid as well, it's quite confusing.
Onyx spikes. Onyx spikes.
I think that like the whole NPC's made out of onyx, really, because I think the Tsar City's made out of onyx, isn't it? And the Tsar themselves
Obsidian.
are made out. Oh
Obsidian.
dear! I've just realised.
But Onyx
my
is
gaff.
Onyx has come from the Tsar City, so
It's an O, isn't
it's
it?
involved.
I'm really sorry about that. I sound like a total noob now.
You're talking high levels of carbon.
Oh, is that what onyx is? Is it still carbon based?
Don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
Don't take my word on it. I'm not a chemistry expert.
You are a mathematician, though, aren't you?
Yeah, that's not chemistry.
That is your. It's actually maths is more of a physics thing if you're going down the science route, isn't it?
Yeah, like I did a lot of physics modules when I was at
Yeah.
university.
I actually hated chemistry at school. That's probably one of my worst subjects.
I'm a math magician, yes. So Rot, hire me. I hear you need another
Someone said, sorry mate, someone said too close to mouth. Are you guys having difficulties with our mics at all? Please resist the temptation to troll us if you're not.
Now they're going to troll.
Yeah, I know.
You should have said nothing and we got some
I
legit
know.
answers.
I said mate, didn't I? So anyone that's not from England is
No,
going to
they're
find
good.
that hilarious. Okay, that's cool. All right, just let us know if there's any sound issues, won't you? As we go.
How many digits of pi you know? Right, this is always what's brought up. And when you tell someone you're good at maths, they all say, well, tell me all the digits of pi. It's like, that's not what I studied. That's just a memory game. Like, anyone could do that.
I was quite shocked when I saw that you were using like a calculation for all of the a calculator for all the maths that you were doing. I was like, what? You use a calculator, and you're just kind of like explaining to me that it's essential that you have a calculator to do maths at that level.
At university, you stop having no calculator exams completely. Like, it's no point.
Yeah.
We've learned how to do 104 times 10, right? We don't need to do that on a calculator properly anymore.
Yeah.
Because a calculator does it for you and gets it right.
Yeah, for sure. I think as well, people sort of like draw the assumption that like if you train to use a calculator, you won't ever be able to do mental arithmetic again. It's not true.
Whoever was on the RuneScape chat and put 1/400. I hope you're trolling and didn't get it wrong. So I could just ask the chat maths questions and they'll answer them for me. We don't need a calculator.
No, we don't.
Just ask the Twitch chat. Turn the spikes on its back into lava ridges.
I think, what would lava ridges look like? Are we talking like stalagmites or something like that? Stalagmites? I think that's it.
Which one's which? Stalagmite or stalactite?
See,
what's the ceiling and what's the floor?
here's the thing. So people think it's just mite and tite that changes on the end, but the start also changes. So it's stalac and stalag as well. So I always get that bit wrong as
Which
opposed to
one's
the end
which?
bit. So I always think like tights, like hanging down from a washing line or something like that. So I always assume that that's like tights from the roof, and then mites are just kind of like the other option.
The little critters on the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, very good. Okay, we can go with that. I never really thought of anything for mite. I just knew it was not tights.
Somebody has the concern that it's looking a bit like a bloodfield.
Oh, okay. I'd say it isn't because bloodvelds kind of like travel up at the back like this, and they also have more of a sort of like circular mouth, and their feet are more like a sort of like a dog as opposed to spread out the side. They're more sort of like definitely down the front, and their hips are wider at the back too. I'll try to steer away from that direction anyway. People are concerned, but I don't think it's getting too much like a bloodveld at this stage.
Why does the model look so large?
Oh, why does it look so large? It's just because it's kind of easier to work with. I mean, if I were to shrink this down, then I'd be kind of like zoomed in a lot more, and I'd be fighting with this one for screen space. So if I make it a lot larger, then it's kind of like this becomes like a smaller sort of detail on the screen, so it's a lot easier
But
for
it
me to
won't
walk
actually
around.
be that big at the end.
No, I'll scale it
It'll
down before I
scale
move it over, yeah.
Stalactites hold their tights so they don't fall down from the ceiling. Stalagmites use all their might to reach the roof.
That is fine.
That is legendary. I'm not going to ever memorize it, but...
I feel like I've learned something here today.
Put a boulder on its tail and make it look like you fling it around.
I actually like the idea of that. What have I seen that in before? It's probably a film or something, but there was kind of like a Stegosaurus style creature with a big sort of like flaming rock on its tail. Yeah, I definitely like that. Actually, I'm going to do that.
Dinosaurs. Make one of the front horns broken from battle.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. I think what I normally do with things like that, like someone mentioned scars earlier on as well, is those are asymmetrical details, so I try and get the symmetry in there first and then add asymmetrical details at the end. But I
sort of like a later in the list.
That's it. So, but I will do that. I will break one of the horns on the front of it, and I will also have some battle scars on it as well.
Give it teeth.
I kind
the first one don't even have teeth, does it?
Yeah, I don't really want to give it teeth. I mean, the sort of armored Jad thing that we showed you earlier, that has got teeth because the original had teeth, but this one I kind of just figure it doesn't really need to have them. Yeah, I'll think of an alternative to teeth.
He's got his teeth in his little jar next to his bed.
Yeah,
Jar of water.
We'll make it so it spawns with a bed on the side of the arena.
Yeah, why not? This thing definitely sleeps in bed.
Right, how far in are we now? Right, we're an hour in. So, am I comfortable with where we're at for an hour? Not really. I think I need to pick up the pace a little bit just to kind of get things going. So keep your questions coming, guys. It's kind of difficult to sort of run them through what I'm doing sort of like on the screen because you need to keep answering questions and sort of cutting in. So like if there's any awkward silences, it's kind of important that you just keep giving us questions because I can't really sort of keep talking technical things and getting
How about you go in
interrupted.
and explain a little bit about what you're doing? Right?
Yeah, I can do. If we kind of like break up the time a bit, that would kind of make sense. Okay, right. So I'm actually just making some cuts here to just put the toes in place. I think that's kind of the next part of the silhouette. So once we've kind of formed the major shapes all around the outside, we can start going into more detail. I'm actually looking at the model just here at points where I can optimize it, and I figure we can actually start closing these gaps just here because it's kind of an unnecessary detail and it's just going to cause problems further down the line. So if you're doing 3D modeling, always look to just continually optimize your mesh. Just because it kind of stops things from getting less busy, and it's a lot easier for you to read the shape language as you're building it if you just keep going through this process and clearing up the mesh as you go. So if we kind of compare the two sides, there's lots of noise going on here. There's like a loop that doesn't really, two loops that don't need to be there. I've just basically welded them together to make one, and you can see that the toes are now sort of cut into sort of neater quadrants for me to continue modeling. So I'm now going to select the top of the arm just here, and I'm going to even out the shape at the front for the feet.
Your programmers love low poly meshes. Your frame rates love low poly meshes.
Yeah, they do indeed.
There is a limit on polys as well. If it hits a certain limit, it will literally just be invisible.
Yeah, or vanish. We actually looked into the hard limit the other day, and it's around 4,700 polys per model that we could have. But we never really go that high just because we don't want to lag you guys out. So probably one of these models at max, if I really wanted to put a decent amount of detail on it, would go to 2,500, but I would never go above that.
And not only that, but we do get issues because that poly count is added to by other things. So when you fire like maybe a Ruby bolt spec at it, that actually adds to the geometry temporarily of that creature. So it adds more polys to it and can take it over the limit. So we have to bear that stuff in mind and really keep it as minimal as possible.
I never knew that actually added to an NPC if you actually direct a projectile at it.
There's the other issue of it, the height and going outside.
Yeah, that's true.
Where it can be as well. There's so much banging going on. I don't know if you can hear it.
No, apparently they're trying to keep it to a minimum because of the stream, so that's
It's like whacked my
really
mic.
nice of them.
Claws over toes.
Yeah, I'm going to stick some claws on it right now. Actually, that's kind of what I'm going to go for. I think this is roughly where its wrists would be. I kind of like the idea that its legs get broader towards the hands, so it's kind of like got these big club hands. I'm actually going to select the central bit of the geometry just here and pull it forwards, because usually on your hands, kind of like you've got a slight curve just here on your hand, so the middle finger always kind of protrudes a lot more. So we'll just do that. I'll just broaden this out a little bit just here as well.
Do you know what the highest NPC poly count is?
The highest NPC poly count is, I think it's Vespula. I think that's
quite possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I think that even went over 2,500, which is going to make me look like I've
Wow.
contradicted myself. It went to 2,630, I think. But considering we can go up to 4,500, it's fine. It's just because it had like the wing cases, and then the wings underneath, and then there's sort of like the abdomen underneath the wings as well. So there's
Vestibula had a lot going on, and Vestibula looks as nasty as Vestibula needs to look.
Yeah, that's it.
You looks like you would want to go nowhere near that thing. I hate wasps. Wasps are I can't stand them.
I used to have a pet wasp.
You had a pet wasp?
No. I just wanted you to
I was gonna
exclaim.
I was gonna say, is that even a thing? Do people pet wasps? That's messed up.
That'd be awful, wouldn't it? Yeah, I wouldn't want a pet wasp.
Wasps are awful. Man.
I'm not sure. Do you know, like, where you try and establish a purpose of certain things? Like bees pollinate flowers, don't they? What do wasps actually do?
Terrorize people.
Yeah, they're
cruel, literally
aren't they?
evil. Like a bee will only harm you if you're harming it.
That's
A
true.
wasp, just out there to have some fun. It's
sick. I know. It's like
Sick creatures.
nature's sadist.
They even look evil.
Yeah, they do. I looked at so many wasp references when I was designing Vespula. I didn't even have to try to make that thing look evil. They just naturally look horrendous up close.
Is Ronan meant to be joining us?
Ronan's going to be coming down at some point today. So is Chris as well. So what we're going to do, guys, is if it's up to you, Kieran, you can stay down here if you like. But if you've got work to be getting on with, we're just going to have Chris down here later, and also Ronan as well. That's Mod Archie and Mod Ronan. Do people know Mod Archie is Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. No one ever calls me really by my mod name anyway. So
I'll forget. Make it so its mouth looks like a snapper tortoise.
Yeah, I love those. Do they mean like the alligator turtles that are found in Australia? Because I was kind of going for that with the kind of the beak that kind of hooks down just here anyway. But yeah, those things are brutal. Have you seen those before?
I haven't, no.
They look horrendous. They're basically like lay dormant.
Google it.
I'll Google it. Okay. Alright, let's load it on a different screen. So I think it's called alligator turtle.
Alligator turtle for sale, I just saw come up in the Google.
This is horrendous. Check this out, guys. They are not very nice at all.
Oh, that looks vicious.
Do you know if that thing's like more? I think it's more powerful than one of those presses that you use to cut through car wreckage to free people from cars. So if that thing bites onto you,
wow,
you just lose a limb, unfortunately, and in a very nasty
And I don't
fashion.
see any teeth in that though.
It just crushes. Like your bone would. Anyway, let's not go into detail. It won't be very nice.
Wow. Petrifying stuff.
I know. It's not a nature documentary. Right, let's get back on track.
You're the future David Attenborough.
Do you think so? I can't do the voice.
In the Serengeti.
There was
Down in the Serengeti, you have these creatures fighting in their natural habitat.
I would like to say, yes, you can do the voice, Kieran, but David Attenborough is David Attenborough, and that's that.
No one can do David
No.
Attenborough.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure what time they're coming down here.
I believe Archie's coming down at 4.
That's cool. Have you got a chat on that computer? Do you reckon you can log into it and just kind of speak to them from that? Oh wait, I don't think Ronan is actually coming down. I think he's got other things to do upstairs. I think we discussed that earlier.
I don't know what the address is. It's all right.
Okay.
It's all
fair
good.
enough. I think you can type in your own address, and it will just detect you. But never mind, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, so if Chris is coming down at 4, then we've got 45 minutes. By the way, if you need to head back upstairs...
That's all good.
Oh, you're good, cool.
It's all good.
You're enjoying the interaction, aren't you?
Yes.
Yes.
Make the Infernal Eels at least 45k an hour. There is going to be an element of making money from it, because you're going to be able to cut them open and get some supplies from that as well. So despite the fact that we're only offering 35k, it's offering something else as well. And it doesn't have to offer much money to be better money per hour than, like, Monkfish, for example. We'll see what it's like with the current offering, and look into it later if we feel it's necessary. Give it thicker/broader shoulders so it doesn't look like so sluggish and frog-like.
Yeah, I think they're right. I'll give broader shoulders. It's kind of nice because eventually you come to those conclusions anyway. But it's kind of really helpful if someone just kind of says it straight away. I often think like life would be easier if we actually had a concept artist that just drew stuff for us straight away.
Can we get an all-day mod ghost cam?
An all day, yeah, that'd be. It would get boring. It's nice doing it every now and again. I think that's the appeal, isn't it? But doing it every day, you would get sick of me. You'd also see me getting stressed whenever my tools didn't work, which might be entertaining. I don't know.
I don't know, there was on the update thread today, I don't know if you saw it.
Oh, what was it?
Somebody put, completely unrelated to the update, and just put in the update thread on the forum saying, tell mod ghost he's really attractive.
Oh, that's lovely. That's very nice. It's a very kind
Does
thing
that make
to
you
say,
feel
isn't
good,
it?
Gareth?
It does. It's very nice for that person.
Thoughts on new Obsidian armor being similar to Tecton's armor?
Oh, I saw a player design of Tecton's armor actually. I think it was Chris that sent it to me. Yeah, I did like that armor. I think the new Obsidian armor, I did do a very, very basic design purely for RuneFest, so we had an image to show.
Yeah.
And that was just like an existing armor kit, like say like the classic bronze plate body or something like that, the rune armor. I just basically did that and then coloured it sort of like grey and red. If it did look like anything, I think it would look quite basic. I wouldn't want to put too much detail on it. I think we've learned that from the past. It's kind of okay to have abstract looking NPCs and abstract looking environments, but as soon as you start applying that to player kit, people generally get quite annoyed, and they kind of feel like what they're actually wearing has to represent what they've experienced in the past. So
Yeah.
I try not to really go too outside of the box when I'm designing player kit.
I think there's a little bit of that with the abyssal weapons we added with the Sire.
Yeah.
That they very much do suit exactly what they were intended to be. It's
Yeah.
part of the Sire, and it's taken out of that abstract environment and put onto the player.
Yeah.
And a lot of players love it, but there's a bit of a mixed reaction because it is quite different. to
Yeah,
what else
I
is
think
there.
that's it. I think like also when I did the achievement diary armor, there was a lot of detail in that as well, and people weren't really too keen on like the elite version, especially with like the purple that I added to it.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay to kind of make those design choices and kind of have them not always be as well received as possible, but it's not okay to just keep doing it and kind of ignore it when people sort of say they weren't too keen on it. You should at least learn from like the feedback that you get on items that you make.
Yes, there's a system update coming out that is to address the issue with the friends list sorting. There's a bug where if you have a lot of people in your friends lists and you try to sort them, it glitches out. And Mod Ash has been working to try and sort that. Basically non-stop since the update went out. I haven't had any lunch, and Mod Ash hasn't had any lunch, and it's just been to try and get this sorted for you ASAP.
It's looking too friendly, isn't it? Stop looking friendly.
Archie just walked into the room.
Oh my god.
The one and only. Question for Mod Ghost: what do you like to do in your spare time?
In my spare time, I like to go around and look at historical buildings. So I like to go to historical sites. I like to draw in my spare time. I used to play a musical instrument. I don't do that anymore.
What instrument do you play?
I used to play the guitar. I stopped doing it because I got to a point where I just wasn't getting any better. I've been playing for a couple of years. So I just thought I should probably just stop
and you
doing
hit the
this
plateau
now.
where it's...
I did, yeah. Well, I just couldn't really get any better. That's not to say that I was ever good. Yeah, so there's that. I also like spending time with my friends, to be honest. There's nothing that I do that's too irregular. I'm just like everyone else, really. I just
Give
go
it
out.
digitigrade backleds.
Hey, I was talking about my life. You can't interrupt them.
Sorry, the question came in.
That's fine.
And I saw this weird word that I've not seen before, digitigrade. Is that a real word? Have you heard that?
You have to spell it for me.
Digitigrade.
Digitigrade.
Somebody said digit.
Degrade. We can Google it. I've not heard that
No
one
idea.
before.
I wasn't sure.
Digitigrade. It'd be really embarrassing if it's like... Okay. Of mammal.
Oh, it's a word.
Walking on its toes and touching the ground with its heels as a dog or a cat or rodent. Digitigrade. Oh, I see. Kind of walking on its toes. I will with the back feet. I won't with the front feet. I think the front feet need to be nice and flat and heavy because the front's very heavy, and I think the back feet need to be raised and digitigrated, just because it's got to kind of flip that tail over, so it will kind of feel a bit more spring-loaded at the back. So that kind of makes sense. So we'll get like 50% there, but like the whole thing won't be that way. Digitigrate. I like that.
It's a good word.
I'm gonna use that.
Use it forever.
It's one of those words as well that no one will get, and you'll have to explain it to them.
If there's anything anyone wants to know more about the actual the content itself, I think we spoke quite a bit about what it is. Will there be a quick teleport to the city, or will it be close to the... So the city is essentially the southeast portion of what's already there. So the fairy ring is actually going to be a fairly nice access point for that. But we do have a job in our backlog to address. Is there enough access to the city? And if not, we'll make sure there's access is good enough. But I think the fairy ring will probably be sufficient. Put some glasses on it.
I'm afraid I can't do that. Sorry.
What if he's got bad eyesight?
He's just going to have to get along without them. We can't say that these creatures have been fighting amongst each other down in the Inferno, and a pair of glasses has managed to survive. So glasses are not. What about a monocle? I'm afraid the answer is again, no. I can't do a monocle either.
They really like the idea of monocles, don't they?
Are they going for it? They want the monocle. I think
Lava from mouth, please.
Yeah, I agree. It has to have a glowing mouth. It has to be done. I'm really just trying to. Can they? See, yeah, I'm glad they can see the cursor. They can't always do that. I'm really just trying to. If I go to front view, establish this kind of curve just here, all the way around the eye socket and into the shoulder, so it kind of feels like all of this is kind of connected, and then just kind of make the eye basically track from this central point just here all the way around the eye and around the back of the arm and down to the hand just here. So that's kind of like my point of focus at the moment. And if you kind of like consider where we started off with all this, you can kind of see how things are starting to evolve on this side. The model should really start taking a shape where it can be considered like artistically viable probably in another hour from now. And then like I think like the most fun part is just like adding the polish on and sort of adding the colour and things like that in Jagged for me. And this part's kind of, it always kind of looks like a child or a dog's toy to start off with. So
Well, always.
if you were to just tune in for this moment and then leave, you would think I was the worst 3D modeler. So yeah, I do like to try and push past this bit as fast as
Here's
possible.
one I made earlier.
Yeah, I need to do that, don't I? It'd just be much easier. Was that off a British show called Blue Peter? It
Art
was,
Attack.
wasn't it? It was off Art Attack, was it?
That's where I know it from anyway.
Okay, fair
Blue Peter
enough.
did it as well, I think.
Okay. This is an Art Attack.
I loved Art Attack.
This is an Art Attack.
Neil Buchanan on Art
That
Attack.
is, yeah, he was wonderful, wasn't he? Was he a teacher to start off
I
with?
have no idea.
Okay. Well, that's killed that conversation. It's not continuing.
All I know is the Art Attack had the head.
I did have the
Yeah,
head.
that's-
Yeah, that was awesome.
And it was just like, hello, me, it's the head. Was that what he did? No, maybe not.
Oh, it used to present people. Is that the one that used to present people's artwork? And then it used to show some of its own artwork.
I think so.
And it's always terrible.
So he said, save it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I am pressing Control and S, I promise you.
I saw it happen. I saw it save. Save it before the system update.
I almost kind of want to go to the file menu just so it reassures. I will do, so it reassures people. You can't see me pressing Control and S. There you go.
Will there be any other skilling content? There is also a pickpocket target as well as the infernal eels. So a new pickpocket target at level 90 thieving. You'll be pickpocketing the citizens of the city. You'll get Tockle and potentially some other stuff as well. What has been both of your guys' favourite piece of content to design?
Raids.
Definitely Raids, I think.
It's the easiest, isn't it? Yeah.
Raids was, I think, the most epic thing
I just think there
we've
was
done as a team.
there was kind of like a lot leading up to raids. Like we all gathered a lot of experience about what we could actually do in our different fields, and like raids
Yeah.
was like the culmination of all that experience being combined.
We've never done anything of that scale.
Yeah,
There's
that's
so,
it.
there was so much involved in that project, and including like, and Mod Ash did a phenomenal job with the like grouping system and the dungeon generation system. That was all had to be the sort of stuff you had to prototype and make sure you can do it and achieve what we needed to. And it's in a position where it's so custom and we can easily add new rooms to it. And there's not really that much of a limit with what we could do with one of the rooms either. So it is quite damn good.
I would love to just, as maybe like a small update, just add about 3 to 5 more rooms to the existing raids.
They would add a lot, I think.
I think there are a few rooms as well that we didn't really get to do that I would like to do.
Yeah. Are these quite long? Are these still going to be like the claws? No.
I think these back feet are going to be slightly different to the front. You can see they're more kind of like paddle-like to start off with at the moment. But I don't think they'll stay that way. It's just kind of like an easy way to block out the fact that there is going to be something there. And kind of like, I think if we're going to do that, digitagraded.
It's a good word.
It is. I'm going to use that for the rest of my time. If we do that for like the back feet as well, and kind of like raise the heels up a lot more, then it'll kind of make things feel a lot more springy at the back too. Kind of like that, and we'll just drop the knees down a bit too. as well.
Adding in background music. Do you want some background music, guys? Something chill in the background.
I should think, do you know, I often think with background music, are they actually already kind of like listening to their own stuff at home? I mean, it's a valid suggestion, but
Let's try it. Open up, submit onto YouTube. I think you have to go on my PC. I'm not sure if that. Oh yeah, of course we did.
It's going to be a complicated operation.
Search.
if the, if the live stream for any reason turns off because of this,
I play that super quietly. Not that. Don't know what that app was. Okay. So click on that. Yep.
yeah, I think it needs a claw from its heel, guys. I'll drop that in.
We have
nearer
no idea
towards
how
the
live
end.
this is.
I'm just trying to sort of get the basic shape in. I think as well the feet maybe need to point out a bit more as well, just so it feels like its weight's actually spreading out the side. So I'll just give those a quick twist and just put them in line a bit more. Yeah, that kind of feels a bit better. I'm actually thinking as well, instead of having all these spikes on the back, if I kind of look at this from the side, I almost kind of want to drop this hip, so you can kind of see this line just here that our eye scans along. Kind of want that to make that kind of like grow into like this huge structure on its back that kind of like counteracts this curve just here. So I'm just going to try doing that, and you can kind of let me know what you think as we go about how this is going to look. I kind of want to make this bit fill out a bit more as well, make it seem a bit heavier. I think at this stage I'm just going to mirror it just because it's looking quite inconsistent.
So that's what you look to do. You look for those lines that go all the way down.
Yeah,
the shape of it.
It's just trying to sort of take people on a journey through whatever you create by creating
Oh
points.
my god, that looked great before you flipped it. That looked messed up.
So it's like trying to create points of focus really, and then using these sort of like curves, like secondary curves, I guess you could call them, to actually like lead people from A to B to the various points of focus when they look at things. And very often people won't know they're doing that even when they're creating very nice designs that really work, but that's often kind of like the theory behind what they're doing. Right, let's just broaden this out from the back. I will also add a long tail as well, don't worry, I haven't forgotten that. Yeah, I kind of love the idea of having a volcano on its back. If I don't do it for this one, I will likely do it for another NPC that I design as part of this update.
It's going through there, I believe.
Right, let's just broaden this out just here.
There's some
as
sort of
well.
custom setup going on.
Right.
They really like the idea of like the horns being different, in that one of them's broken, the other one isn't. So.
Yeah, we'll definitely add that. It's just say if like I was to break this horn now and then I was going to mirror it, either the horn grows back or both horns get broken. So I can't really do it at this stage, but don't worry, I haven't forgotten a lot of these things that you're asking for. It's just kind of finding the correct time during the process to do them. So let's attach this to an element. Also, guys, this stream is going to be going on till about 8 o'clock tonight. If I finish up on the model early, then I'll probably end up closing the stream probably about 7 or half 7, but in all likelihood we'll be continuing on till 8 o'clock too. So if you were going to go away, feel free to sort of drop back later, just see how we're getting on. Also, the Q&A is going to be on as usual today at 5 o'clock, and I'll be running through the Q&A as well, and sort of like showing the sort of the larger audience at the Q&A will pull some of the things we've been developing today.
People are excited by how long this is going to go on for.
Are they really?
They want this every day.
Do you know, I'd love to just have something set
But you
up
do
on
this
my-
every day.
Yeah, I would do this every day. It wouldn't bother me. I think probably a lot of the time though, people probably forget that it is fun because it's something that doesn't happen all the time. I think if we do things like this too frequently, they just become commonplace, and they kind of lose a bit of the appeal, and they become less viable because less people will show up to watch them, and they kind of just lose their impact. So it's kind of nicer to just do them sparsely. That said, I think we should be doing them a bit more, and if we actually start factoring in the impact they have with the community and involving the community with releases into each project that we design, then I think that'd be a better way to make sure that, that we find a nice middle ground between too much and not enough.
Somebody wants a stream of Mod Ash programming for 24 hours. I was actually talking to Ash yesterday about him potentially doing a programming stream.
I think he underestimates how much people would like that.
Because everyone always asks for it, and we always say, well, it's just a guy programming. But, hey, let's just do it.
If Ash did that, I would tune in just to find out how a lot of the stuff he makes actually works, and maybe just pick up a few tips. I don't think it has like limited appeal at all, and I think a lot of the time people would tune in just because it's kind of interesting to people love RuneScape, and whatever. And
seeing it being made is amazing.
Yeah, that's it.
For a lot of people,
it's kind of like it's like watching the DVD extras, isn't it? If you really like films,
the commentary.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, the director's commentary. But it's the same for me. I know when I was a player, it's like I always wanted to know how things worked, how things were put together, and it's weird now that I'm here making it myself. But it's given me that behind the scenes look of these are real people doing a hard job.
I remember when they started, I think it was for releases like Mortal Kombat. There's also a release called Obscure on the PS2, where I first started seeing them releasing in-game content. Extra content for the games, which you could unlock by completing the in-game content, which actually shows you the development process behind games. And fair enough, it's not sitting there watching someone type for an hour or so, but you do just take a genuine interest, regardless of how boring a layman would find it in the actual process, don't you? So I don't think it would be boring. It may have limited appeal, but it's certainly not boring.
Someone said it's like Bulbasaur now.
Actually, in all fairness, it is looking a bit like Bulbasaur. It won't stay like Bulbasaur. Oh, sorry guys. Chris would like to know if you guys want us to just put some music on.
The music is on.
The music is on.
The volume good?
Sorry,
Do you like it?
I think it's risky because music is so subjective. Most people probably want to listen to their own music. Yes, 'tis good, yes. Chris, you should be like a DJ. They all love your taste in music. No. That's one no, Chris. Kill it.
There's a mixed response.
Someone said they want OSRS beats. Do you think this is deviating a bit too much from the original?
It's hard to tell right now still.
Yeah, it is a bit.
But I don't think he's following a similar shape.
It looks
I think
like
it's quite
a
clearly
hedgehog.
going to be quite inspired by it.
From that angle, it looks like a friendly hedgehog with its little little piggy nose and the sort of like.
It looks like an army buzz cut.
Yeah. Yeah, it does. Right, okay. Don't worry, it's not going to stay like this. It's fine. I can fix this, I promise.
Ruined. Get the Bob Ross comments going. Saved.
Actually like the silhouette that's starting to develop with this thing now a bit more. I was a bit unsure with the direction it was going in before, but it's starting to develop some points of interest that I can work with.
What's your plan for tail?
The tail. I think we've got a nice enough curve to dip down and then probably bring a tail up round on this. It is a bit of a... Because do you say this tail actually sort of fires?
Yeah, it flicks it up and...
That's really small for that to happen, actually. Does it just fire from the back just here? If you get it up on YouTube, that's a good idea. Then I can kind of just check out what I'm trying to imitate. I will stick a tail on it, by the way. It's just kind of deciding what kind of tail. Right, I'm just going to mirror this, guys, and just bring this in a little bit. You can see the boss is slightly off center, so I'm just going to grab these. You can see in this interface just here it's at minus 2.824, so if I just put that down to 0 and then select symmetry again and then collapse this, then
Oh, it literally flicks its back body up.
Does it push its back legs up?
It pushes its whole back body up and flicks the tail a little
Flicks
bit.
the tail. Okay, cool. So I reckon I'm just going to make this the back legs on this look a little bit longer, so that kind of seems like it's feasible. God, this is jumping around all over the place now. And let's turn on this shading properly again. There we go. Smoothing's back on it. Okay, right. So let's just start building the tail now, so we can actually start planning how these back legs are going to go, if that's the case. Right, so what I'm going to do with the tails is, if this was a sort of real creature, I think around the back of the legs just here, if I just lift these up a tiny bit. Actually, let's rewind
Somebody asked
this.
if you're going to show texturing it.
Show us texturing it. Do they mean in jagged, actually applying the colours?
I don't know.
Yeah, okay. A lot of people have this misconception that we use textures in old school RuneScape, especially since we've started creating some more interesting things with polycolour. We don't actually use textures at all. We basically just assign a colour to each of these polygons and then sort of assign it... not assign it, I've just said that. We basically put a different colour on each of the polygons and then kind of divide them into triangles to actually make the colour sort of like fill in block sections, so it kind of feels like there's like a cell shaded texture that's been applied to things, but it's not really the case. Unless people are just using the word texture in place of a lack of a better term.
There are textures in game, but we use them fairly sparingly.
Yeah, I honestly don't like textures in old school RuneScape. If I could, which I can't, and which I won't do, but if I could, I would go through all of the game and remove all textures in game, probably with the exception of the fire cape because people like it so much. But I would basically just remove all of the textures just because they don't really... They look like they're trying to progress to a style which came later. And as a stepping stone to that style, they're perfectly necessary. But as the game is now, I don't think we're ever going to move towards using textures, so they always just seem out of place to me, and it kind of like bugs me whenever anything's kind of added using textures. Right, okay, so let's extrude the tail from here.
No, this is not the actual scale of size compared to the 360. It's temporarily bigger because it makes it easier for Mod Ghost to work on.
Yeah, that's pretty much the case. Right, okay.
Chris, they want a butt busting stream.
When is the bot busting stream? Okay, that's cool.
A week or two after Dead Man, Chris said, if you didn't hear.
Chris, are you gonna? What time are you gonna be jumping in to answer questions? Or by the way,
Do soon.
you can
Can
both
do soon.
stay down here if you want. Yeah, he is indeed.
Make it have different obsidian pieces of weapons pierced through its body.
That wouldn't fit with the lore because the Tsar haven't actually come down here to face off against these creatures. What they've done is they've been sacrificing Tsar by basically throwing them down into the edge to be melted down so the creature can consume the memories at its request. They've actually just recruited the player just because they're suspicious that this creature's going to end up getting bored waiting down there, and these creatures are going to get big enough to come up to the surface and feed them all down to the creature. So actually having obsidian weapons down there would kind of suggest that the Tsar have been down there to try and tackle these creatures, which doesn't really fit with that thread.
There isn't really a combat level Inferno's aiming for, but it's aimed to be the biggest PvM challenge in old school. You've never seen anything like it. That's the aim. We want it to be incredibly difficult. Put a slice of cheese on top of it. Everything is better with cheese. This isn't. Will Inferno be harder than solo raiding? I hope so. Yes. I'm hoping that we'll be talking about only about a handful of people completing it in the first week or so. To be realistic, a lot of people are when Jad first came out, none of the JMods could do Jad at the time. But obviously, the community hadn't progressed so much in terms of how much they knew about doing PvM in RuneScape. But obviously, a lot of people are a lot better nowadays. And have figured out all the tricks about using prayers and all that. I like how it's like that selected section is red and it looks like the inside of its body.
Really?
Like it's a slice through its tail.
That's unusual. I'm so used to seeing that. I've never really heard
It's
someone say it
it's a
before.
green-skinned dinosaur-like creature and you've sliced its tail off.
It looks like some sort of genetically modified hedgehog at the moment. It's just unfortunately the phase it goes through when you create.
It's got
things.
an Elvis haircut.
Yeah. Oh, it hasn't really.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I just tried to do. The unfortunate thing with tails is if I was to actually position this for a model that's ready for animation, I'd have to make this tail straight. But I think it's just gonna make the design look less appealing for the stream. So it's something that I'll correct later, I think, when I come to do it. But yeah, normally we'd basically have the tail sticking out straight, just because it needs to be animated, and if I try to animate this tail when it's curved already, then I'm just going to get a natural pulling movement on the polygons, and it's just not going to look very pretty. So yeah, I think I'm actually just going to leave the tail there, just so I can't decide yet what the tip's going to be like. They want to split the tail.
Make it still split at 2 at the end.
Does this one
There's
say
a lot of
split?
people shouting that.
I think people are probably just looking for symmetry. I'll consider splitting the tail, but to be honest, I think if I do split the tail, then it will kind of unbalance the model, right? So if I look at the screen up there, this line is kind of curving around here, and this line curves around to the back just here. This line then sort of adds balance to these two back legs. So if I then add a second tail just here, this back end all of a sudden becomes very busy because we've got two back legs and two tails, and that visually will be overwhelming, because if you look at the details at the front, we've just got two hands just here, these small details with the fringe and the head and the two horns just here. So that kind of seems balanced to me. With the two tails at the back, your attention will be drawn to the back of the model. which I don't really want. I want people to still look at the face of this creature and have that as the focal point, because that's generally what you'd do in real life. If you were looking at something that was attacking you, you'd always focus on the face. Me talking to you now, you're probably focusing on my face. Admittedly, it's the only thing on screen, but if this was real life, you know, like we focus on each other's faces. So that's always kind of what I make the focal point on models be, is always like the head region, and the back of the body's always secondary. Hopefully people understand my sort of methodology there. Yeah. Make the end split at the end.
Will the Inferno have a 100% drop rate on the cape? Yes, you'd be rewarded it just like you were rewarded the fire cape. You defeat the final boss, you get the fire cape, or the Infernal cape. How will this compare to Fight Kiln? It's obviously going to draw comparisons. It's similar in that it's a sequel to the Fight Caves, but we ain't really aiming to replicate the Fight Kiln in any sense. It is going to be a bit more close to what the Fight Caves are. It's very much more to fit in with old school as well, and the aim is that the final boss is going to be the crux of the challenge, while in the Fight Kiln it was more about the endurance than the final boss. We want something that's going to be at the end. It's going to be your one mistake, you're going to die sort of thing, and we want your hands to be shaking. It's going to be testing, it's going to be frustrating. You're going to get to the end, you're going to die straight away, and you're going to be like, oh, what a waste of 2 hours, that sort of thing. That's what we want to recreate. We want to recreate the same feeling the Fight Caves did and provide that challenge again and scaled up massively.
Two hours, yeah. It's odd.
I'm not giving an actual time, by the way.
Yeah.
But a lot of people in the past took 2 hours to do Fight Caves.
I'd say like any other game, and you might put people off by saying it would be that difficult, but not with this game.
It might be 2 hours when you're doing it at a really low level, like you do for Fight Caves. I can't imagine it would take 2 hours for like a high level, but we just don't know yet because it's not that far along development, and balancing hasn't taken place. I want to talk about what you're currently doing.
Yep, no problem. So I'm just trying to create an interesting aesthetic curve on the top just here, and I'm not really too happy with it, if I'm honest, at the moment.
You said it's a Johnny Bravo haircut.
Yeah, I know, it looks a bit too extreme. Yeah, let's backpedal very quickly. There we go. Yeah, I think that's better. So I'm actually just going to run some spikes down its back so we actually go back to the original design, because I feel like we're going off on a tangent a bit too much here, which isn't really what we want. I think after this stage, after I've added the spikes to the back, I'm actually going to take it over into jagged and start doing some colouring on it. Because often you sort of like go through a back and forth between the two editors, and adding more colour here and there actually just kind of helps you develop the ideas a bit more. So I'm just going to draw in this brow line a bit more here as well. And
it's pretty cool how quickly it comes together, really. Being at this for an hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah.
But you've got the shape of a creature there, and you can see it coming along.
I think as well, what I'd like to do with these streams is to take existing NPCs in game and kind of develop them to make them look like they've got like a higher graphical quality, and just see what people actually think of sort of like contemporary spin that you would never be able to try and achieve in old school on like their favourite creatures. So actually seeing a realistic sculpted ZBrush model of like a Night Beast, for example, whether or not that actually appeal to people, I don't know whether it would at this stage though. It's kind of getting to the point where we can actually try and test streams like that.
Yeah, it's ZBrush, not ZBrush.
Yeah. When it won't be like EOC, so it's kind of like it would be more like a AAA game 3D model. It would look very, very realistic. It's kind of like I'm trying to remember the artist's name, and I should. Legends Art, when he does some interpretations of like Zora especially. I just love seeing them. I just think it'd be so cool to actually create.
And a lot of the artists will try and take what we have in North and give it a realistic look when those pieces of art.
That sort of like realistic fantasy look that you sometimes see in sort of like the drawings that are produced from our community. They look great, and I'd actually like to sort of take the opportunity to do things like that on stream with some more contemporary modelling programs.
I think that'd be really interesting. I think people would really enjoy seeing that.
Yeah. I'm not too sure. I mean, I think some people, like, the appeal of this is actually creating something which people know will go into game.
Yeah. I think people would find it interesting to see artwork taking what's in the game and this is what we imagine it.
Yeah. Maybe. I think it'd be one of those things that we'd have to sort of like try once, because we always like to try something new on the old school team. We're not afraid to really do that and just kind of see what the community think. I mean, especially if I did it on one of my tap days as well. But it's just kind of getting back up to speed with those tools, I suppose. Right, so with the spikes on its back, you can see there's quite a few running down all over the place there. They're all uneven in size. They don't track very well to the eye.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just going to probably actually turn these into sort of like raised plated sections on the back instead of actually doing spikes, so it doesn't start getting too busy.
Maximise this.
If I maximise it, it's really annoying. You see how it goes off screen and starts shaking. Yeah. I'm not sure why it's doing that. It might be the settings on the monitor. Right, so if I select each of these sections just here, just to give you an example, then I extrude it not that much, but just ever so slightly, and then I commit for that. Oops. And then right, so plus that. Oh, do you see how fast that keeps doing it? It's ridiculous. Never mind. Then I kind of detract them like that.
Interesting.
Yeah. Then if I kind of just grab these sections just here and kind of pull them so they're kind of slightly raised back, then that might look a bit more subtle and a bit more interesting, while still chiming with the original. I think
that's pretty cool. I like that. I like where you're going with that.
Yeah, it's not too bad, is it? Alright, I think I'll kind of...
what do people think of that?
Select these two, and I'll bring all this back.
People are liking that.
Cool.
Look at the pog jumps.
Hey, there we go. It's magic. I love the extrude tool. Cool. Yeah, I think that's fine now. I'm actually just going to take this over into... actually, we need one more round here, I think. I'll just quickly do that.
Do you think it needs something on the legs?
Yeah, I think what we'll do with the legs is kind of apply detail with sort of like lava.
Yeah.
And just kind of like add some detail there, because we've got like these we'll have detail around the front, we'll have detail around the eyes, probably detail on the front claws, and then kind of like the legs will just kind of be like slightly secondary, and just kind of that way they'll kind of stay out of the way of what the tail is doing visually.
Yep.
So when you get the back of the body, you can see all of these lines are pointing towards the tail, so the tail has to be kind of like the central focus just there. So if we kind of keep the legs sort of low detail, then it kind of allows that to take centre stage if you were to look at the back of the body. Right, actually, yeah, I think I'm just going to take this over into 3ds Max. One last time, I'm just going to chop it down the middle, and then I'll apply a symmetry mod to it. There we go, and flip that.
Lovely.
Let's collapse that. Sweet. Okay. There's one called Final Boss right there.
Do you use your own created engines for modelling and animating? We use custom tools, don't we?
Yeah, we use custom tools.
So you produce the model in any software you like?
Yeah, pretty much. Things like the color and the animation, though, those are produced with things which basically represent what you'd see in game. How much they're sort of like tied into the engine itself, I don't know. But say, for example, in the editor, we can have Z buffering, which we can't have in the engine.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's like tied
Loosely
into the engine.
tied.
Yeah, it's
Like
representative.
the map editor, you open the map editor, it's got a view of what in-game looks like.
Yeah, that's it. But I actually don't know too much about the sort of the more technical side of things like that. I think it's probably more for our engine team. Right, live stream. Okay. Right, so here's the original, just here. Let's move him over. I'll also, I need to resize this as well because it's being a bit.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it's really annoying. I don't know if the monitor's flickering on screen. It's not too bad on screen, but actually on my monitor that I'm looking at, it's kind of flickering all the time.
Maybe the way they're screen capturing it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see on the screen just there, you can see like the outside border. Unfortunately, yeah, I have to kind of bring this in to actually view it on this monitor. Right, there we go. Right, so yeah, let's bring him in.
The people asking when it's going to be pulled. The plan is to put the pull live tomorrow, and then you will have your say on whether you want this or not. It's not green. It's not a frog anymore.
It's no longer a frog. Right, so I'm actually just going to give this like quite a dark grey appearance, and I think I'll probably drop this down to 30 brightness. And I'll move this guy over. I'm not actually sure if we need to keep him around for this stage. Right, cool. So I think probably our best bet is to just load in the Jad. Okay.
Ooh.
She's just going to scale him down a bit more. I think he should be the same size as the other guy that is based on, so a 5x5 like this. What do I do? Yeah, it roughly fits. That's fine. Bring him to there. I'm actually going to lower these feet down a bit as well, just so he appears slightly taller. Otherwise, he's just going to seem like really small in comparison.
Is there a chance that old school assets in game could have a higher poly count for higher NPCs? We don't currently have a way to do that. It's a big engine update to supply essentially a HD mode. Like right now, we can't actually even do a high poly NPC. There are limits that we're dealing with, and it does really harm frame rates. Like if something's got over the poly limit, it renders as invisible in game. Also, you'd be talking about like on your end, Gareth.
Yeah.
If you have to produce an asset with all the polys and then one with a lower poly version of it, essentially, is that sort of? It's not going to be, I imagine, quite double your workload, but it'd be an big increase to your workload.
What we'd probably do is create a high poly version, and then we'd probably decimate it, which is kind of like I think what the RS3 team does. So they create some nice models in ZBrush, and then they take them over into 3ds Max, and then they decimate them. And that basically just means that the mesh uses an algorithm to make it so it becomes optimized and less high poly. And then they can just like create their normal maps, not normal maps, but what do you call them? Their textures by kind of like baking an AO map from the ZBrush model. That way, and then they can just kind of like transfer some of the detail they make on their high poly models. Now, if you were to do that and actually just create one model, which is kind of like a higher quality, and then sort of decimate it again, and then do the same, then it's obviously just going to increase the workload.
Yeah.
And for old school RuneScape, I think that the models that use the most polys are the least successful. And the ones that just use seldom polys look the most effective, just because of how things move in game. The more polys you have, the more verts you're going to have jumping about the place during animation, and the more noisy things are going to look. If you look at yourself, if you own a Slayer helm and zoom in on your character and watch your head moving with the Slayer helm, there's so many polys on that thing that there's just tons of noise with all of that detail.
I think that's one of the biggest issues is the vertex grid, where you're trying to animate things and there's only so many points it can jump to.
Yeah.
And you'll see it with certain things like, what's a good example? I think there's a weapon that does it quite a bit.
Weapon, the Godswords do it on the hilt. It looks kind of messy whenever those things.
Yeah, so if you pull out a Godsword and look closely, you can see it. Like it sort of shudders about a little bit. And that's one of the tech issues we have to deal with constantly, and especially when you're animating, to make things look good, you deal with a lot of constraints.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to think if there's other items that do that. There are lots of items in game. I think especially the Slayer helm out of all of them. I think that's probably the best example I can give you of a model which is typical example of using too much detail where it's not required. I think maybe when that was originally designed, people got bogged down in the fact that there were so many parts creating a great whole, but you probably could have just created the final helm to start off with and then broken it down into the different parts instead of vice versa.
Do you program in a specifically created engine? So our engine itself, which we call RuneTech, is coded in Java, and I script in a language called RuneScript, which is interpreted by that engine to turn it into the game you all love and play. So yeah, RuneScript is it's a pretty English language. Like, you can read it fairly easily, and it's made to make implementing content into RuneScape as easy as possible. Essentially, it is very, very easy to put an NPC in game and have the player be able to talk to them and write dialogue. It was essentially created for questing, as essentially it was always the purpose back in the day. So it's very easy to talk to NPCs, have dialogue trees, and if you try to write that directly in Java, it's a lot more difficult. Hence the idea to do it in its own scripting language. I don't have to worry about a lot of the higher level things.
Right, so what I'm doing here, you can see, if anyone's ever painted Warhammer before, you just tend to just put a wash of like one particular colour over the surface of it, and then once you've done that wash, you just outline some key features like I've done with the red just here, and then you just start building up the detail. So the next detail after that is just adding some highlights, and you can see with that sort of dark colour already added on top of things, I don't need to touch these areas anymore. It's just kind of like picking out the key points of focus. Like, so obviously these horns are going to need to stand out more, so I just start sort of clicking all the polys around here to select them, and then straight away we've now got something that makes that visually pop on the screen, so you can actually detect the silhouette a lot clearer. And as we were doing before, we were kind of like setting up these loops that kind of draw the eye to key points in the body. We just basically follow those loops and kind of fill them in with the colour, and you can see straight away where your attention's drawn, so you can actually track things. Compared to this side of the model, it's very difficult to see where you're supposed to be looking. Then as soon as we add this one, it's kind of like intentionally guiding you in the right direction. So I'm just going to start making a few more cuts into the model as we go.
Some people are already liking the colour scheme you got going.
Oh, they really?
Even without doing any more. Like,
that is cool. So I'm just going to start kind of creating a few more cuts in the editor into the model, just so I can start picking out some key details. At this point, you do kind of end up just kind of like improvising and doing a bit of back and forth. So there'll be some things that I implement and then I'll sort of remove them again. Just because I don't think they're quite right. So there's kind of like a lot of room for error at this stage, but at least we're kind of getting to the point where people can kind of see what it is and actually start getting a feel for what we're trying to achieve as the end result. that first stage where it's kind of looking like a dog's chew toy is terrible to be working in.
The frog is gone.
The frog has indeed gone.
What software is this?
This is Jagged. So this is basically a version of an in-house tool called Jagged, version 4. It was built on the 21st of the 8th, 2007, and this is the build time just here. So it's literally a tool from back in 2007. And the reason we use it is because we can actually create a very sort of like faithful recreation of the graphic style that were made in 2007 by doing things like selecting the polygons and applying colour like you would see in game. We can also adjust the brightness like you can do in your interfaces in game as well to the correct brightness values. We can adjust the contrast too for various things. So if I want to have more contrast on here, oh, it's not very obvious, is it? Okay, let's try minus 200. There we go. You can see that there's a contrast change there. So it kind of just allows me to create things that are very faithful to old school RuneScape, as well as then doing things like adding labels for animation as well.
Over nearly 10 years ago.
Yeah, this was made nearly
Crazy.
10 years ago. It's crazy to think that, isn't it? Who would have thought that this would actually still be like getting frequently used as well to make content? It's crazy.
But yeah, we have to use the old tool. The modern version of Jagged outputs in a format that we can't use, so it has a lot of features that are not built into our engine, so a lot of these tools had to be pulled out from the backlog and set up to be working again.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know if they even had a model editor in the first few months of release, did they? Or they didn't have a map editor or something like that.
Old school did not have any tools apart from the script editor.
Really?
For a long
That's
time.
crazy.
Because a script editor, we use the same script editor RS3 does, because essentially just saving a text file.
How did you get like new graphics, or were they just
So
reused graphics?
when they well, at that point it basically reused assets. But interfaces, we didn't have an interface editor, and Mod Ash made all of Nightmare Zone. All the interfaces that Nightmare Zone had at the time were made by reusing existing interfaces and then editing them in client script to make it do what it needs to do.
That's insane.
And the map in Nightmare Zone is the KBD layer, and it was put there and instanced to do something custom with it, and that's the sort of scale you had to go to. Map editor, I believe, was gotten for God Wars, and it was necessary at that point.
Fair enough. Wow. It sounds like there's a lot that took
phenomenal
place
working
for
with that sort of constraint to pull out that content.
I don't think they actually. When did Alfred come to join? It was probably a year before me, wasn't it?
I'm not sure when it was.
Because they only got an artist. I think it was maybe 6 months into when they were creating content.
It would have been in 2014.
Yeah. Blimey, hasn't time flown? Do you know, it's been like 2.5 years since I joined the team now. That'll be like 3 years in no time.
I've been in the team 1 year, 8 to 9 months. That's flown by. I feel like I'm still new to a degree.
Yeah, fair enough. Right. So I'm just gonna start selecting.
Blimey.
Blimey.
Get your questions in, guys. Anything about the Inferno you want to know? What do you think of the model Mod Ghost is making? Offer improvements, offer feedback.
Wait, is there someone else in a wizard hat? Or is that the same person? What do you reckon to him wearing a wizard hat, Kieran?
It would be glorious, but inappropriate.
I think it'll be Fossil Island's like a good update for doing those sort of like comical features, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I kind of think like Inferno has to feel like it kind of takes itself a bit more seriously.
So I think, will it be colorblind friendly? As far as I can think from the mechanics, there's nothing that color is going to affect.
I think we do consider those things as well.
We'll be using the same wave progression system that the fight case uses. We have something going on that's rather similar. I mean, the fight cave system does sort of make sense the way it progresses. It's basically a spin on it, essentially. It's more or less following the same route, though, with completely different creatures.
Well, they're not completely different.
Well, mechanically.
Yeah,
mechanically different.
Yeah, fair enough. Am I splitting hairs?
Someone said they look really good.
Well, the graphics.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's quite. I think like wow, we're only like 2.25 hours into the stream. So
we got something good going, yeah.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It should look nice and polished by the time we're finished. I remember like the first one of these design streams I think I had like 2 hours just to do those lizard men. So it's kind of nice to kind of work at a bit more of a leisurely pace, because that was really sort of fast paced doing those. And it's the first one I did as well. So let's just duplicate this. So we've got a mirroring feature in this as well. So what I do is just duplicate the model, and then I just mirror it using this.
And everything is keyboard shortcut.
Yeah, most things are keyboard shortcut. If you want to use them, then it's just got like, I think it's, I don't really look at the shortcuts anymore. Preferences. Do they have a list of shortcuts?
Have you got it selected?
Yeah, here you go. Yeah, so here's all your shortcuts and stuff. But I've just learned all the shortcut keys, so I never really use that interface. I would normally use shortcuts in 3ds Max, but I think from previous streams, occasionally we do get people that actually watch these streams that are just starting sort of like to study 3D modelling.
Mm-hmm.
So they don't really like me kind of like using shortcut keys because they can't really see what I'm doing. Also, some people say, why don't I use sort of templates to model from instead of making things from primitives? But I think even if I was making a human, kind of part of the appeal is lost if you're just kind of making something from a template and building on an existing model. Whereas it's
nice to see a cube turn into something.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like it's got more of a sense of theatre to it if you actually do that, hasn't it? Instead of it just being kind of like a soulless production line, sort of churning out assets as fast as possible. Kind of seems more like it's taken for a very raw stage.
Someone said they want bigger horns
on the front. Yeah, I think we can kind of make them a bit bigger. I don't think there's any problem with that. I'll look into doing it when we get them back into 3ds Max. It's a bit difficult to manipulate meshes in this program. It's a bit more intuitive in Max. I think they probably just need to stand out a bit more, to be honest. But we can still make them marginally bigger. I think if I'm going to develop anything further at this stage, it needs to be the hands, because that's one thing that you should always do with like models whilst you're making them. Try not to let one area become like very detailed and one area become very basic, and that's kind of what we're veering towards now very slowly. So there's lots of details on the head, but like then the paws kind of lose some detail here, and then the back feet have like next to no detail. So I really need to start kind of making some decisions about how I want these things to actually look. So, I mean, sometimes if this wasn't a live stream, I probably would at this point start grabbing some NPCs that I've made in the past and start taking the paws off them and just chucking them on this model. But it's kind of like, it's nice to show people things getting made like from the ground up, and not actually kind of using those cheats that would help me make content faster.
It's really interesting stuff, I think.
It's just unfortunately slow pace at times. Bigger one looks like...
It looks more like a Ketzek than a Jet. That's good. It's what it's meant to be.
That's cool. This is Jad over here, guys, if you're wondering. It's nice that people actually picked up on that. Like, said it doesn't look like Jad, it looks like what we're intending it to look like. So I was worried it might be veering off in the wrong direction. Yeah, I think that's fine, dipping in like that. I think I'm going to make the shape of this kind of build out a bit more, so it kind of feels like a shell that kind of like
Yeah.
encompasses it a bit more. That'd be a bit more interesting.
So this is only just over 2 hours in. There's a lot more details to be added later. So there's a bunch of people saying like the tail looks a bit boring, but it's like Gareth hasn't started adding details yet, and that's something you'll be doing as we go on.
That's it. That kind of looks like a lecturer's hat now. Yeah, I'll still like build that out, I think. Probably at a later date. Right, what else can I add to this in here? Probably nothing. I'm going to take it back through to 3ds Max.
So he said he thinks the front legs look... Can you make the front legs look wider at the base? The legs look too skinny to hold up the body.
I think probably I'll make the shoulders a bit bolder. And it's probably
that might be the issue, yeah.
Yeah, I think it actually
Somebody mentioned
needs
that
some
earlier.
shoulders, yeah. Yeah, let's do that. We'll take that back over into 3ds Max and kind of like add some extra anatomy in there, I think. I did kind of like the idea that these like eye sockets kind of went down into it. Kind of a bit too abstract though. Right, let's go into the right folder.
Are these colours similar to the landscape in Inferno? Won't be a strain to pick them out.
Yeah, so it won't be a strain to pick them out. We'll show you the landscape for Inferno as things sort of progress on. It's not really at a stage yet where it's actually got a definitive style. It's not going to deviate too much from the Tsar City though, certainly not on the surface. We'll try and definitely make anything like pay homage to the original content as well, so it's still got that nostalgic feel. Right, let's save this here.
Can you buff up its legs with veins so it looks like it's on roids?
I think
Hey, Frog's back.
in all seriousness, if we do that, like if we add things like veins, often it's kind of a level of detail which we can't really achieve and we're best steering away from.
It's too fine, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely a surface detail. I mean, if you kind of like look at the veins on your hand there at home, if you have hands, you might not.
They're typing.
They are typing. But if you look at the veins on your hands or your arms, then you can kind of see they're kind of very subtle. It's kind of like a blue which sits just below the skin, and its prominence in the shape of the skin is only really noticeable when the light hits your hand. So trying to recreate that level of detail with just some polygons, like you will sometimes see it in comic books and things like that. I don't think we can really kind of pull it off with our sort of like graphics capabilities. It'll always look just a bit too much like it's trying too hard and look like it's just standing out a bit too much. So I always try and steer away from that sort of thing. This is going to be fun.
So that's why we're putting so much effort into something that might fail a poll. See, this is one of the trickiest elements of actually having a polling system. I mean, we could say in a poll question, do you want the Inferno? Before we do any work on it. But at that point, we'd instead get the response, but we don't know what it is. There's an element, we have to go far enough that we know exactly what the design is. We know how we can write a dev blog up and explain what we're trying to do with the content so that the community understand what it is that they're being asked to vote on. Otherwise, you don't know what you're voting on. It could be something completely different. We're doing this as it gives you more context about what the style of the whole content's going to be and what it's going to look like and how it will feel and integrate with what we currently have. And it's all about giving you guys an understanding on what you're looking at and what we're going to put in game potentially.
I think as well as that, it also kind of, we can definitely say we know what we're going to give you.
Yeah.
And we're sure that we can produce what we're polling, because it'd be terrible if we got to the point where like you've said, yes, we want this in a poll, then we all of a sudden figure out that we can't actually give you one of the features that we promised in the poll. And then we're kind of tying ourselves in knots trying to ask for like favours from various different departments like engine and things like that. So it'd just be really disorganised. So from a development perspective, like when you're doing this sort of thing professionally, you do have to prototype, you do have to establish art styles, you do have to have a design ready to go, because essentially you're like the people that we pitch our ideas to. You're the people that give the go ahead, like you would have in another company, like a board that says, yes, we'll greenlight this project for you. So we have to have things developed to a certain level.
Yeah, we have to bring along what we intend to make. and we need an understanding of what it is before we can tell the community what we think it is. So it does take, and it's a balance. We have to get the right balance. We can't go too far, otherwise we might end up doing more work than we should have. But with that said, all our designs are stuff we can always reuse elsewhere if it does fail, generally. A lot of the content we planned to put as reward stuff for sailing originally, which we pulled back in end of 2015, has been used for other stuff, and those designs haven't went to waste, despite the fact some work goes into it.
I think as well with graphics as well, it's something that you can always reuse, because you know the world of that's in old school, the world of Gillinor is basically, it's not a word that's often used in old school RuneScape, is it? But I will use it. The world is kind of made of so many like different varied environments. So say if I make something for a volcano for this release and the release doesn't pass a poll, we've got a volcano in Fossil Island which those assets can then contribute to.
Yeah.
So yeah, we never really put anything to waste, even if it doesn't get approved. Right, so a lot of people have said that they feel like these arms wouldn't support the body, so I'm actually just going to add some shoulder muscles in here just to kind of make it feel less uncanny. Sometimes I like to create abstract shapes to begin with, and then all of a sudden I think, oh hang on, that thing won't actually look feasible to people when they actually think of how it's going to move. So I'll just start building these shoulders here now. Plates on the front might be a little too flat, maybe a bit of slant towards the back. Yeah, I agree actually. I think I'm just going to leave the plates on its back for now, but you are right, they do need to be slightly more sort of like prominent and slanting down towards the back. It'll also give like a nicer curve to this tail. You can see with these shoulders here straight away, it's already starting to seem much broader, so yeah, it's a good spot for those people that suggested that. It's actually really nice having people suggesting things artistically, because a lot of the time I have to kind of spend slightly longer on these models and kind of work through it and kind of spot all these details out myself. So it's kind of like a bit of a luxury really to have you guys commenting and giving me feedback on such a continual basis.
Somebody said they want the to see a second stream of you animating this.
Right, the thing with animation is, yeah, I would do that, and it would be a stream that we could do, but I think you would probably be quite bored watching it, because it is a very slow process to animate. It's all about making things frame by frame in old school. There's no sort of wow moments where the animation all of a sudden comes together and you see what it is. You would just be seeing it frame by frame, played over and over again, and painstakingly created until you would know it inch by inch, to the degree where when it was finished you would just kind of be thinking, thank God that is over with. I promise you, animation is fun to do but not very fun to watch. We did I think like when we did the raid stream, we actually made some animations for Tecton and built a base, and I did manage to kind of like knock through that quite quickly.
Yeah.
So it's not like unviable, but I'd say it's probably like the least interesting part of the stream, and it's kind of, it's not as cool as seeing like something's actual form start sort of changing and being developed in front of you.
And this is looking a lot better.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of it kind of looks more feasible now, doesn't it? You can kind of see like how 3ds Max is trying to find like averages between the colours, and creating these kind of like red areas like that. Those will need to be corrected once we get back into the other editor. Not long till the Q&A live stream now. I think probably the team's going to start coming down in the next 15 minutes and starting things up.
Exciting.
It is exciting.
What will be on the left of Lava King now that we've moved the Inferno to Tsar City? Anything. Like that's the thing. I mean, Zaire is very much a continent of potential, right? There's a lot of landmass that we have room to play with, in that we have stories to tell, we have spaces for new content to be added, and it's a matter of whenever we have some good ideas already, but yeah, we have a rough idea for how the content is going to be shaped. What's specifically going to be on it is still fully to decide. Obviously, there's ideas like the Colosseum. There's an idea being thrown about that I was looking into a few months ago, doing a farming guild and stuff like that. That really can fit nicely into.
I'd love to see like a dragon's graveyard in old school RuneScape.
A dragon's graveyard.
That'd be sweet.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yep, with undead dragons. That'd be really cool. I've got this like design for like these sort of strange shadow mages as well, that kind of look really sort of surreal and bizarre, and I think they'd fit that sort of environment perfectly. So I think
that sounds pretty cool.
It would be nice to do things
I'm
like
liking
that.
these.
And I've always the good thing about like old school RuneScape is it's constantly producing content, so it's kind of like you don't have to wait like a few years to get your stuff published, and you don't have situations where the company sort of like calls off an update and you never get to see your artwork again, and your assets are kind of like archived by the company. You can never release them. So the good thing about it is like all of your designs are always sort of like produced on a weekly basis, and so you're constantly getting work published.
It's going out every single week.
Yeah, so all of the sort of like monsters and stuff that I used to sort of draw when I was a kid that I've still got in books and stuff, I've got like quite a big backlog of them. So it's kind of nice to actually sort of slowly see them getting sort of created and sort of pushed out to like a wider audience. So yeah, I'd definitely like to see those sort of shadow mages implemented in the game.
It sounds thematically like really interesting.
Yeah, that's it.
Like all our ideas, it's like there could be still pretty much whatever we want to put there.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the appeal for me. I think as well, if you want to do like a community-driven game, then having like a completely blank canvas that can be filled with anything the community wants is kind of essential. So I think sometimes there's portions of the community that kind of think that Zaya's a bit of a step in the right direction, but if we're going to sort of like propagate a community-driven product, then we have to have sort of like an area where people can actually place their ideas without it affecting the wider game.
Mm-hmm. And it allows the areas that people really know and are nostalgic about to stay largely the same.
Right, I think like that extra shoulder's enough for now. I'll develop it a bit further later on. Oh, hang on, what's happened? Like the side of my brain that isn't actually talking has decided to take over and completely ignore what I just said. And it decides it
needs to change some things.
It wants to work on the shoulder, so there's nothing I can do about that, I'm afraid.
What does chamfer mean?
Chamfer, I'll show you actually. So if you chamfer something, you basically... It's probably going off on a bit of a tangent. You kind of like basically reinforce that part of the mesh by creating two lines. Now if I was to smooth this mesh out, just run a turbo smooth on it, you can kind of see that everything else kind of looks very soft, but because of that chamfered edge just there, this part of the geometry remains a lot stronger, just because it's kind of reinforced by having two edges instead of one. Now with that chamfering process, you can also kind of chamfer it to a point where it's got, say, multiple edges, just by increasing that. And then if I apply a turbo smooth to that again, you can see by the darkness of that region that it's been reinforced. So it's kind of like adding a wire frame underneath a sort of paper mache sculpture. That
turbo smooth sounds awesome.
Yeah, it does. It kind of makes this model look a little bit nice, actually. Let's just try that again. Yeah.
I guess it's not something we really use.
Yeah, well, I would never use that generally in my workflow. Cool. Right, so I think we should make some progress on this tail, because there's a lot of people that have ideas about how they want it to be. Now, people said that they wanted to make it so it had a big ball on the end of it that could crush. That doesn't really make much sense to me. I think it needs to be sharp because it needs to kind of shoot spines to be consistent.
Get your ideas in for the tail now.
I think... I'm not sure. I kind of like the idea now of having two tails, but it's going to take a lot of editing to actually get it to that point. I'm just going to bring it to a point for now. I think that'll do.
Scorpion tail definitely seems to be the popular.
Do you think it's
thing.
scorpion tail? Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's go for a scorpion tail.
Split tail is still reasonably.
I kind of like
Cool.
the split tail. I kind of like the idea of doing that. It would be a bit more interesting. Yeah, you know, we've got till 8 o'clock. I'm going to do a split tail for you guys. I think that'd be kind of cool. Like a fin. Yeah, I do get what you mean, actually. So, like having... So I'm just talking to Chris at the moment. So, kind of like having that leaf shape on the end of the tail. I do like that just because the actual head just here has kind of like a leaf shape over the top of it. So that balance it really nicely. Wow, Chris, your inner artist is just...
Tail on fire.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know if it's sacrilege to go with Chris's idea over the community's idea.
Since it's a mage attack, it still should be a mage cannon. Great. People like the leaf idea, I think.
They do, yeah, that's cool. I think that's going to be the most successful one. I'm just going to like bring this to a point now. I think just kind of like you'd see a leaf come to a point, and then I'll build like the fins either side of it. So let's just keep extruding this.
As I said, this thing's looking pretty beast.
It's kind of, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with it just yet. It's going in the right direction, but it's still not had that moment where I think, yeah, I'm really glad I've made this creature.
This section on the back
Uh-huh.
is what really is taking it there for me.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. I think that's the bit that's got the most potential. But
It almost looks like there's like little armor plates coming down its back, and
yeah,
it's nice.
Yeah, that's cool. I think everyone in the chat will notice when we get to the moment when it finally kind of takes shape and it looks cool. I just don't think it's there yet, and it probably won't be there for probably another hour or so. I'll be gutting if we reach that moment whilst the Q&A's on. Then people will come back and look completely different. Oh, right, okay, yeah, that's cool. So if we switch over to me in the Q&A, if I kind of like have that moment where things actually start getting to where they need to be, and that'd be cool. Yeah, I kind of like the length of that tail as it is, and I think if we just kind of add these fins on the side as well. Scorpion tail with the same design as the shell. We can actually, like, a lot of people are asking for the scorpion's tail still. So if I kind of like look at this shape, this kind of leaf shape just here, we can build that onto the side of the tail and actually have it so this does come into like a sting at the end of it. So yeah, we can kind of just like mix those two ideas together, I think. Kind of feels unfair taking Chris's idea because he's part of like the team.
He's part of the team. We all contribute ideas.
I know, but it's
You
like
can't feel guilty for taking his idea.
it's a design stream. It should be like the players really contributing to this. Ultimately.
If the players, viewers, do you like the idea of having a leaf-shaped end to the tail? 9 tails.
9 tails. No, we can't do that.
People generally seem to be in favour of the leaf shape at the end.
It is a really good idea. It is for sure.
I'll do a straw ball. I've got in there.
No, let's not do straw
Oh, I do.
balls. That is
We've hit the point. We've hit that point of the day,
No,
Gareth. We've hit the straw
you just
ball
can't,
time.
you can't live life, can you, without a straw poll every now and again?
There you go. Go and vote. Sorry, Gareth. They demanded the straw poll.
I think the reason why I didn't is 'cause I've just done it now. I don't want to have to
If you don't want to undo it if it goes against
I know.
your wishes.
You're going to derail me, and this won't get done in time. What's it going for? Yes. Oh, thank you all for voting yes.
You're good.
Saved me a lot of work.
73% yes, 27% no. Haha, 73. Very funny. Very funny number. Calm it down. Stop spamming 73 in the chat, guys.
Am I missing a meme? Because I don't.
73 is a
memes,
meme,
guy.
yes.
Okay. Oh wait, it was on a video that I watched.
Big Man Tyrone.
Thank you.
Big Man Tyrone did have a little chuckle to himself about
He
73.
did, yeah. I'm not down with the memes. I don't really know them.
This is looking pretty cool.
Yeah,
I like this. I see where it's going.
I like
now.
the leaf.
It was harder to imagine it until.
Chris, are you gonna like come over and give me like more feedback in future, like when I'm working on?
What else do you want, Chris?
If I have a mental block, I'm just gonna come see you. I'm not gonna repeat what Chris just said.
That was very offensive.
He's.
Big eyes, like giant, beady, what are those, like those blue eyes that you stick on stuff?
Oh, boggle eyes.
Yeah. Maybe a bobblehead as well. So the head
I've just lost faith.
The
Chris's
ideas have gone
abilities.
downhill.
Yeah. Like a stop clock. Chris can be right at least twice a day.
A mage ball should spawn inside the curved arch.
Sorry, mate. What was
A
that?
mage ball should spawn in the curved arch. So you got this leaf wrapped around it. The ball spawns there.
Oh, right, and it's kind of like.
So it like spawns there, then it gets flung forward.
Do they still want a sting? Do you guys still want a sting on the tail, or are you happy with that point, just there how it is? I think it kind of finishes off nicely with a point, personally, but we'll do it if you want it. What about lava poison dripping from the scorpion's tail onto its back? Sage, catapult it forward? No sting. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, I agree, guys. I don't think it really needs a sting now. I think it's got enough.
Yeah, it's
detail.
not going to be attacking with a sting.
Yeah,
so
that's
it doesn't really make sense, I think.
Cool. Right, it's starting to look kind of nice now. I think at this stage we'll mirror it again, just so it's kind of evened up.
You got the Q&A starting in just over 20 minutes, guys.
Yeah. Then I'll get to remember what coffee looks like.
Who we got on the sofa?
Okay, so I'm just going to pull this model together by mirroring it again. And then we'll just collapse it down. There you go, that's kind of the leaf tail at the back. It's kind of like the rock equivalent of Bulbasaur, isn't it? It really does look that way. I think in comparison to the size of this one, if we just check the size comparison, it is a lot bigger. But I think like the Jad is a lot bigger than that one too.
Yeah, it's similar. It's similar in size.
Yeah,
it's
so
just bulkier.
It's kind of like the same height. It's just a bit wider. I will try and sort of bring it down ever so slightly if you guys want to, but I think you're right, guys. The tail does look like a cobra. I think that's kind of the appeal of it, really. Yeah, it's a good observation.
Doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's kind of the right size. Hopefully, you guys think so. A few people saying no. Do you want it to be bigger? Is better?
I think it looks good, and it makes sense. I think to be because it's big. You can imagine almost like this is inside that, and it's sort of evolved on top of that.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, keep it. Yeah, thinner, bigger is better. Bigger spikes on the leaf. Okay. Why not a tail like a nettle? Bigger. I think, guys, like if I put spikes on this, you can see that's kind of like it reads really nicely. Like your eye just follows it nicely. The moment you start adding spikes to things, like just look at the side of this one, your eye stops reading. And I think that's kind of like the go-to thing with so many fantasy games and so many things in RuneScape as well. It's kind of like let's stick spikes on it. So it's kind of nice when you have slightly different sort of shape language. So it has got some sharp points on it. I think that's enough. But like spikes on everything is probably not something that I'd want to sort of do on this occasion. Yeah, I think, yeah, I'll try and make it a bit smaller. I think it's probably a bit too broad on the arms. I'll try and bring that in a bit because a few people think like the hands are too big and things like that. So we'll still work on reducing those proportions, but I think for the most part, like the size is probably just about right now. Yes, leaf it. That is a brilliant pun. I will leaf it alone. Right, so I'm now just going to focus on these paws and try making these claws look a bit more intimidating. I think at the moment his hands feel like a mole's, and we've already got a mole in game, so I don't really want to draw that comparison. So let's actually try bringing it in, pulling these down a bit more. Like this, there we go. If you've got any more questions for Kieran about the general design of the content as well, please ask. I know we've answered quite a few throughout the day. Sorry for like the long-term listeners if we're repeating ourselves, but people are just kind of like dropping in and out, I guess. So we're gonna have to do so. I think roundness of the tail is mildly.
Where are its nostrils?
Its nostrils. I can put some nostrils under here. But I think, to be honest, because they're just two small holes, they might just get lost in the design. You're right, because like under here, they're kind of like under the horns, but it's kind of like how much they really contribute to the overall design. I mean, if I turn them off and it's out here, they're just two tiny little black spots that don't really kind of add much or take away much. I mean, if I was to kind of like select this for you guys, if I just deactivate that, sorry, misclicked. If I was to just kind of select this region just here and delete it, you know, what does it really add? Like just one little spot just there.
Yeah.
It's kind of, we kind of like want big details that make statements as opposed to like small details that get lost.
Sorry. A mustache.
It does look like what you want a mustache on it. Do you know? Are you one of those kids that could do really well at school but never really tried and just made jokes?
He has a family.
Because I know you've got good ideas in there, Chris. You're just choosing the silly ones. Sorry? The mod ghost, no one needs that facial hair. Not even mod ghost. Sorry? I know, it's because you've disrupted the class, Chris. Everything was going really well. But you sat at the back there.
Now all the other kids think they can misbehave as well.
Yeah, I know, that's it. Are we going to get a pet for the new Jad? Right, so here's the thing, like there is going to be another boss that is the final boss that won't be that Jad.
The pet will be for that final boss.
Yeah, so I think we'll probably do the pet for the final boss. There's kind of not really much point in having like a new Jad pet that just looks slightly different to your other Jad pet.
Something we might be able to do is maybe the existing Jad pet would be able to transmog into
that'd be cool.
Into this one if you've done the Inferno.
Well,
maybe that sort of thing.
They have to have done the fight caves to get into there anyway, so you know, maybe we could do that as another drop. Or maybe just.
I think the Jad pet from the already existing Jad pet would get a transmog option into the new Jad lookalike if you went and finished the Inferno.
Yeah, okay, that sounds
as
cool.
an unlock there. Maybe that would be nice.
That sounds like a wicked idea, man.
If people really want it anyway, like.
Yeah. People are saying no to that. No.
Oh well.
Yeah, fair enough. Don't worry if you don't want that. It's just like an idea.
We're just throwing out 'cause a bunch of people were saying they want one that's like the new Jad because it looks cool. But
no, yeah. I think is it the people that actually have the Jad pet that are saying no?
I don't know.
Yeah, or because I think if you've got the Jad pet, then fair enough. You can say yes or no. If you haven't, then I don't really see why it make much difference. Of course, we want Jad transmog.
It's incredibly squeaky as a toy.
Yeah, I'm just going to add claws now, guys, and just because, like, yeah, they don't look right really at the moment. Claws will really tend to be, or like developing the feet will be one of the last things that I do, just because they're not really like key focal points. They're kind of like garnish. So yeah, that's kind of nice. It's always nice when you add these final touches, because they are quite literally that, like finishing touches that kind of make the model look a bit more appealing. And they're usually things that are quite easy to accomplish. Like for example with this, I'm just gonna grab this toe and like duplicate it and move it over. I don't really have to make it multiple times.
You're just spiking it to be more of a claw than...
Yeah, so it's a very sort of like very basic shape to try and achieve. It's nothing like too complicated.
Add gills with lava in them behind the mouth.
I kind of like the idea of gills actually. Yeah, we could fit some cuts around here. Yeah, we can do that. Why
That's
not?
a cool idea, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's a nice idea.
Sort of like you see behind the shell.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Okay. Kind of like implies that it's amphibious and then kind of swims in the lava as well, which is kind of cool. Even though it's probably something you never get to see, you can kind of like draw those assumptions and tell that story just through its sort of like design. And the other 3 toes. Yeah, I'll add a similar look to like the back toes as well once I've done this. So like I can literally just grab this whole front foot and like transfer it to the back once I've done.
Its true frog transformation will be complete. Oh my god.
I think if we wanted to do something like making it swim out of the lava, we could do
There's a
something like
specific
that.
name in the chat.
But it's
that I've
kind of
just
like the
seen.
overheads with development time, just to achieve something that's like a small visual thing like that. It's kind of like saying just to achieve that effect, we're losing a lot of development time that could probably contribute to as much as like an entire new like Zar NPC with animations, just for that one thing. So we try not to sort of defy convention too much, and just try and keep things simple. Right.
People do really love the idea of having the scars down there.
Down the back. Yeah, sure, we can definitely do that.
Scars will be perfectly suiting to fits in with the lore that they've been fighting each other for
Yeah, it
dominance
does.
and all that.
But again, with the scars, guys, there's kind of like an asymmetrical touch. So that asymmetry always gets added at the end, just because if you've been watching, then I have to keep cutting this model in half and mirroring it, and then what you'd end up with is like completely symmetrical scars, and that would look just really, really false, and I don't really want to do that. Cool. So you can kind of like see a lot of these shapes are kind of like echoed throughout the model. So like around the eyes, we've got like these leaf shapes. We've got the leaf shapes in the tail as well. We've kind of got like these sort of bowed like fingers with like leaf shapes in them as well. So it's kind of like even around the side just here, that you've got that same sort of arc with the leaf shape. So a lot of what you do with design is about trying to make repetitive patterns in things and trying to get the eye to track in the direction that you intend it to lead to sort of like key focal areas. Right, so we're just going to develop these back legs a bit more as well and kind of give them a bit more musculature, so it actually feels like they can actually jump up in the air. At the moment it appears kind of flat-footed, but I think once we actually sort of take these fingers off and move it to the back, it should start taking a bit more shape then. Yeah, let's just do that. So yeah, this just improves the silhouette no end once you actually start sticking things like toes on. I'm trying to think, do we actually need the back feet to be bigger than the front feet? I think actually they'll look nicer if they're even. That'd be better.
I'm thinking they look quite big there, and
Do you think they're too prominent?
I think that looks a bit big, personally.
Yeah, no worries.
And it sort of looks like it's unbalanced because the back feet already look a bit bigger anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Like they don't maybe need big claws.
Yeah, that's
I'm
cool.
not sure.
Okay, no, it's fine, man. It's a valid point. Right, so let's try like scaling this down a bit. I'll just move it out of the
I
way.
mean, it does have a lot of the weight on the back feet.
It does and it doesn't. I mean, we can always try things in reverse. I'm willing to like try most things with this model, to be honest. So if we just pop these just here, I'm going to move them back a bit. Often if we just turn off the lines is where you get a better feel for the silhouette. I think, yeah, you're right. Let's make them a bit smaller. I think that'd be fair enough. Let's just scale those down a bit more. Webbed feet, that's too big. Make the webbed feet. Newjet looks incredible, please add as a pet. Yeah, I agree, we should raise the back of its legs as well. I think I'll keep the claws slightly bigger for now until we've raised the back of the legs. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like it can kind of jump at the moment with those sort of like heels being so low. It just feels a bit weird.
Anyone coming in for the Q&A, the Q&A will still be going ahead in about 10 minutes time. And I believe you'll be continuing with the modelling of this afterwards too.
Yeah, I'll be continuing a bit throughout, so they can jump over to me if they want. But yeah, we'll be continuing with this model up until 8 o'clock tonight, when hopefully it'll kind of reach a finished state. We did manage to get Tecton done in like, I think it was 8 hours, as well as rigged up with an animation. So I think this is like definitely doable to get this finished. I think that Tecton live stream was awesome though, because we had like Connor down here as well making Dogged Isle too.
It's almost looking like its bone might snap.
Sorry?
It's almost looking like its bone's gonna snap or something.
Or just there, yeah, it looks really kind of forced at the moment. But sometimes you just have to force things in a certain direction and then kind of adjust them ever so slightly. I think what we can do to sort of like correct that is we can just bring like the feet and the hands down a bit more.
How did you get into modelling? Somebody's asking.
How did I get into modelling? So I used to be more into painting and into fine art. I wanted to be like a concept artist instead of a 3D modeler initially. Someone told me that I should get into 3D modeling because it's a good way to actually produce art for a living. Instead of just producing art in my spare time.
Yeah.
So I went on the internet and looked for courses to learn online so I could keep going to work. I used to work in a hospital in an operating theatre before I sort of like came to do art like full time as a profession. From there I kind of just like looked at some online courses to do 3D modelling. I found a higher level diploma in 3D modelling. So I started up doing that, and I was able to get like really high marks right from the start. I think my final pass grade was like over 97% pass grade. So nice. Yeah, it's an alright grade. So then I just figured that I'd be good at it. Then I came here to be a QA tester just to get my foot in the door really in the industry. And then this job came up for old school RuneScape, and I basically just got told to speak to some people from the art team and the old school team, and got moved over into the art team for old school RuneScape. So yeah, it was a lot of time and effort.
But you got there.
But I got here in the end, yeah.
Now look what you're making.
I actually like this now. It's been sort of like raised up a bit more off the floor. I thought there's a an image of Deadman over there. I thought there was just someone stood there in the corridor staring in. I didn't really want to look, but it was just Deadman Nigel.
Can you make the front arms more muscular?
More muscular? Yeah, I can do. Yeah, I don't see why not actually. Yeah, let's make it a bit more muscular. From the front they look muscular. I think maybe like the triceps at the back just aren't big enough. I reckon as soon as we sort of like bring them out a bit, they'll look a bit more muscular.
Q&A will be starting soon, yeah.
I think actually I'm going to grab everything in the front of the body from this point on and pull the whole thing forwards, just so we've got a bit more space, because it's kind of like there's no room for things to really grow out from. Everything just kind of feels a little bit squashed together. Yeah, I kind of like that more now. It's a bit further apart.
Well, it's looking like Somebody said it looks like more like the weight's going to be on the front, really. I think I agree. He's probably going to be holding himself up with his front feet.
I think, yeah, I think because of how heavy all of this is on top, I kind of want it to feel like he's kind of pushing himself up. And it's kind of like the back legs, if they were to push up with all that weight on the front, they would have less difficulty because there'd be a natural momentum there if he was going to lean forwards. So I guess when I actually think about how he's going to move, that kind of makes sense to me.
I just saw Hot Muffin 567's message in the chat.
Oh, what
Couldn't
did it
help
say?
but giggle.
What was it?
You read it.
Oh, the chat's all really small now. It's a bit too small to read.
That one.
No, you cannot. You cannot get that. That'd be like, can you get like Gareth's head on a spike? Right, I'm just going to start like connecting these feet to the mesh. Then I'm just going to do one more mirror, and then I'm going to move it back over into the Jagged model editor, just so I can start picking out some key details again with the shading. And then we'll probably bring it back in for another quick edit in here, just to sort of implement some more feedback. And then probably the next time we move it into Jagged after that, we'll be getting to the sort of like polish stage where we'll start finishing off the details. But yeah, hopefully these feet are starting to feel a bit more natural now. I think probably let's just drop the toes a bit more to about there.
We're 3 hours in, and we've basically got it's nearly there.
That's the way it goes, man. It's
Looking pretty
it always starts off like really unsure, then you just kind of hit this point where everything just starts coming together really fast, which is the bit where I start like taking a breath.
How are people liking it? What are people thinking? What do you like? What do you not like?
Yeah, let us know, guys. 10 out of 10. No, wow, okay, that's really nice of you guys to say that, actually. It's not quite finished yet, so if there's some people that are a bit unsure about how it's looking right now, but don't really know how to articulate it, I can still see a lot of improvements that need to be made to it. So don't worry, we'll sort of like get there in the end if you're still a bit unsure. For all those people that are saying like 7 out of 10, 9 out of 10, thank you very much. It's very like kind of you to say. For the person that said 4 out of 20, you're probably one of those silent people that doesn't quite know how to phrase how they want it in a different way.
When he said 4 out of 20, I think
me,
he's making a joke.
Oh, really? No, that's fine. Like, if he's not making a joke, that like I feel like it's 4 out of 20 at the moment myself as well. So I think there's kind of a lot that needs to be done with it. It's not quite there yet.
You don't know the joke.
Oh, really?
You've just got lured into this so badly.
Oh, really? See, all of these conversations take place over the internet whilst I'm sort of like busy sort of doing...
You're busy making work happen,
like doing like
everyone
regular
else is
things
making
like this.
420 jokes.
So what's the 420 joke? Fill me in, guys.
You'll have to Google it after.
Oh, 2 minutes. Okay, right, fair enough, man. I feel really stupid now. Never mind. I hope you're all happy. I was having a really good time here today.
Well, now you can go with the assumption that no one thinks your model is actually 4 out of 20. Everyone thinks it's 9 out of 10.
Oh.
So that's a good thing.
I think my intellect is 4 out of 20 though. Alright, so I'm just going to mirror this again.
So we're about a minute from the stream now, so I'm going to be moving over to the sofa. And throughout the stream, I'm sure at some point we'll be jumping back to show people on the Q&A what this is coming along, how this is coming along.
Yeah, that'd be
getting
cool.
their feedback. But
I think we've just got 1 minute now till the Q&A countdown starts.
I'm going to jump over.
Oh, 1 minute till the Q&A starts itself, no countdown. Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, so I shall be joining you again shortly. I'll let the guys in the Q&A know if I reach a point where I think I could show you guys something interesting and new. Thanks a lot if you've tuned in this far. Hopefully we'll see you after the Q&A, but if not, really appreciate you taking the time to look at what we're doing with the Inferno. Cool. So I'm just going to keep welding in these toes just here. I'm not too sure when we're going to hop over to the Q&A at the moment. In 1 minute. Right now. Okay, cool. Right, I'll pass you over to the guys then for the weekly Q&A, where they'll be answering your questions from the community. Thank you very much.
Woo. Oh, well.
That was quick.
I feel like we should clap after that. No?
Woo.
Yeah? I think it was pretty
Cheers,
impressive,
guys.
actually, watching that start from the very beginning. Just a little blob into what it turned into at the end, eventually winning over the community. Well done, Mod Ghost. You're going to be continuing that stream after the Q&A?
Yeah, the stream will be running until 8 o'clock tonight.
Okay, so a couple hours after the Q&A, that'll continue on. So don't go anywhere when the stream is over. But that being said, we have a Q&A to run. Any questions you guys have, go ahead and post them at RuneScape. ModJed is on it. If he doesn't ask your question, blame ModJed. Moving on. First question, PD3 says, are raids intended to stay scaled after people leave? He says, currently people are bringing in 30 plus people and then kicking them to finish the raid with 7 people to give them better loot.
So, if people leave the raid halfway through, we do not intend it to get easier. The difficulty of bosses in there and their stats is determined by the party when it begins. And if... Jed? I don't know what you're doing there. And if people leave, then the party will just have to deal with whatever's there without them. However, what we've changed in today's update is the points multiplier. That also was set by how much the raid had been scaled up. And the points multiplier can now scale itself back down again if people leave during the raid. So kicking people out at the start of the raid is no longer going to give you such a rewarding experience as you had before.
Fantastic. A lot of raids questions today. Robert says, can using points in raids for eating food and potions be based off of each individual's rather than as a team? He says, currently in free-for-alls, you can boost your points by spam drinking potions and capping the points for your team.
If we do change that, what we'll get is a situation where the best way to raid will be for every single person to catch their quota of fish and make their quota of potions and then have their friends consume them all quite laboriously and rather artificially as well, because not everyone's going to be taking damage at that kind of rate and going back to get your fish as well as his fish and his fish and her fish. I'm not sure that's actually going to be a good way for people to raid, to be honest.
Yeah, I think if we were to change it, there'd be an issue where, let's say, just for argument's sake, there's a pool of 10,000 points usually within the group. If it's instead 2,500 for each of us, if I only get 2,500 and you guys don't participate, in eating your food or doing stuff that would regularly accommodate to those points, essentially what's just happened is we've nerfed the amount of points you can get inside the group because not everybody's doing everything. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
Okay. So, yeah, it's definitely not the best solution, I'm afraid.
I agree.
Right. Marvin says, why can't the charged Dragonstone jewelry scroll charge rings of wealth?
Does it not?
No, because they're unique to the wilderness, and the Fountain of Rune does it. Mm-hmm. And we did not want to take the wilderness-only feature and make it available from something else quite so easily.
Yeah.
It's a valuable reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's inconsistent. On the other hand, wilderness content is in relatively short supply. Reasons to go in the wilderness should be protected, so we've kept that one special.
Cool. Galaxy says, when taking on the Inferno, will it be required to switch between all 3 points in the combat triangle? If not, would you be able to make that happen?
At this point, that can easily still happen. I mean, a lot of that comes down to the actual balancing and the statting of the defenses of the creatures. For example, like we could give it really high range defense or really low range defense. I mean, it's not inherent to the design, but you will at least need something that's long distance.
Right.
That can do long distance.
The concern
or if you take melee as well, we'll see.
The concern is that they just don't want it to be an entire just blowpipe cave, right?
I suspect that won't be the case.
Yeah. Making higher range defense means maybe you could still range it, but you need a powerful armored crossbow.
Let's talk about things like the lava creature's water spell should be fairly effective and that sort of thing. So I expect magic will have more of a prevalence than it did in the fight caves, for example. And I'd hope something's good with melee as well.
Indeed.
So there'll probably be things, I mean, as with fight caves, even back in the day before blowpipe existed, the best way to go and do the fight caves was melee. That didn't necessarily mean people went and used melee, because range adds a level of safety to it that you could step back and save spot the creatures. So they all have different benefits. We'll see. At this point, I think it's still too early.
I'd love to see the crystal bow make a return.
I'd love the crystal ball to be better, yeah.
All right.
And there may be some reason to bring a bulwark in there.
Yeah, that's certainly possible.
It's relevant because when we designed the thing, we said that we'd bear it in mind when we were making future bosses. And
Yeah.
Where are we here? Mad Smiler says, can something be done about the dragon axe? 42k is ridiculous. I checked his account. He's only got one. It's a valid question.
Okay, then we'll give a real answer then, I guess. In my opinion, obviously, things happened with the Dragon Axe on Old School when I wasn't here. The Smouldering Axe, of course, exists and uses Dragon Axes to charge it, correct?
It can do. It's not the only way of charging.
You can also charge it with the Smouldering Stone, I
Yes.
believe. But most people tend to combine the Smouldering Stone and use it as a charge. Outside of it being a charge item, like it already has a consistent drain, I'm generally quite surprised that it has stayed at such a low price. It should theoretically have went up. That's not to say that like in the future there's no reason that we couldn't potentially find another reason for a Dragon Axe. However, you know, if we were for whatever reason to make a tier 65 axe, for example, would people expect the Dragon Hatchet to be used?
I think the issue is that there's so many people doing Dagonoth Kings.
Yeah.
It is one of the most popular things to go to, especially because it's really good for Slayer as well.
So things don't come out the game that fast.
No.
Oh,
And
we just gave you a second room of them.
it's something that, I mean, even before we give the second room, every single wall is constantly full. I think that's the issue there, and there's not much more we can do than make a Dragon Axe useful for woodcutting, and it already is the best. It's what you want.
Yeah.
So we're limited in what we can do. I'd take suggestions for how we can improve the situation. But
New ranged throwing axes.
like a dragon thrown axe of some kind?
Yep, and you can't pick them back up. Right?
I don't, yeah.
Okay.
All
All right.
We had a sort of bug like that with the blowpipe when it first came out, where in your POH, if you tried to use it at the dartboard, it didn't just throw the dart at the dartboard, it threw the entire blowpipe and you lost your blowpipe. I mean, we tried to deal with a player who'd gotten into that state. Thankfully, it was very rare.
Not everybody use that dartboard. We have a dartboard in the office now, which is cool. Had a refurb recently, which is pretty sick.
Raccoon says, can the upcoming Mage Arena update give high-level versions of God staves that has their respective spells built in and can store runes?
You know, I do like making staffs like that.
me too.
Well,
Staffs?
staves, whatever you will.
Staffs. I like it when you can use the runes on it and save the inventory space, because obviously one of the main downsides of range isn't just the runes, but also the inventory space that you're using,
We
right?
got a rune pouch for that.
We do have a rune pouch for that. However, I also think that maybe providing a high level staff might not be the way to go about it. I don't know if a free something would probably have to go out, like maybe a cost of coins, similar to Trident.
Well, I mean, it depends if we make this a challenging experience.
That's true as well.
As
Depends on
right
the
now,
difficulty.
it's not challenging. You
Yeah.
just go in there and spend some money on runes.
Well, if it's giving you better combat abilities, I don't mind there being an ongoing cost to using the thing once you've acquired it in the first place.
Yeah, they're
Not an
expensive
unreasonable-
spells as well, so worth noting.
I think if we ever do a Mage Arena 2, it's likely to be more involved than the first one. That's for sure.
It's been more than just go here and cast
Yeah.
this that many times.
Especially if we're talking about maybe offering like a best in slot magic hit from it, because currently the best in slot magic hit, you go there, you basically just get it for free.
Also, the Mage Arena mini quest that you do, or mini whatever you call it, I think we called it a mini quest for the
We did.
achievement things. The whole, now let's go there and fight Collodion. Now he's got more legs. Now he's got fewer legs. Now he's got no legs. Now he's dead. Well, it's we could probably make something a bit more involved than that.
Yeah.
Okay. Skog says, can you improve the forester NPCs in the woodcutting guild? For example, make them chop the trees with us like the NPCs in the Motherlode Mine.
Oh.
Well, the ones in the Buffalo Mine do not make the veins despawn ever.
Yes.
And I'm willing to bet the player does not wish.
That would be funny. You're chopping a tree, then an NPC comes up and starts chopping it.
we were talking about woodcutting like a couple of weeks ago when we were at the pub. We were talking about like what the odds of the tree falling actually are, and it's like a 1 in 8. So if you had like 2 of these NPCs on it, you've effectively like halved your chance of getting more logs from that tree, which is kind of weird. I imagine it would work like Motherlode Mine, where it wouldn't actually.
The player would be mad to ask us for the other version.
But you'd feel
but
like
it-
you were less lonely. So.
Yeah, it feel like, you're really messing them about when you make the tree go down.
As for-
They shouldn't contribute to it depleting.
Yeah, absolutely not.
So
It'd be a nice
obviously they
feeling,
wouldn't,
but
I think it'd be interesting.
What, would you just have a hunt on them or something? How would it work?
That's how the NPCs in Motherlode do it.
I mean, you could make it a bit more of an interactive experience that this guy knows which tree's best to cut, and when he's chopping it, there's
Can he
an
level up?
extra chance of you getting a log, that sort of thing.
Well, what we could do
But
is,
I don't think it particularly would feel nice into it.
it wouldn't be a very good use of the dev time, but we would be capable of making them think they're getting logs, even if they're not contributing it to depleting, and no wood changes hands, and then they light a fire.
Oh, I was hoping that like you could track the amount of logs and track experience that they have, and talk to them and see like how much experience they have.
Yeah, we could do that. It would be a little bit like that dude outside the Tower of Life, though, who's
One,
pumping
yeah.
the guy who lifts.
And then you see one of them get the pet.
Oh, we
All
could
right.
totally do that. I actually really like that.
I just really don't think that's the way we're going to choose to spend the time.
Yeah, it's true.
Quite. Maybe this one will be worthy of our time. Free to play says, can free to play have the ability to change names with bonds?
It's not a call we can make, but yeah, actually, the in-game one can't be used by them.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah.
I thought you meant allowing to have the bond give you the ability to change the name. In game, yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
Can they do it on the website?
Yes, they can.
Yeah, I think we'll have to leave that one to the web team and the support teams.
Okay. Aaron says, can you add a warning when trying to remove the Slayer helmet in areas where you need it? No,
You mean
pay
like
the
if you're in the
price.
Aberrant Spectre's room and you decide to take your clothes off or something and you're going to get ganked?
Do we go and add one to the nose peg and all the
That
others
means
as well?
pwned. That's what. I assume so.
Chat full of nose. Would this pass a poll? Doubtful.
I quite like the humour of people running inside of Aberrant Spectres and having their stats instantly drained when they get hit by them. But
Now, if you accidentally take your Slayer helmet off, you've taken it off.
yeah, yeah.
Well, we could do it, but it doesn't look like they want us to. And I confess I wasn't in a massive rush to try and stop you clicking on things lest it be not the one you wanted to click on.
You get a warning in some of the places already before you enter.
Yes, like, mind you, we don't have the same message as CRS3, but the Aberrant Spectre room in their Slayer Tower, when you try to open the door, if you don't have a nose peg on, the message you get says, there's a nasty smell in there, you'd better not enter without protection, which I wrote in all innocence before somebody went and reinterpreted it.
Right.
I think this is for the best. It's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Moving on, we've got some questions from the chat. New guy says, can the confirmed deposit ores box be removed from the blast furnace? Ain't nobody accidentally putting their ores in.
Well, I'm sure they don't accidentally walk all the way up there and accidentally put their oars in. There's nothing else they could possibly want to do.
Sorry, I just like the way he typed it.
Yeah, I was confused for a second
Ain't
about
nobody
what
got
on
time
earth
for
was
that.
being asked.
Well, I
But,
think
yeah.
I understood because I saw it on the forum thread earlier. I answered him there too.
Jed will prefer the poor grammar questions, so ask away.
Is it a centralised system, the deposit boxes?
I think he's talking about putting it in the blast furnace, is he not?
Oh, bugger, yes. Okay. I would get rid of that. I was doing Blast Furnace last week, and it was a bit weird that I had to hold down my one. However, if the reason is because people are accidentally deleting their coal bags, that's no longer a problem because we fixed that today. If the reason is just because it's just a general irritant, we can look into it as well. I think that's fine. It is quite annoying.
Okay. Another question in the chat asking to touch upon the boxing thing. So, for those of you who are unaware, I sent out a tweet yesterday saying we have disqualified a few players for boxing in the Dead Man tournament, as there have been many people sending in evidence, which we then follow up on our end and say, yep, this guy's doing that, which we've said for quite a while now is against the rules, multiple seasons at least. People basically gaining an advantage, an unfair advantage at that, and so we don't ban them. Well, there's a lot of people saying, oh, they're banned, but they're still on the high scores. They're not banned. They're just disqualified from the tournament, so they can't win that 10K rip. But yeah, don't box. There you go. If you see anybody doing it, go ahead and report them or just send footage to me and we can verify and look into it and do something about it. All right, moving on. Veckel says, can you add a lobby feature to old school similar to what RuneScape 3 has?
I'd love one of those.
I'd really like a lobby.
I would imagine that's a fairly big thing for the engine team to do, and there's a lot of things I'd rather they did for us than that. I'm sorry, but heck, I'd take a plan.
It's a massive job, and as far as I'm aware, you don't like the lobby existing because of it is a very complex system to tie into with everything else.
It is rather, and yet it does so many things so much nicer than we can do without it. Like I had a player the other day saying, "Can you take us back to the message of the week screen if we're AFK for 5 minutes?"
Yeah.
It's like, well,
it's not a lobby.
Well, no, he thought it was a lobby. It looks like a lobby. Well, it looks like a big black screen with words on, but
You're in game.
yeah, I said I could make that screen open for him, but it wouldn't do him any favours because he'd still be in game just with a message of the week.
That's why
on
we
his
don't
face.
make it show up in the wilderness, because you're actually there. So we don't want your screen being hidden.
I thought we actually did make it show up in the wilderness because they said no when we offered to change it.
Did we?
I don't
can't
remember changing that.
We changed it somewhere. PvP
we
worlds,
offered
maybe?
certainly, yeah. We certainly offered in a fair few places, and there was a surprising amount of negativity about that one.
There's a surprising amount of no to lobby. I mean, it's not too shockingly unsurprising. Like, as nice as a lobby is as well, it isn't super old school, is it? Old school is you log in, you get this play now button with this cool message of the week at the bottom.
Yeah, and
you
the chance
play.
of somebody killing you while you're looking at
To
it.
me, if we did a lobby, I think it would look fairly similar anyway.
I think when before it existed, had they had the ability to add it, they would have still. It wasn't necessarily that it wasn't old school. I mean, it's not in-game content. It's just kind of a nice usability feature.
Well, in terms of your hopping worlds, you want to log out for a few minutes, but you don't want to have to retype your password when you want to log in again.
Yeah.
I can see quite a lot of reasons why you might genuinely find it beneficial, especially the bit where you're in-game looking at the message of the week. That's not helping anybody.
I think there's another project going on that might supply that need anyway.
Oh,
hopefully.
Okay, let's move on then. Where are we at here? Misery says, can you improve the chop/mine times and decrease the points accordingly in raids?
Are we talking about the shortcuts? Are we talking about something
Yeah,
else?
it's a really interesting
that's
one
okay.
because I think people would like to use the shortcuts and they don't so much mind that they give points, they just want a faster shortcut.
So I imagine if you were to remove them quicker, we would reduce the points. I'm not too sure everybody would be super excited about that. You're losing point potential. It's also worth keeping in mind that the shortcut wasn't necessarily, at least to my knowledge, it wasn't meant to be a faster way of getting through the room. It was meant to be a faster way of, if I am somebody who might die from these scavids, I can run past them without being hit, right?
Right.
If
Partly that, but also I did find in playtesting before launch that if I died and had gone quite a long way back, it was quicker for me to go through the shortcut than to walk around the very windy paths they have.
I mean, we could do it similar to the... Isn't there a strength one with like a bow that you can push?
That one has the advantage that since it takes away the entire blocking and does not have to leave a stump for blocking reasons, you auto-navigate through the place where the boulder isn't.
Yeah, it's also instantaneous though. I think you click and...
Yes,
It
it is on the
goes.
other hand a lot more prone to needing a lot more of the team to come together to make it go.
Yeah.
Which is not the case with the woodcutting because you can genuinely grind on that for a long time and deal with it yourself.
If people are fine with slightly less points being offered inside
I don't think they give that many points anyway. I think
Like,
Also, it's a one-off.
Yeah.
So
Yes,
you can't
It's
grind
something
on
you
it
would
forever.
pull, right? We would pull
it would
this, or-
probably have to be pulled with
Okay.
the reduction in points, but...
So you'd have your say. I think I have no idea which way that one would go. 2147 says, can we have the ability to own more than one rune pouch? Saying perhaps recolor one.
So I'm pretty sure the data is stored on the player rather than on the item.
Yeah.
If you had a second one, you'd find the exact same runes in it, and they'd go up and down together. It's like having a second panel where you can see your inventory. It doesn't change what you can carry.
Yeah.
It just shows you the same thing in two places.
Right.
I
just that.
I think the reason they want two is for that reason, that they can have a second set of runes in it. Not to use both at once, but to make it convenient when they go to one boss and then another boss, which requires different runes.
I wonder if we could do anything about the usability for filling and emptying it.
Maybe that's something we can target. I don't recall the exact flow of how that...
It's a bit nice.
It's a bit like your bank where, deposit X, withdraw
Yeah.
X, that kind of thing. If, on the other hand, the menu for the rune pouch allowed more drag and drop.
Yeah.
It's a nasty piece of code in there, by the way, but I wouldn't rule it out. I wrote it quite late at night a long time ago and don't remember the details.
I think it's already able to be dragged and dropped.
Oh, did I do that?
I'm pretty sure you did.
Good.
Good job, Ash.
I remember I tied into it for the ZMI, and that wasn't too hard.
Oh, good.
All right.
Can we ask that one that's on the chat? Because we've got a good response for that one.
Sure. Can you please make mummies in PP not aggro to other players? It's just a form of griefing now.
So
PP.
PP, haha.
Pyramid plunder for anyone
Yes,
who
for
doesn't
pyramid
know.
plunder. So can you make the mummies in pyramid plunder not aggro to other players? So people never open that sarcophagus because obviously it annoys other players. However, we did actually fix this a couple of weeks ago inside of like our internal test streams. Like we fixed it, and then we kind of realized we should poll this one. Like it was a relatively larger problem, so it's ready to go if you guys want it, and we will likely poll it in
I
the
could see it
future.
getting on the next poll.
Yeah, so the next poll that comes out, we'll ask you guys, and if you want it, it's already done. If you don't, I don't believe it took too much of your time.
Well, I got to do some tidying up of the code anyway, so
Yeah.
we win either way.
Yeah. I can't see
Fantastic.
why people wouldn't want to vote for it. It's annoying.
The swarm has never attacked other players.
Yeah.
It's annoying
It
that the
always-
mummy did in the first
It always
place.
helps if you're looking to pull something saying it's already done.
Yeah.
Sometimes the concern to vote no is, well, I'd rather your time was spent elsewhere. But if it's literally already done, it's a tough argument there.
Yes, it might beg the question why we did it, but hey-ho.
Yeah.
RSNU says, can we have inventory check and private chest check in raids? Some people are annoying and hide supplies.
I'd be up for that. Just inside raids, though, and you'd have to be okay with the idea that while you're in there, other people in your party can look through your possessions.
That's cool. Can I just point out? That's really cool.
Yeah, it's also
I think
not
you'd do it on the party interface.
that. You mean the one on the side?
The one
panel?
on the side panel, yeah.
I might find that a little bit harder, since for that we'd have to be able to map from the display name there to finding the player, and that would
Yeah.
be blocked by anyone who's got their private chat off. Whereas if it's an op on the actual player, which you could maybe choose not to see if you don't want to go examining your party mates, you could turn it off again, and then it would only. But then you could examine people.
But that
via
would work easily, yeah.
We're not talking about a very quick thing to do. Interfaces is always slow for us, so if we were doing that, we wouldn't be doing anything else for a day or two.
Okay. Where are we at here? Teeks says, can we see more Slayer Point milestone rewards? Currently, we only have them for 10th and 50th task sets. I'd love to see higher rewards for reaching 100, 250, 500, etc.
Oh, I wouldn't mind that at all. I think that's cool.
Oh, really?
How
Yeah.
far would you push it?
I
1,000.
wouldn't put too many, but
Well, you don't have to give a huge reward, but if you want to just say that was your thousandth or something,
I think that's cool.
thousandth or something, then we give you something extra, even if it's not huge extra.
I'm
I'd probably go 100, 250, 500, and 1,000.
not the biggest of fan, personally. That's just my opinion on
You're
it.
not a very big anybody.
I'm not a very big anything, that's true. But whoa.
Sorry.
Phrasing. Not on the stream, Ash.
Have you just reset your streak or something?
It's not. I never reset my streak. Don't reset your streak. That's silly. I just think you already get quite a lot of points for doing 50, and obviously when you hit 100, it just so happens that 50 technically applies there as well.
It's not that many, though.
It's quite a bit, don't you
So,
think?
question. Somebody said, I just hit 500. I'm assuming he'd have to do another 500.
Unfortunately.
Yes, he would.
Yeah.
We're not going to backpedal and be like, "Oh, sorry for missing out on these
Yeah.
guys." Here's your extra.
We could.
We could, but we're not
We
going
could.
to.
Don't say that. You should just say you can't do it.
Mod lazy.
Mod lazy.
But I think it's fairly all right. I think should we straw poll it and see what people think?
Okay.
It depends what numbers we put on it as well.
We have a Slayer poll coming
Wait,
up as
which
well.
are we straw
so-
polling? We're straw polling existing streaks already counting, or are we straw polling this idea as a whole?
The idea.
No, I mean the idea as a whole.
Okay.
What does 10 streaks currently give?
Oh,
Is that what
it depends on the Slayer master, doesn't it?
A warm fuzzy feeling
Yeah, but
is
Jed,
it's an X
Can you
times
Google this
on
stuff
it.
for us, please? He's Googling as we speak.
your phone
He's
is
not
is that the
Googling.
answer?
Chat on though.
Yeah, chat
What do you
on.
get at 50 times and what do you get at 10?
Let's do Duradel as well. Let's stick with Duradel so we're not getting tons of random points.
Would you like rewards?
You get 15 times at 50 and 5 times at 10.
Yeah, this is the first thing written by Mod Reach as a content developer.
Which
So
probably means
5.
it's not going to be easy to tie into.
5 and
Oh, it'd
15.
be fine.
Okay.
I helped him a
73.
little.
Good.
Right, 5.
Good,
it's
good
5,
one.
5 and 15. Okay.
420.
Hilarious me.
hilarious.
Okay,
Heavily 3.
we're gonna get that straw poll in the chat for you guys. Would you like rewards or further rewards for reaching 100, 250, 500, and 1,000 streaks? Let's say.
It's good.
What
It just
those
highlights
rewards
the
will
streaking
be.
a Slayer. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I like the idea. It's a good idea. Liarzon says, can you make it so the most valuable items lost on death at Zulra are given back first instead of the food and potions?
That would be good.
I think one thing that was suggested was you just make the priestess show what she's got, and
like
you
that as
choose the
well.
ones you want and press discard if you don't want the rest.
How does it currently do it? Does it not just copy the? Does it copy your inventory in?
Well, I
or-
think it's doing it slot by slot in the order they ended up in the holding infantry, which
okay.
is based on the order they were in your infantry, which is not all that useful.
It's interesting watching the bar go back and forth as soon as the straw poll goes live. 500, 600 votes, moving up very quickly. You guys will have another minute or two
It
to vote
doesn't
on
shock
that.
me that they're voting that way.
Yeah,
Well,
so
no, why would they
87%.
say no?
But
Yeah.
you're not talking a massive buff. It's very infrequent.
How long does it take to get a 1,000?
But if 50 is 15, what's 100? Because it went from 5 to 15
It can be
already.
16 if we want it to be.
That's true, actually, yeah. Okay. It would depend on what we'd give as a multiplier. I
Depends
think,
on
as well.
balancing, but as per the idea, they like the idea,
Yeah.
which is cool. Did we answer the Zulra question?
I did. Anyone else?
I definitely think it's something
I
we should do.
believe that you did.
He summed it up
100%.
perfectly.
Yep.
An interface stuff. So.
Yeah. Again, interfaces are not a very quick thing to do for us. At least that one doesn't have to do very much.
Don't die. Slow Turtle says, currently in raids, shamans and mystic skeletons give you the most points, while also being the easiest. This causes people to restart raids and give you the perfect layout so you don't get bosses that are hard. Any plans to buff the amount of points you get from the bosses like Tecton and Vanguards to make them worth doing?
I think that would be a good thing to do for some of the rooms, as well as, well, those bosses and some of the other stuff like the thieving chest room, perhaps. But I'd also like, if the engine team's time permits, something that makes it a little bit harder to find out what's coming up on the floor below, etc.
Yeah, I imagine they'd come together. We wouldn't want to, I imagine, limit people's ability to do what they're doing. Well, we do want to do that. However,
I think it'd be a lot easier for a start to change the points of these various NPCs, regardless of whether or not we can get the engine feature.
it's fantastic.
What are you doing?
What could I possibly be doing?
I don't know.
I'm drinking tea.
I think you just sat there, really.
I keep getting caught off guard, by the way, because we've got 3 cameras back up and working for the first time in a couple of weeks, and like mod run and keep swapping them, so I keep doing this as if, oh, there we go, and we're back there. Oh, and we're back. Okay, all right.
Fast transitions.
This
Okay.
is quite comfy, you know.
Should we
Is
go and
it?
see what Ghost is up to?
Can we do that?
Oh, yeah, can we do it? Okay, oh, okay.
If Mod Ghost is ready.
to Jagged, and I'm just developing it a bit further by kind of like accentuating the silhouette. For those people that haven't been watching the stream, this is kind of like the Inferno equivalent of Jad, where it's kind of like an armoured Jad, where it's kind of been developed in the depth of the Inferno, so it's a lot stronger than your regular Jad, and it's made to look a lot more aggressive as well, while still sort of following the same beats of the original model. So if I just get rid of that out of the picture, just so we can focus on this one. So if I just show you this NPC in 3ds Max, you can see this is where we started off with it, and we basically tried to keep the sort of like amphibian reptilian aspects of it, like the tail that kind of throws projectiles at you, and the spikes on the back are interpreted here. The spikes on the front of the nose are interpreted here as well. The eyes are roughly in the same place. The mouth is roughly the same. The kind of positioning of the arms is kind of, it's a lot more anatomically correct, but it's still kind of roughly the same. And it's also got 3 claws on its hands as well. So it's trying to like capture the same sort of characteristics, but kind of give them a kind of fresher look, whilst kind of still keeping that old school vibe. So the Inferno should feel like a direct sequel to the Fight Caves, but be a lot more challenging. And probably when you go back over the guys, Kieran can kind of run you through any aspect of that. He's been on the live stream as well today. If you want to watch the rest of the live stream, you can watch it on YouTube, where sort of Mod Archie will be putting it up on YouTube tomorrow. So I'll probably hand you back over to the guys and we can check this out after the Q&A, I'll be running this stream up until 8 o'clock this evening, when you'll have a finished NPC. And the polls for the Inferno will be opening up tomorrow for you. And again, you can watch this on YouTube tomorrow as well. Cheers.
Fantastic.
Welcome, Gareth. Well done. It looks great.
We clap, but I've lost my arms. Okay. We memed you. So one mod ghost at 8 p.m. By the way, that's 2 hours farther than the stream goes. So we end at 6 p.m. here. Moving on though. Oh, actually, you know what? I wanted to ask a couple Inferno questions. Let's do those now. Well, it's relevant. Don't know what was covered when you were answering questions on the stream.
Talked about the content as a whole, really.
So I think the main question we were seeing on YouTube, at least, was people concerned saying, "Why are you repolling this? We already voted no to this. What's going on?"
So when we first offered it, we talked about we've only got a limited amount of time to develop this. We're going to have to go fairly light on graphics. Just before that, sorry, we first pulled it as an expansion to the fight caves itself, and you'd defeat Jad, follow on from Jad, take on some more waves and a final boss. People didn't like that, so then we changed it to be...
They almost liked it, to be fair.
Sorry?
It was close to passing, wasn't
it? It got 72%.
Yeah.
But what we said is, look, we can do it as a separate caves, but we have limited time. We'd have to do it with fairly cut back graphics and a lot of reused assets. And people said no, they wanted it to be a bit more of a bigger piece of content. And so we took that feedback on board and said at the time we could offer it in a year or two. And now we're at a good point to offer it. And originally we were going to offer it on Zaya, now we're doing it in the Zar City. But yeah, that's why we want to offer it again, because we're taking on your feedback.
It's a really good point, to be honest. One of the biggest things we learned from pulling it the first time was all the people saying no, and then the reasoning for saying no, which we've done our best to say, okay, well, this should solve that. And now it's not on Zaya. A lot of people were concerned about that. And there's been little player design with the map and the city. So it's come a long way. Pretty confident it'll do well.
It really is nothing like the thing that was polled before.
Yeah, no, it's called the Inferno. It's essentially the same thing. It's a Fight Cave sequel, but the design fundamentally is rather different.
Yeah. Also, I believe we were originally offering a new best in slot magic ranged and melee cape, which did scare some people. Now we've toned it down to just the one single melee cape.
I mean, if it hit 50%, for example, the last time it was polled, I imagine...
Rather more than that, in fact.
No, if it hit 50%, for argument's sake, I imagine maybe we probably wouldn't have repolled it. But 72% is very close, and the issues that people had were things that we have now been able to address, like we said. I think
with Astoned, it's not the same gameplay, it's not the same rewards, and it's not even the same scale of content. I think it does warrant being polled, even if something rather different but with a similar name got polled before.
And as for the question, why are you working on it if you haven't polled it already? It'd be a lot better if you had an idea of what you were voting on, seeing Mod goes to work on stuff like this.
That's something we found with a lot of polls where people have said, well, I don't know whether I want to vote for it because I can't see it. I want to know what it looks like. I don't want to know what I do with it. That was a lot of the feedback about sailing, in fact, where we'd put out some pictures of, guys on boats, and a boat near an island.
It was tough.
But it was slightly lacking in detail, and people reasonably said they'd like us to be able to give a bit more up front before they committed to wanting it in their game.
And it's something I've been talking about on the stream with Gareth earlier, that Mod Ghost, that for us to sell it to the community and tell them what it is, we need to know what it is. And we really need to get a good understanding, because then explaining it to someone who has no idea becomes easier. And that means we need the full design. We've got the full design. We need to make sure we can make it. So it takes a little bit of prototyping sometimes to get that. We need an art style roughly in place so we can see where we're going to go, how long we've got to make it, and what we can do with it. And like this stream right now is just to show you what it could look like, essentially. And it gives you all the things you need to be able to make a proper decision on what you're voting on. And
gathering a lot of solid community feedback. That boss, of course, had a lot of input.
Yeah.
Or that demi-boss, or whatever we're going to call that thing, the 360s or whatever they're going to be.
I'd hate to run a yes/no poll on a lack of information.
Yeah. So you get to follow us along the process. And do we have an estimated time we want to poll it?
I believe we're putting the poll live tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
So you have the dev blog. We did a second dev blog based on your feedback. you're now seeing some of the assets that Mod Ghost is making. I think we're in a position to be able to put the poll live and see what people think.
Fantastic. All right, look forward to that poll tomorrow. And again, Mod Ghost will be live after the Q&A to answer any more questions and continue his design. Moving on to the questions here. We're all the way down here from Zokan saying, will you be adding milestone capes in the near future?
You know, we were talking, me and Maz were talking about this the other week with looms, because we were talking about how useless looms are in game. And then we went, what did we do to make looms better before? And the two things that have been added to a loom previously have been a seaweed net, which holds seaweed. This exists in the other game. And we went, okay, that was a thing, but seaweed, it's kind of useful.
What's a milestone cape?
The other thing was the milestone cape. So a milestone cape is, if I have level 10 in all of my skills, I can create a cape that shows I have level 10 in all of my skills, and level 20 in all my skills, and so on and so forth, and it went up and up. I don't know.
I was max. That's no wonder I didn't.
Oh, you know, like the blue one was the 91, and people were like, "That's really cool" and whatnot. Like, I quite like milestone capes. I don't know if other people do. I'd be interested in seeing if people did. I mean, I wouldn't mind another straw poll on that because I like milestone capes.
Well, you heard it here first. Mod Wolf likes milestone capes. Yeah, can we straw poll that?
Well, I don't know. I think the chat's pretty
The
anonymous.
chat's
Never
on the
mind.
nose.
Never
Take it
mind.
back. Quick, take it back. You were joking.
Yeah, it's JK, lol. No, it's fine. Looms can be useless. Whatever.
Wow, lol. Mud Wolf is out of touch with the community.
So out of touch. Fire that RS3 mod.
We'll
Grr.
have to give them another use, I think. Maybe that's
Yeah.
seaweed net.
Yeah.
What about the what's the name of them? 5-year cape, something of that
Veteran
nature.
cape.
Veteran cape. That's the one.
The thing about those is, since so many people who played RuneScape back in the old school days, like 2004 through 2007, they weren't all able to use the same account when they came back in 2013. So next year, though, old school will have been around for 5 years, and I would rather like to be able to recognise people who've been in old school since we came out in February 2013. Even if we can't do like the proper 15-year thing, because it'd be massively unfair to the very, very large number of people who just couldn't use the same account from back in the day for whatever
As if
reason.
old school's nearly 5 years old.
Let's see. How many day oneers do we have in the chat? I know I was one.
Put your
I'm gonna
hand
say
in,
one.
the air if you're
Yeah, say one if
Day
you were in
one.
day one.
one.
Type 1 in the chat, yeah.
That was a 1.
That was the one as well.
Oh, there's a guy from day 73.
I would. I think that, yeah. It would be nice to have a 5-year cap. Yes, I agree.
Cool. All right. Well, we can't actually judge feedback. We just know how many of them are in the chat, or at least liars. But
Mod Mac K is one, it seems.
if we pulled that one, I think
I hope
that'd have
so.
a bit better of a chance.
He was a CM then.
Where have we gone to here? Iron Strix says, would you be interested in offering a hard mode of raids with better point scaling and increased difficulty?
Ideally, if we could get the point scaling right in the first place, then that would be a harder mode of raids. And for all the point scaling, well, the difficulty scaling is not as it maybe should be. Having an alternate mode where we try to get it about right doesn't feel like the right solution. It feels like we just change it.
Yeah, it comes down to saying, well, okay, what's the average raid completion time right now? And if we said, let's aim to double that by making the bosses more difficult and the puzzles more challenging, etc., it's just going to come down to which one's going to make me more money per hour, and then they're just going to do that one.
Difficulty is a hard thing to get right in old school, I feel, because what do you do? I mean, you can change the stats of the creatures, so it could just hit you for more damage. Is that the hardness you want, or does that just feel arbitrary? Or
That's
can
the
you
thing.
just extend the lifespan of a creature and it takes longer to kill?
Which we did, in fact, do. That's
Yeah.
the one thing that does scale linearly, which is why those people who've been trying to, using alts to get an extra long raid, they get a very long raid. It doesn't, however, make the things... It makes them have slightly more defense, by the way, but not massively much more. And in terms of their aggressive stats, making that scale up with the party size or party... well, that's not really even appropriate, because if it hits one person, doesn't matter if they've got 99
It doesn't really
next to
scale
them.
linearly either. It's
Yeah, so we could certainly look at making their defense stats scale a bit more, but I wouldn't go touching their damage output unless we tried to convert every attack into a multi-target attack.
And even with defense, it's like, what, you arbitrarily hit more zeros. It doesn't really inherently make it feel more difficult.
It really doesn't
It
feel
just
like
makes it
something
make it
Tecton
take
needs.
longer, doesn't it? It's mechanics that are harder to avoid, I think, is generally where difficulty it could come from.
Of course, what one can do with the laser crabs, the room with the crabs wandering around, the jewelled ones with the bouncy light thing that goes off them. I did work out that when I first wrote it, I could add extra boulders in the way, so you had to ricochet the thing round more up the corners to make it hit the target crystals. But I thought that might be just plain nasty, so I didn't do it. But I could have done.
Yeah. I think a hard mode would be cool, but like Kieran said, it's like what I would like it so, for example, in a hard mode, Tecton has an additional attack, right? Like the skeletal mages have a different attack. They can do certain things that they can't in the regular.
It feels a lot better if that's
right?
what you do for hard mode, I think. It's more
sounds
polished.
Of course, yeah. Making alternate forms of all those bosses, on the other hand, is not going to be a light job.
It's not light.
Given how long it took to write those in the first place.
I'd almost rather
get the scaling right.
I was going to say another
raid.
I was going to say if I was going to add to mechanics, I'd rather add other bosses or even another raid somewhere else. Alternatively, if we're going to put that time into it,
there's been a fair bit of interest in having a third floor below the the upper depths and the lower depth, the more lower depth.
That's another way we could do a hard mode, actually. So on a hard mode, you get an extra floor with different rooms.
You defeat Olm, you go down another floor, and there's 10 Zulras.
Olm's foot.
And then what happens? You get like 2 mil at the end of the raid for free.
You don't win. There's 10 Zulras.
6 giants.
It doesn't matter. You don't win. That being said, actually, what are your thoughts on either?
You can find the bottom of the well of goodwill.
Oh,
it's got to go somewhere.
all the loot. Would you prefer to see an expansion to the existing raids or a brand new raid somewhere else?
I want a new raids.
They both have different scales of projects.
Yeah.
Like, a new raid, you're talking an extra massive project. It's going to take months of development.
Yeah.
Expanding the current raid, you could be talking more of a few weeks to add some rooms.
And also,
A lot of
the
people
number of
saying new.
rewards required. If you want a whole new set of raids, then you'd better want a whole new set of rewards from them.
Yeah.
And couldn't help noticing that a lot of the stuff we offered before, you weren't all that keen on, which is why we went through so many iterations and ended up with a very, very curiously mixed bag of stuff. If, on the other hand, you've got ideas for items, lots of items, that you'd really like coming into the game that would get through a poll, then sure, we could look at doing yet more raids. Lots of the code's adaptable anyway.
Yeah.
Worth pointing in mind that just because we're talking about this doesn't necessarily mean that in 3 months we're going to offer a new raid, but rather
Because they know
Wouldn't
full
be
well that what
possible.
we're actually offering is in 3 months, Inferno.
yes,
It's a good point, but let's just assume we are however long down the road and it's time to consider something like this. It's a very good point. By far our biggest concern is the rewards, and some people are very, very, very negative to seeing anything new at all coming back into old school, and so they would just vote no to everything. It's like, it's a very tough battle.
We were working at the rewards for raids for over 2 months, polling different things. And eventually, I think we've got a reasonable set of rewards that have worked pretty well to make raids worth doing. But it wasn't easy. And to do another one with maybe another 6 or 7 rewards is hard.
You'd have to ask yourselves whether the question of power creep has been settled to the community's satisfaction.
yes.
As of last November, it really, really hadn't.
I mean, or we just say, for every cool idea of an item or something that they want coming into the game for the next year, we say, yes, we like that idea, but we'll hold on to it until we do raids, and then it'll be a reward from raids. You won't get it until then.
I imagine the stuff that would be more likely to pass now, we've essentially filled in a lot of the empty gaps of tiers.
Yeah.
The next set of rewards, I imagine, that would ever come from some high-level PVM content would likely be like the Dragon Hunter crossbow that fills a niche. I can't imagine us going up another step of tier for quite a little while. Like, we already have 75 pretty much set now. So I would imagine that the next kind of stuff would be like Dragon Hunter crossbow for different things. But prove me wrong. I'm always
That's the
We'll
thing.
find out.
Things that fit a niche are limited when it comes to raids, which really warrants epic rewards as well.
Yeah.
That's what's hard. Raids is the sort of thing that does warrant the next set of gear up. And that's when it becomes challenging, because we are aware power creep's an issue. We don't want to inherently make everything else worthless. It's tricky. It's a hard thing for us to solve, and we'd love the community to be a big part of helping us come up with new rewards for that sort of thing as well.
We do, of course, have the option of making new items come in as upgrades to existing ones. Of course, that means you get a really odd piece of content where, let's say, for example, you're exploring pyramid-themed dungeons around Menethos. Just throw an idea out there. Sorry.
Oh,
And,
sorry.
Oops. I've got big boots.
Bodhi died. Feels
Aw.
Did he? Oh,
Well,
really?
they felt it.
F for respects in the chat.
So let's say for a minute you're exploring, pyramid-themed dungeons somewhere around Menethos. That's one does, and they're like raiding dungeons generated for you on the fly. And you come out with a strange device, which if you stick it on your, armadillo chest plate, turns it into, I don't know, the Devourer's chest plate, and which has slightly better stats and doesn't devalue your armadillo chest plate. Why in the heck would it do that? I mean, we can get away with one or two, but it starts getting really, really contrived after a while, and I hesitate to say private server-ish.
Yeah.
We do like doing upgrades. It served us very well for a lot of content we've got already, but they got to have at least some plausible reason.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of course, that might mean that if what you got through that frozen door in the God Wars dungeon was a network of exploring tunnels, that might be interesting.
I think it's a lot easier when it comes to weapons and tools and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Doing it with an armor set is challenging.
It doesn't have to be. We're staying on this topic a while. I'm going to get back to the questions, but it doesn't have to be necessarily a single item like a new sword or what have you. It could maybe unlock a dungeon underneath, which happens to be a nice, maybe not best in slot, but agility course or something of that nature, or like the tormented gorillas. Mind you, they do drop something, but you get what I'm saying. Like it can be something other than just the boss saying, "Here's the new best in slot thing." So,
For what it's worth, back on the question of raids versus expanding the current one, I don't see a reason why both couldn't happen.
Yes.
Yep.
I agree
Like
with that.
a new raid room, one smaller raid room could be, you're talking about a week, maybe,
best in slot agility, whatever.
depending on what it is.
Okay.
But
Sorry, guys, we went off a little bit there. Let's get back into these
I was
questions.
interested, but okay.
But
It
there's
was,
your
it
title
was
for
a
your
good
stream, at
discussion,
least.
to be fair.
Raids 2 expansion. There's your clickbait right there.
A lot of raids today. Galaxy says, can the AGS special attack be able to strike flying opponents such as Avian Seas and Kriara? Since you leap into the air, it makes sense because it's an armadillo item.
why does the halberd not work?
Because it's not an armadillo item and you don't twirl.
But
Well, it's long.
yeah, you can prod them with the halberd.
Kriara is a massive bird that flies about this high
He's
off the
like
ground.
this- So-
It's a fair question. Why doesn't the spear work? Why doesn't... yeah. Armadillo.
I personally wouldn't
I
mind
should
if the
probably
AGS
check this
spec
guy's
worked
account
and
to
that
see
sort
how
of
many
thing.
addresses he has.
I agree. But it's weird. I mean, yeah, sure.
I would even have halberds work, because even with halberds working, you're not going to go and use them.
Whoa, I think that's a bit more contentious. Can you take a crystal halberd to Armadillo?
I've never really tried killing birds because why the heck would I do that? But I'm pretty sure that not many people do it by getting a pointy stick and jumping up and down, poking at the sky and trying to kill pigeons that way.
I'm also not sure they do it by throwing chin chompers.
Yeah, I know these squirrel things.
No, I got to
Pick up
chin
a
jumpers at
squirrel.
things that are near
Yeah,
the
next
bird
to
I'm
it.
aiming for.
It's true that a hand grenade would be a curious way of going bird hunting in the...
He tried to
It's a
time
pretty-
the explosion right in
In
the
all
air.
fairness, it's pretty effective. I can't imagine it going too wrong. You're getting a kill.
Of course, we don't also do a lot of hunting via magic, so... I mean, for real-life creatures.
Right. That's kind of a no, isn't it?
Yeah, most of the birds I've seen killed around Cambridge have been killed by actual vans driving over them by mistake.
We can argue about what makes sense, but the boss was designed to be done with out melee.
Yeah.
So
It sounds a little weird to add that now. NY says, is it possible to make it so that when shift is held down, items cannot be dragged? I think he's talking
Yes,
about
engine job.
when in the bank. So make shift. Oh no, sorry. When dropping items. So make shift click dropping items easier.
I think it's pretty easy already, but we'd have to get the edge team to change that, I'm afraid. It's not something we can control our side in that interface at the moment.
Okay. I think we have confirmation. Buddy did die rip. Oh wow.
A picture. There we go.
Is that 73?
No, I think it's 35. Is that the new
Have we
meme?
killed this meme yet? That's good. Justin says, can you make shift clicking in bank deposit all of the item and reverse for when you click on a stack of items in the bank?
again, the thing the engine team gave
Yeah.
us works on items in your inventory, and it does exactly what it says on the tin. It doesn't, unfortunately, do a whole lot of other stuff like the ones they're asking about at the moment. We can, of course, go back to them and ask a few more things, but their time is a little bit limited, it seems. And we've had quite a lot of them out of them already lately.
Okay. Storm says, where's the Infernal Pole and Slayer Pole? We answered saying,
Inferno is coming tomorrow, as I mentioned earlier. I believe the intention is to do the Slayer pull as the next one following that. But we'll be getting a dev blog out for that beforehand and everything, so you expect to see it soon. But the Inferno one's tomorrow.
Cool.
I look forward to the Slayer one.
Yeah, me too.
I believe
Forward to the Inferno.
I believe after Slayer pull, we'll be looking at getting Fossil Island pulled.
Naughty says, are there any Easter eggs in Old School that have never been found?
Almost guaranteed.
Crack the clue.
That's not so much an Easter egg as we've told them about it.
What was that?
There is Easter eggs everywhere in our game, and people just put them in and just don't give hints. Because you know some people put Easter eggs in and give hints.
Have you put any Easter eggs in the
I
game?
have.
Have you put any Easter eggs in the game?
I did the one about the mightiest tree in the forest.
Oh, that's kind of new, isn't it?
Oh, it's one
Oh,
of them.
not in Old School. No, sorry, I lied. When we get a particular feature in Old School one day, I would like to try.
Technically, the thing last week involving the bird's nest sounds was
Oh,
your Easter egg, even
yes.
if I typed it.
I did actually,
But now
yeah.
I
I got
spoiled
the
it.
armadillo crossbow spec when the bird dropped.
Yeah.
That's right. There you go.
Bird's nest
I
drive.
can't think of any off the top of my head.
Well, we know Mod Alfie, our old artist, tried to sneak some stuff in.
That wasn't so much
It wasn't.
sneaky.
Yes, it was pretty
Yeah,
much
pretty
blatantly.
obvious.
You just
Obviously.
navigate the world map and you can see.
Is Mod Ghost still on comms?
Oh, on Wintertodd launch, we had
The Winter Toad.
the hidden guy to the left and the west, the hidden
that was a good
grave.
one.
Yes, I kind of photoshopped the world map so he didn't show up on it until the next render.
Mod Ghost, have you put any Easter eggs in the game that players don't know about yet?
No.
He's lying.
The kind of Easter eggs that I enjoy doing, I can't do in Old School right now because of because we need engine work, and for the sake of an Easter egg, that's never going to happen. However, the ones that I quite like doing are if I'm wearing this particular item, my examine changes on. So what are you doing, Kieran? I quite like changing examines depending on what you're wearing. That's my personal thing.
Okay. Rusty says, can you add medium clues back? Where's the other half of that question?
Back.
They should.
I don't
They should be in
remember-
game right now.
I think he was asking to Black Knights because the guards are overcrowded. I only copied half that question, but
Black Knights are quite low level.
Well, gods are quite low
Yeah.
level.
Did they drop them or just pickpocket? No, you kill them for them.
You kill
yes.
black
Yeah.
guys.
Oh yeah, I'd happily have them on Black Knights.
Why not?
That's fine.
It'll give you something to do while you're getting your White Knight. Right
Are they on the White Knights?
I don't think
Who
so.
kills those?
Maybe.
You don't kill White
They're a
Knights.
nightmare to kill. That's all I know.
Yeah.
There's like two of them
Did
wandering
you,
around.
oh,
the
I thought you were memeing. They're
I
a
was-
nightmare to kill. Okay.
I don't get it.
I
It
didn't
says
get that.
night in. Never mind.
Oh,
There's an actual music track called that in RuneScape. I think we have it in Old School even.
what Nightmare with K?
Yes.
Cool.
Speaking of White Knights,
That's from the King's Ransom quest, if I recall correctly.
Kieran, why are you sat like this?
because why not?
I don't know. It's just really, it's really odd. We have a sofa with a back on it.
Would you like a cushion?
I'm just not
He
going to
would
stop
like a
this
cushion. I don't. Okay.
I'm good.
What's your next question, if you have time?
one. Oh. Why are there no superior wyverns or Turoths?
Well, you know, we never really set out to do all of them. Just
No.
a lot of them.
We didn't do. Yeah, that's it.
There's no
The,
superior feeder spider either.
Turuffs. The superior Turuff is a Kuresk.
And wyverns, they're already.
They don't really need a
Yeah,
superior version. They're
that's
already
fair.
quite a high level monster as is.
And quite generous.
Okay. Can you remove getting duplicates for the rogue outfit like you did with the lumberjack outfit?
It can be done, yes.
I would be in favour.
I
For the
hate
same
things that
reason.
do that.
Yeah, I
The
don't like
lumberjack
you.
was a rather special case because the way that thing had been written was, well, bizarre. With the rogues, you've got a fairly even chance of getting any of them, and you know, it's like rolling a dice to get the number you want enough times. With lumberjack, it seemed to be honestly biased in a bizarre direction, so that some things were very,
It
very
still
rare
didn't
indeed.
duplicate check.
I don't know what it was trying to do, to be honest.
No,
It did
I haven't seen the old code.
things.
No. So
Lots of things.
I'm gonna grab this one from the chat actually. Can you add West Arty teleport with medium or hard diary requirements like Varrock to Grand Exchange and Camelot to Sears Village?
Do you think somebody grows a lot of cats? Or
Yeah.
maybe has dark beasts a lot?
there is
There is a teleport there already, right?
a West Ardy teleport on the Necromancy spellbook.
And the diary gives 2 teleports to different locations in Ardoin with Ardoin Cloak. There's the monastery at the south and to the north. There's, don't remind me, the farm patch, the allotment. There we go.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, the main Ardoin teleport's probably closest to West Ardoin than that, given that you want to go through Edmund's house, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. I mean, I think considering the diary already gives 2, and the regular teleport takes you to the east, and the necromancy takes you to the west,
I'd happily have one. I'd have an alteration that takes you to like the castle.
you think
Because
so?
it's quite
That's quite
far
nice.
east. That Ardy teleport.
I like
I think
that.
the castle is fairly nice. It'd take you to West Ardy with a short walk. Maybe it's the best of both worlds. And there's a lot of stuff in West Ardy that you might want to get to occasionally as well.
Yeah.
Cats.
No, sorry, not West Ardy. West East Ardy. You'd be near
yes,
the
that.
zoo and that sort of thing.
You once said that the seasonal system in Deadman mode would make it so you could try different stuff each season, but usually it's only a small update you do, and in some cases revert it, such as no trading. My point is, could we see more radical changes to the Deadman season to mold the perfect game mode? I'd love to see no trading come back.
So, I certainly think that's the future of what we will do with it, that we'll have a few different alterations that can really give the game mode a different feel each season. So it's not just going to feel like, oh, it's the same thing again with this small issue fixed. But at the point as it is currently, basically each season we've been trying to fix the main issues with the game mode and what it still has.
Yeah.
Especially with the finale as well. Like that's went under fairly radical changes this season, and we even did a beta with the players a couple of weeks back. Tune in on Saturday because hopefully that'll be damn good to watch.
7 p.m. GMT, twitch.tv/RuneScape.
Sell out, yes.
Good man.
Yeah.
But
Plug.
definitely, I think that's got to be the way we go. And once we
it's-
got it in a good spot, then we can start tinkering with it and seeing and mixing it up and really making it good, entertaining content to
The
watch.
thing is, not everybody plays Deadman mode, which we need to remember. So when we do say we're going to take a week of Ashes time, for example, to say the players want this quite radical change for Deadman mode, it's going to require some time away from your other stuff. It becomes a bit of an issue. And there are all these complications, such as no trading. People could just kill somebody and say, okay, thanks for the stuff. Like, there are ways around it. We're more open now, I think, to doing changes, and if it doesn't work, we can simply revert it back, but we'd rather just get it perfect and leave it be.
Yeah.
The question is a perfect Deadman mode that pleases everybody and not just a majority is near impossible.
It's difficult, and I think the biggest issue is the boxing stuff and planning in single way combat. And these are very, very difficult problems with ourselves because our combat system just hasn't been set up in such a way that these are problems that are really solvable.
Right.
And it's working out
issue,
how to minimize it as much as we can.
boxing, we're currently dealing with a lot of just players reporting and sending in evidence, and then we double check things on the back end, and we can take care of it like that. Once we get out like the message that it's against the rules, typically people learn they should stop.
Yeah.
Because anybody can download screen capture software or print screen or whatever, and then send a tweet or report. So I think that is becoming less and less of an issue each season. What the current issues are, what the bigger issues are at the moment, there's not nearly as much as there used to be. So we're getting there.
I think we've improved it a lot with the changes.
So question, Mod Archie.
Yeah.
What streamers are coming to the event?
Oh, okay. Yes, we're going to have MMORPGRS, Curtis. We're going to have Sick Nerd. We're going to have Nightinator on stage.
Mm-hmm.
So I know Sick Nerd died last night. I don't know when the last time Curtis and Knight died. But they should hopefully, the three of them, make it pretty far. Last time, I know at least Nightinator made it all the way up until, well, she made it
A fundamental
far.
error.
She made it pretty far. Did she run into the safe zone skull? Something of that
No,
nature.
She went and sat in the cupboard in Draenor Manor with the where I think the pipe turns up, and died of fog.
Well,
Yeah.
Well, we've got a different
That's
design for that
unfortunate.
this time, so players will be told you do not want to be standing here. And if you ignore that warning and carry on standing there, then you will die, and you know why.
You're going to have plenty of warnings, all
So-
kinds of messages on your screen.
Hopefully that'll be a lot clearer for people.
Yeah.
And yes, as Jed says, don't go in the cupboard like that.
It's going to be, unless you are intentionally running back into the fog, it's near impossible to die to the fog this time. Or to the magical
Yeah.
mist.
Yes. What do we
The
call
blue damaging
I suggested
vapor.
smog.
it? Smog.
Yes, like smoky fog.
Yeah, so while on screen, it essentially still somewhat looks like fog. It's not really fog in the same sense because the fog isn't moving in anymore. It doesn't move in slowly. Instead, it's like a barrier coming in occasionally. And if you're stood in where the barrier is going to come into, you die instantly. Now, obviously, it's not a hard barrier. We can't just dynamically spawn like blocking fence to stop you from going through it. If you walk back into where it's been barriered off, it won't instantly kill you. It just slowly increments damage. But if you're stood there, when it jumps forward again, you will die.
Yeah. So essentially, wherever you are standing in the final hour, you'll have a message on your screen that won't go away, telling you whether you're going to be safe when the timer hits 0. Say that timer hits 0 and it says you're going to be in a safe zone. You're fine. You don't need to move. It'll eventually, slowly but surely push you to the final area, which is Anna Carl, which will be guided by nice little orbs, I think the Nightmare Zone ones, saying you are safe if you're within these, and if you try to run out of those, you're going to die. So that's all there is to it. It's going to be an incredible final hour. You won't want to miss it.
Like that, as I said, we ran it in a beta and it worked very, very well. And I don't think anyone really had an issue working out what they were meant to be doing.
Yeah, if the thing on your screen says, do not stay here or you will die, do not stay there or you will die.
I've just realized we're already past 6. Holy cow.
Oh.
I think we had a couple of images, maybe 1 or 2. A couple of suggestions I wanted to try to get out if we could.
I'm planning on staying behind a little bit anyway because we have a pub now inside of the office, so I'll be going there after this.
There you go.
For Nerveless, who asked whether the magic secateurs work while they're in your inventory, no, you have to equip them.
There you go. I think we just have the one image. Yeah. Baratho says, melee has leaf-bladed spear and battle axe. Range has broad arrows and bolts. Magic only has the dart. Can we see a new, higher level version of the magic dart? So it says, I believe it's an 18 max hit plus 10% of your magic level for damage bonus there at the bottom. What do you guys think?
I like that. I like that spell.
I'd like to make the Slayer staff more useful.
Yeah, me too.
Somebody do,
Cool idea.
do the paint me meme.
Why is like one of your French go? Why is the Slayer spell Slayer Dart? That's what I'm going for. Why is it so commonly used with melee armor comparatively to other magic attack? Has it got a regular higher base max hit? You know, when we were talking about that other spell, what was it?
Ivan Blast?
Yeah, Ivan's Blast. I think because that has a naturally higher max hit at lower levels. And I imagine that Slayer Dart may... Oh, all right, are we doing this? Okay. And I imagine that maybe the Slayer Dart might as well, which is why people use it when not wearing magic stuff.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, the thing about the Slayer Dart is its max damage scales based on your magic level. So that gives it a bit of an advantage if you're a fairly high-level player.
Okay.
And if you don't need the accuracy bonuses, I guess you can get away with a lot more.
Cool.
Well,
We like the idea. There's the TLDR there.
I think we're
Yes.
very relaxed about it.
that being said, guys, don't go anywhere. The stream is not ending. Just the Q&A as Mod Ghost will continue with his design stream, designing some content for the upcoming Inferno, or the soon-to-be pulled tomorrow Inferno. Don't miss that. In addition, of course, the Dead Man Tournament is going to be on Saturday, 7 p.m. GMT on this Twitch channel. You won't want to miss that. That being said, that's about all we have to say. Thank you for watching. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, welcome back. We're just going to be finishing off the design that we've been doing throughout the day. This design stream started at 2 p.m. today. We did have Kieran earlier answering your questions, but it's just me now, so it will just be kind of polishing the model which we developed earlier and implementing some of the suggestions that were suggested earlier too. So we've got Jad here that's been remade. I'll actually just pull in the original Jad from our backlog just to show you the differences. I appreciate there'll be some people that have just joined us now after the Q&A as well, so they won't have seen the design stream from earlier. But if you did want to see that right from the beginning, that'll be on YouTube tomorrow as well. Right, so let's just find... It's actually really interesting when you read through the backlog because we have Jad actually being called Lord Magnus as his original working title. So if I just type in Magnus, we should be able to find him. Okay. So basically, what this will illustrate when I show you Jad is how we're trying to basically create something new, a direct sequel to the Fight Caves, while still paying homage to the original sort of beats of the designs. For some reason, I just can't find the Jad model. Just keep looking through here. Right, I tell you what, I'll just search in Explorer quickly. That'll just be easier for me. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm just searching through folders at the moment. It's not particularly exciting, I appreciate that. Right, so if I just do an Explorer search for Magnus, see what we can find there. Right, I'll just check through Perforce again, see what we can find. See ya. See you later, guys. Alright, okay, let's try again. Right, okay, I think Explorer's just taking a while to pick up what we're looking for, so I'll just leave that for now, otherwise it's going to take forever. Okay, so the original Jad basically had more or less exactly the same sort of silhouette as this. You can see that we've kind of kept the overall shape of the body. It looks kind of like a gorilla. So I've kind of just tried to follow those beats as well. It's kind of like an armoured version of the original Jad. The original Jad kind of looks kind of like red like a gorilla, so we've just decided to add some obsidian to its outer shell. With this NPC just here, if I just move over into 3ds Max, you can see, like, I'll illustrate with this one instead of Jad, because unfortunately we can't find that model. With this one, you can see it's kind of like got a slit for the mouth at the front. We've tried to echo that here. The eyes still in the same position. We've got the spikes on the nose just here. We noticed there were spikes on the back, so we added those into these plates, like ridges on there. It's still got the same number of toes. It's still got the basic kind of like stance as well. Also with the tail, this was quite small before, so we've actually tried to accentuate that, and it was given more of like a leaf shape, which kind of like echoes throughout the design of the model. We also discussed as well the importance of edge loops to guide the eye in various directions to go to key points of detail. So if we just, for example, look at these edge loops here, we start with the nose, and there's kind of a nice smooth curve that actually guides you to the tips of the toes when you look at the front as well. So you can just see this curvature around here moving to the tips, and also from the side as well, we've got some nice curvatures around here. So it's all about kind of, when you design things, leading people's eye to the correct points of details. Now, if we kind of look at this model just here, we can see how this kind of falls short of those sort of design techniques. So down the back just here with the spikes, you can see how this just doesn't read very well to the eye at all. Your eye's just constantly sort of chasing all over the place, and there's no definite focal point. It all looks very busy and very noisy. So with the more contemporary sort of design methods that we kind of discover as sort of like games get developed, whilst the technology remains the same with old school, these principles can still get added in, so we get a fresher look whilst still maintaining the original aesthetic. So if I move back into the Jagged editor, you can see this is the NPC that we've got here. It kind of matches a similar style as what we've done with Jad. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to be adding cracks all over this NPC to kind of give it more of a sort of broken down look. People also suggested earlier that they want one of these horns broken on the front, so we'll experiment with some asymmetry over the next 2 hours and kind of polishing this design. If the design comes to a point where it's at a finished stage, then I will probably end the stream at that point, but it just allows us plenty of time if we work till 8 to produce something that's actually really decent within that time frame. Excuse me. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'll just open the mesh just here. We'll turn it into this mode so you can see clearly what things are. I will try to turn off these pink dots in the center of things, so that's just a bit clearer for you guys as well. So one thing that I try to do as well, a lot of people think that we use textures in old school RuneScape these days. It's really not the case. It's just kind of polycolouring. So each of these polygons has a colour assigned to it. I can select that by right clicking here, and then I can just open up the RGB values just here. You can see that's an actual colour. So if I have something that's really saturated, just there you can see that's the light source, then I select another colour that's slightly less saturated, then I select another colour that's again less saturated. This is very easy to do on this model because it's mainly greys, and you get kind of like this effect like there's a glow there. This isn't achieved by texturing, it's just being observant and understanding that things which accept light have shade and tone in them, so it's kind of apportioning that to sort of draw your eye around the details that we place into the mesh in the original part of the design process, which we call white boxing. So from here, let's just start adding some extra details. So let's just go into the mesh and we'll start just cutting in some shapes just here and pulling them together and pinching them together like this. And what I can do then is I just select these dark colours just here and just kind of let them move across and create this kind of asymmetrical feel to it. So already you can see just by that simple cut with the asymmetry, it kind of feels like it's more organic all of a sudden. We can continue to do this again. We don't always have to do cuts either, so we could just say grab this part of the arm just here and do this again and pull it together, and we could actually just do a slightly raised section just here, for example, and make it feel like there's actually some rock that's kind of sticking out of the arm too. So if I just select these two polygons here, we can kind of feel that there's kind of like more of a rocky surface that's going on there. I'll then just try and make that kind of lead your eye down here, because another thing with leading the eye as well, you can kind of see that we've now just got this harsh square area just here. What we need to do is just change the direction that that line is going across the square. This is called surface normal direction. So if I just line that again, you can see the eye reads a lot better across that now. Now we're actually kind of like following the forms of the body. That's still a bit awkward just here, but I want to kind of like go with that and actually just create more cracks into the model. If I think I'll make this one slightly darker as well, just see if that creates an interesting contrast. It's probably a bit too much actually, to be honest, so let's revert that back. And let's just try changing this one here. Select a slightly lighter one. Yeah, that's kind of not too appealing. Again, so what we can try to do, just try and get things balanced, is switch the surface normal direction again. Yeah, I think that's a bit better. So we've still got this kind of like darker grey area going into the shadow area as well. I think as well this shadow area around the back of the arm is a bit too much as well. So I think I want to actually start dividing up this square just here and actually add in a slightly lighter grey than this really deep one around the back. Yeah, I think that's going to kind of accentuate the forms of the arm a lot better. So again, another line here. Just add that in there. Yeah, so you can see, like, compared to this arm, which looks kind of like bland with no real detail, we've now got something that's actually starting to look like it's got a bit of character and a bit of age and a bit of kind of texture to it. And it kind of just feels more physical in that respect, because these things, remember, like the Zara, are made out of rock, and we really want this to kind of translate from the design. So let's again start selecting these polys and just doing that. And it's also a bit of trial and error as well. I mean, we've got other techniques that we can use to sort of create rocks, rock effects anyway. So for example, we use this, I think it was in the 1980s, the first type of shading created for three-dimensional space was called Garou shading. It was created by a guy called Henry Garou, and basically what it does is it calculates the angle that light is directed from these small dots here called vertices, and that actually creates this this shading, this very sort of subtle shading that you see on the model. If I zoom right in, you can see that there's kind of like these lines of shade that are kind of being created here. That's kind of the Garud shading. That's the only shading that we really have in old school RuneScape. It's very, very basic. But if I turn that off, you can see that everything becomes faceted and very rocky all of a sudden. So you can see like the contrast here between the smooth and the sort of rockier shapes, and by actually adding that on the top, it doesn't interfere with the rest of the model or feel too noisy, because it's slightly separated from the model actually being up there. So I've actually turned off the Garud shading on there. I'll just show you the difference again. So that's with it on and that's with it off. Now if I select that part of the model and join it to the part of the model with the Garud shading, you can see that it's actually maintained its appearance. So what I can then do, it's just kind of adjust the silhouette ever so slightly so it's less awkward. I'll just show you again from the side. You can see just here our eyes reading around the silhouette, and we've got this nice smooth curve, but all of a sudden this curve drops ever so slightly too drastically. So what we can do is we can just kind of like raise that up slightly, and we're just kind of always tweaking these curves just so we create something that's just more aesthetically pleasing to the eye, and it reads better. So it's kind of like, especially with these rock creatures, it's finding a balance between making things too curvy and too perfect, and also making something that kind of feels organic still. And hopefully by the end of this we'll kind of grasp those principles, and you'll feel that I've been successful in doing this. Right, so I'm just going to select some more verts. I'll try and read the chat as well. And it's a bit difficult like working at the same time, so apologies if you feel like you're not being paid attention to. I'll do my best for you guys. I'll just weld all of these together. Let's see what you guys are saying. Rock creature, you say thick. Let's go. Okay, cool. Yeah, someone told me not to read the chat. No, the chat's fine, guys. Just talk amongst yourself. You don't have to give me suggestions of that if you like. It's just nice that you're all establishing a dialogue with each other and just socialising whilst you're enjoying the stream as well. So don't feel you have to comment exactly on what I'm doing here. Right, so I think like the nose is kind of getting a bit lost from this angle. Just here, we can't really see those spikes sort of sticking out as well as we should be able to. You can see from the side here, it's actually a lot more going on there. So we have to figure out how we're going to interpret these things. Now, the first option would be to make them bigger, I think. So if I were to select the geometry for both sides, I can't actually start mirroring at this stage anymore because I'm actually adding asymmetry to the model. If I start mirroring, then that becomes symmetry again. So I'm going to have to sort of edit each side of the model individually now, which is going to be a bit more strenuous, but worth it hopefully. So just switch into a side-facing view. So I think what I'm going to do to really make these spikes on the nose stand out more, so I'm just going to have to delete Jad over here, it's making things go transparent, is just kind of expand them and make them a bit longer and make them a bit more prominent. I think that's going to be helpful as well, because if we look from the side on, this kind of looks very unbalanced if I kind of just undo those changes. So we've got this huge sort of curve at the back here, and the nose looks kind of mean. It's not really kind of as expressive as the back at all. So if we just fast forward again to what we're doing, if we just kind of accentuate these curves a lot more, then we kind of get something that feels a lot more expressive, and it's a lot more weighted around the front. Just there, you can kind of see that already. The eye kind of tracks, and it feels like it's actually kind of following this arc around here, which we can also accentuate a bit more actually. So I think maybe if we kind of just push this shape up here a little bit and try and really kind of draw the eye around in this crescent shape here, that's going to be a lot more interesting. And you can kind of see already, if I just turn this pink outline off, or attempt to, there we go, that the nose is kind of like sticking out a bit more, even though we're looking at it from like a dead-on sort of perspective. We can again kind of push that a bit further. So say if we grab some of these greys from around the side just here, and I just start placing them on the side of the nose just here too. I just need a slightly lighter grey. There we go. Then we've got like a visual pop straight away, but I'm not too keen on it. It feels a bit uncomfortable. So I think I'm gonna just grab the right colour, and then there we go. Right, so that kind of makes it stick out a bit more. So if you compare these two sides, if I just turn this off again, So it's not really prominent just there, not really seeing much, but just here all of a sudden because of that extra highlight in there, it's kind of like registers more to your eye. It's a lot more appealing. I'm kind of debating, is this slippy? No, it's not going to be slippy, it's going to be made out of molten rock, so it'll be kind of very heated, so there won't be much moisture in it, unless that's a meme. By the way, guys, I should warn you, I don't know any memes, so if I take what you say too literally, I apologise. Someone said 4 out of 20 in the chat earlier. That's very embarrassing, because I really didn't get what you're on about. Right, so I'm going to continue adding some lighting to the underside of this as well. So we'll just select these polys under here, and you kind of feel like the light, all light has a fall off, so it kind of makes the light that we've got projecting from underneath the creature's shell feel like it's actually a bit more physical and kind of really there. We can also kind of make that sort of hit the backs of the legs just here a bit as well if we wanted to. What I'd probably do with that is kind of have more of a kind of fall off around that there as well too. It's not really doing it for me, to be honest. I think if I select this one again and actually just bring it down darker, it might be better that way. Yeah, I'm still not really feeling that. Okay, let's try taking the red down a bit. Yeah, okay, that's a wee bit better. Okay. Yeah, I think that's going to be good. Alright, so let's just drop that down to 4 just there, and just select that poly. That one. Yeah, cool. So it kind of just feels like the light's kind of shining on that surface a bit more just there, and it's kind of like reflecting back against the leg. So if I'm going to have to mirror that on this side. I have to do all of this manually now, otherwise we kind of lose the asymmetry that we built into the model. I could just mirror the leg, but then in this editor it's not very intuitive, so it kind of gets a bit messy if you start trying to do things like that. Right, so I reckon I'll create a slightly lighter red as well just there. Yep, and that'll kind of like track on the backs of the legs here too. Yep, cool. Okay, I think it's looking as good as it can do really with this kind of like style that we're going for. I will select these now because you can see like there's a bit of a lost edge just here. This could really be doing a lot more for itself. So if I just give this a more definite curve just here, again we're just keeping those curves and the crescent around here, just kind of like shaping that out a bit more. What I need to do is actually go into a left hand view, and I need to make the model transparent and select straight through the model to make sure that I'm kind of editing the other side at the same time, because it's a bit tricky trying to pull verts around and kind of get them sort of bang on either side. There's some things that have to be symmetrical on the model. I know saying we're trying to apply asymmetry, but basically if I start say pulling the feet around and then trying to kind of just copy it manually from side to side without mirroring it, that can affect the animation. So I have to like take that into consideration as basically a technical consideration. So let's continue adding more asymmetrical cracks to the model. If I just select these just here, I think swap these around. Cool. Yeah, I think that's probably a good position for another split in the rock. Okay. Right, okay. It's looking fine. Right, so I'll just adjust these verts a bit more as well. And it's also good as well, like it's not so good just to like paint a colour on top of things. Like if there's a split just there, just try to kind of offset the geometry ever so slightly just to make it feel like it's kind of raised and has some sort of organic structure to it. So I'll just lift these up a little bit. We don't need that line of symmetry right down the middle either anymore, so we can kind of start playing around with kind of adjusting the symmetrical proportions either side of it too. So you can see with that Garud shading turned off too, like when I adjust things they really have this angular feel to them, so it kind of definitely makes it feel more like rock. I'm kind of tempted to see if we can kind of push that out onto other areas of the geometry, so let's just give it a go with these horns at the front here. Also, if we kind of make them broken in the end, then they're really going to look nice with the Garud shading turned off, just because the sort of like broken, snapped off edge right in the end is going to look really kind of expressive if it's not got the Garud turned on it. So let's just deselect that, and what we have to do is detach it from the mesh. Here's the interface just here, so you just separate this. Then you just confirm that. I don't want that shown again. Okay, then let's just turn off the Garud shading and see what we get. Okay, so you can see the nose is a lot more angular now. It kind of merges quite nicely into the rest of the model like that. I'll just check out the surface normal direction on here. That needs to really be flowing downwards, so the eye tracks towards the mouth instead of that peculiar angle where it kind of looks awkward. So yeah, that looks a lot better. And I think just here as well, need to change the normal direction on this one. Yeah, okay, that's a lot better. Okay. It's actually really interesting when you look at models from various different angles. You're just constantly like tweaking things as you go, and it's kind of an interesting process when you're kind of doing it yourself, I suppose. Alright, cool. Yeah, so we've got like a much more rounded edge. Again, you can just kind of like see how these edges track. So we're kind of like moving around here again now, and your eye just kind of nicely flows around this edge just here. On this side, it kind of like dips in, and it kind of just seems a bit messy, and your eye doesn't really know where it's going all of a sudden. It kind of just gets lost in this detail just here. But I want your eyes to basically track round to the tips, so it just feels like it's more pointed. So what I'm actually going to do now is select this side of the model. So I'll just detach this again, and then I'm actually just going to delete this small horn on this side and put it back and just mirror the horn from the other side and copy it over, because it's just a nicer looking piece of geometry now. Okay, right, so let's duplicate this over. Okay, brilliant. You can kind of see the sort of difference now where like I adjusted it before, so all I need to do is just grab this part of the model and then just pull this out. I'll just go into a top-down orthographic view. Orthographic always means something without perspective in model editors, so say if I put this in a perspective view, which I'll just do for you in a moment, I'll just join all this back together again. There we go, it's joined. So an orthographic view is something without perspective, so you can see this model seems like very flat. What we add with perspective is kind of a depth of field. So if I just switch to a perspective view, then you can actually see there's parts that are close to you and parts that are further away. In this editor, it's quite extreme, so things often kind of have like this fisheye effect, so things seem like way too close to the camera and way too far away. Whereas if you look at something like 3ds Max, where we go into a perspective view, just like this, it's a lot less extreme, so it just feels a lot easier on the eye. I think you can also kind of open up interfaces in here as well in your settings panel, configure viewports, and you've kind of like got depth of field settings in here. I haven't played with these for ages. So yeah, there we go, field of view. So if I like type in 100 in here, I can kind of adjust the field of view as well. So this is kind of like what it's like in the Jagged editor. It's about 3 times the depth of field that you'd normally have in 3ds Max. I'll just actually restore that so you can just kind of see the difference again. I think it was on about 40. Yeah, so you can kind of see the clear difference there. Right, so let's move back to Jagged, and we'll just go back into an orthographic view as well. There we go. So you can see the nose has got is a bit more interesting now. For some reason this is kind of showing up as a bit polished. I don't really want that to be the case. Right, so let's just select that separately and turn Garud off. Yeah, it had Garud switched on it still. There we go, got there in the end. Okay, yeah, so it's kind of like got an odd colour on it as well, so I just need to recolour that poly, and that should get rid of the irregularity. Cool. So yeah, I think those track a lot better on the eye, and they kind of like feel like they stick out a bit more and they look a bit more aggressive. So now I think we could probably do something like that with the tail maybe. No, probably not the tail, because the tail looks kind of nice and elegant, so I probably want to keep those shapes. What I would like to do is I'd do it with the nails, I think, on the hands. Then it'll just kind of make them just appear a lot more aggressive and kind of make them have more of a visual pop to them as well. Right, so I think we'll just select... actually, I think I'll just select all of them. It's easier than mirroring. Yeah, that's fine. I'm actually just going to turn on these pink dots because they're easier for me to select polygons. I'll just turn them off afterwards. I know they're kind of a bit confusing to look at if you're not used to looking at these kind of programs. This bit of software is really a bit counterintuitive, to be honest, and you very often have to kind of hold your breath with how time-consuming it can be to do this poly colouring. That's kind of like exacerbated if you're kind of having to sort of demonstrate things as well, because there's often like important visual elements that you'll have to turn off to really kind of stop the visuals from becoming too busy, really, for people to understand what you're doing. Right, so let's turn these on and off. Select these. Oh, we've actually got a break in the mesh just there. I'll have to fix that. You can just see the split just here. That'd be classed as a bug. Could potentially go live and cause problems with the animation. So I think that's another thing that you're always looking for if you're doing modelling, is you're kind of looking for bugs in your mesh too, as well as getting the aesthetic right. I'll just select these again, make it transparent. Okay. Alright, let's just see what the chat's saying. Yeah, see incoming. Yeah, I suppose like some people say things look a bit too modern when we use these more contemporary techniques. I think basically what we managed to achieve with raids was something that kind of looks like old school but still looks really fresh and interesting, and it's kind of like what we were trying to achieve with the Inferno, to be honest. Now the area placed in the Tsar City won't deviate at all from the original aesthetic of the Tsar City, because that'd just be really weird and it would feel unnatural, and also there's parts of that city that are already pre-established, so it's kind of a bit disrespectful to people's nostalgia to really start messing around with them too much. But once you get down into the Inferno, then you can kind of transition to something that's slightly more polished. I mean, these graphics will never like be as high fidelity as RS3. It's just impossible. We can't do that. We haven't got the poly count, we haven't got the textures, we haven't got particles, we haven't got OpenGL, we've got nothing like that. So to say these things are kind of like EOC, like at a push, it's kind of like maybe 2009, but I don't think we can ever really kind of push it to the extent that, you know, contemporary RuneScape is at these days. So anyway, I'm just going to keep adding brighter colours to these as well. Oh yeah, RS3's also got NXT as well these days. Right, so it's just colour. Yeah, let's just add some extra colour here too. So let's do this. Yeah, so we've just got more of this shape coming out from the upper arm just here too. So I'm just going to keep it like cutting bits into the mesh and sort of adding some highlights here, just to kind of make it feel more rocky. You can kind of feel that those things are kind of looking more angular now, more aggressive. I kind of feel like the tail looks a bit too like soft, like it's not really like rock. I think what I'll do is I'll actually create some splits in the rock just here as well. Yeah, with the whole neck thing, if you want to give him a neck, it's kind of like if you look at frogs, they don't really have like, because we wanted to make it look amphibious and like a lizard at the same time, they don't really have like big prominent neck. They don't have like sort of drawn in necks. It's kind of like pretty much goes into the shoulder and the musculature travels straight over the back. So a lot of animals will have sort of very unique anatomy, and sometimes people won't really make the connection between an amphibian not having the same sort of like muscle structure as a human, for example, just because some people don't really spend their time making those sort of observations. Right, so I'm just going to create a few more cuts in here. Okay. I think what the tail basically needs is what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just adding some sort of breaks where the rock will have kind of been smashed out of it a bit, just to kind of like break up that silhouette ever so slightly. I'm just going to chuck in a slightly darker colour there as well, I think, too, just to kind of make that pop. So we'll just fill that in on both sides. There we go. Okay, cool. You can kind of like see how that breaks up the silhouette now and add some asymmetry. I think I'll just do another crack down here as well. It's just, sorry if I'm not paying attention to what you guys are saying. I'm trying my best to read the chat. If you want to like pop some suggestions as to what you'd like to see in the chat, then I'll do my best to kind of look at it. Isn't Frog's front legs more under the body? Yeah, they are, but if I just show you the original NPC, so it's basically just trying to create like a really pumped up version of the original, so you can kind of like see how it's kind of following some of the same beats as the original. It's kind of like we did with the armoured version of the Jad as well, so all of these new NPCs are going to be based on the original NPCs. They're going to have new mechanics, they're going to have different ways in which they animate and things like that, but they're all going to really resonate with the original NPCs. So the lore for this city is basically that these creatures have actually been mutated. It'll actually take me a long time to explain the lore, but I may as well talk you through it whilst we're doing this as well, because you can see what I'm doing. So in the centre of the Tsar city, there's basically a place where they incubate eggs in lava. The dead Tsar get melted down into the lava, and the incubated eggs get placed into the lava and actually receive the memories of their ancestors, and that's how they become such a wise race and pass on their knowledge from generation to generation. Now, what the Tsar found is that the deeper that they submerged their eggs into the incubation lava, the sort of like older the knowledge was that they were able to acquire. So over time they kept sinking their eggs deeper and deeper into the lava, until eventually there came a point where they sank the eggs so deep into the lava that it just formed a sinkhole and fell through into this big sort of chasm, which will actually be the fight arena for this Inferno PVM challenge. And inside this incubation chamber, the eggs basically fell down there, but they figured, well, to actually learn who created this place, what this place is about, we can just leave the eggs down there and wait for them to hatch and acquire the knowledge like we've always done. But when the eggs actually hatched, they'd been taken over by a new consciousness that's far older than the Tsar, and it's malevolent, basically. It's been trapped in the Inferno for millennia, basically, and it's never been able to experience the world beyond the Inferno. We don't know who's imprisoned it down there, and we probably won't explain much about that either. But basically, it wants to experience the surface world, and so it's going to turn the tables on the Tsar and send these creatures up to the surface to bring the Tsar down to it, so it can basically melt them down and absorb their memories, so it can experience the world outside its prison through the Tsar that it basically feeds on. Now, to kind of keep this creature at bay, the Tsar are actually offering their own people to it. They're sacrificing them to a volcano, basically, and melting them down just to sate its hunger for now. But they know it's only a matter of time before it grows impatient and wants all of their knowledge. So they're basically recruiting people, i.e. you, to go down there and fight these sort of mutated Tsar, which are becoming too powerful to be contained by the Inferno. So that's kind of like the story behind everything. Someone said they want fire at the end of the tail. Yeah, I actually think adding fire at the end of the tail would help to kind of balance the red sort of going through this. I think maybe if we actually add a kind of heated red stripe down the tail as well, that'd be nice too. Cool. Alright, so I think if we just do this. it's like this editor as well. It's never as simple as just like adding a line like you can in 3ds Max either. You have to kind of constantly like flip the edges you've just made to actually recolor them. I mean, I could move this over to 3ds Max and actually do it in there, but I just don't like the constant back and forth of moving things about between the two editors. It gets just tedious, so I just prefer to do it this way. Right, so I think if we just have, like you suggested in the chat, kind of like a red stripe going down the centre just here, it would kind of like draw your eye to the centre of the tail. And then we can add some kind of like residual lighting sort of going around the sort of inside of the tail too, which should look really interesting. So yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it kind of it reminds me of like a redback spider now, with that sort of small marking on its tail. So let's just continue to push that and see where it takes us. So if I think I'll make the outer edges just close to it, a slightly darker red, so it feels like it's falling off. Yeah, I will try to make it more jagged and cracked. The thing is, like, when you create small cracks and things, it's kind of, you've got to be careful the level of detail that you start introducing. So you can see here I've added some splits in the tail. They're just very, very sharp V shapes. They're kind of accents of splits. The moment we start adding like really detailed splits into things is the moment that things start becoming weighed down with too much detail, and it's just something that that looks quite bad in like the old school engine, especially when things animate, for example. You can see now that we've got the zoom feature how much like some of your player kit will appear to jump all over the place with noise, where all of these individual verts, if I just show you as we move them, are kind of hopping about the grid. They never really move smoothly. So the more detail I add, the more noise you basically get on the surface. So it's something that I definitely try to steer away from, and just try and create like these really big bold shapes with accents in them. So for example, we can tell there's some cracks here, but there's just a few cracks there. They're just kind of like, they're visual signals to kind of make you feel like there is a rocky surface there, but I would never sort of put lots of tiny little detail cracks all over things. Otherwise it would just end up looking very kind of busy and just too much information going on as well. Also, we have to bear in mind poly count. This thing's not too high at the moment. It's about 1,000 polys, so that's quite reasonable. But with some NPCs, when we're kind of like, when every poly counts, when you're pushing close to that 2,500 poly count mark, you can't actually add those sort of details in for that reason as well. Right, so I'm just going to keep adding this in. Oh, by the way, I could actually add some accents or cracks into this thing, so we'll kind of see how it goes as well. That's not a no, but it's just to kind of make you aware of the sort of choices that I'll be making, implementing your requests. Will a quest come with the update? So a lot of people have asked for a quest with the update. I think basically the content is just, we're basically designing a whole new bunch of waves, all new NPCs, a Tsar City with NPCs that you can interact with. The lore will be explained through the NPCs. There'll be locations in the environment. There'll be new skilling plugins. There'll be like a new final boss after all these waves. So there's just so much content there, and we've only got at present, I think if this passes the poll, we've got about 7 or 8 weeks to kind of get all of this work done. Then you've got to bear in mind there's kind of like other issues that come up that we can't really predict that might throw the schedule off. So if we wanted to include a quest as well, it's kind of like we just simply don't have the overheads to do that. And also we've got other projects that are running at the same time. Then you've got like the quality of life updates. We've also got Fossil Island in development as well. So we don't want to spread ourselves too thinly by doing a quest and then just the rest of the content suffers for it. So yeah, we do appreciate for sure that you do want quests with your content, but it's just not going to be possible on this occasion, unfortunately. Hopefully in the future, if people continue to request quests, which is becoming more of a common thing, it never used to be the case, but it's definitely becoming more common now. So if that continues, then I hope it does, by the way. If that continues, then we'll be able to provide you with more quests because the demand is there. So yeah, hopefully at RuneFest this year, when we kind of like look at the analysis of what the community's requested in the priority polls, then if quests come higher, then we can actually start kind of like moving towards creating more quests for you guys. It's something that I'd like to do because I love quests. I love story-driven content. I think it's just a lot more. It's definitely fun to create. I loved working on Monkey Madness, for example. I thought it was I had a wonderful time doing that. So Monkey Madness 2, I mean, rather. So yeah, if we do get an opportunity to do quests, I'm all for it, but unfortunately just not on this occasion. Skill specs. Thank you very much, Killer EU42. That's really kind of you to say. Yeah, we do want to do more of these streams, basically, because it's just like the best way that I can think of to interact with you, especially from an art perspective. Often on like social media, it's very difficult to keep up with like the conversation because you've got like your daily work to get on with, and like often, you know, you've got your head at your computer and you're constantly working. So this way you guys can see what I'm doing regularly, and I can just be talking to you and having conversation like this. So, you know, it's a really great way to communicate. So hopefully we can do more of it in future. Some people have requested that we do these on a really regular basis, but I'd probably shy away from doing that because it would eventually get repetitive and old. It would kind of lose its sort of like unique appeal. So we do kind of have to do them a bit sparingly, but we can certainly do them more than we do. So for Fossil Island, I'd like to kind of do one with Mod West again, and kind of just show you the map editor, for example. He can show you the map editor and just run you through some of the things that you haven't seen the graphics team do before on any of these design streams. So there's lots more to come. You've just got to keep requesting them, basically, and then we'll just prioritize them higher. Yeah, keep your questions coming, guys. I'm not having to like think too much on polishing this model up now. It's kind of just working by itself, so I'm going to try and pay more attention to chat. Tail is too flat. Yeah, actually, you guys are right. The tail is too flat. I think we can thicken this up a bit, and just kind of make the tail appear like it's more physical. I reckon we could probably do that by just joining these verts together. We'd actually save it our poly count as well. Then it's not really doing much having these verts here because, you know, you can't even see them. So I may as well just pull them in a bit tighter and see what those look like. Yeah, that seems to have done the job. And I'll also kind of like thicken out the width of the tail as well. Do you think the tail looks too thin round the back just here? Would you like the tail to be like more bulky? Yeah, I would want to do tusks, but I don't want to deviate from the original too much. You can see like the original just here has just got some spikes on its nose, and I'm kind of pushing my luck with those anyway. So I don't want to kind of a little longer, I think. We could make the tail a little bit longer, but you can see it balances quite nicely with this shape. So I'd be willing to make it thicker. But I think if we make it longer, it will seem like less like bulky and self-contained, and it will just feel a bit too elegant. That sounds like an odd thing to say, but it will just feel like too elegant, and I'd kind of just want it to feel like very sort of sturdy and powerful. So I think I'll keep the tail the same length, but I will definitely make it thicker. Make missing chunks of tail have a red lava core. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. We can try that. It might make them, because at the moment the missing chunks from the tail kind of affect the silhouette. Your eye's not drawn to them. With this red piece in the middle, your eye's definitely drawn to that, so it gives you a focal point. So when you actually create details on a model, you've got to think about primary and secondary focus. So if we look at the tail just here, it's kind of like the primary focus is definitely that red light in the middle, and then the cracks around the edge act as a secondary focus because they're kind of just affecting the silhouette and they're not too prominent. Now if I was to kind of like select one of these, and if I just select this colour just here, and then I kind of paint this red, straight away my eye doesn't know where to focus. It's kind of like focusing on the red in the middle, then focusing on the red in the side, jumping back and forth, and the detail on the other side isn't even getting a look in. So it's kind of like you have to kind of drop certain details, and if you start adding things in, you have to like take into consideration how that's going to affect the piece in its entirety. Right, so let's just make this tail slightly thicker. as you guys have requested. I think I'm just going to draw these things slightly together like I'm doing at the moment. I'm going to have to do it on both sides, which is a bit of a pain in the bottom, but we'll get there in the end. Yeah, so let's just bring these in. Yeah, the problem with asymmetry is I can no longer apply symmetry to this model by cutting it in half and mirroring it, because I'll just lose like half the work that I've done now. So it's kind of like this is definitely the final stage of the model. If anyone's just tuned in, the stream will be going on till 8 o'clock, by the way, by the looks of things. It may finish at 7:30, but I'll try and like do my best to keep it running and kind of keep chatting with you guys till the full length of the stream, as it was kind of like promised that way to start off with. Oh, thanks a lot. Yeah, do you know, I had a blast creating those superior Slayer mobs. Some people say, like, have said to me, where'd you get your inspiration from for creating these NPCs? But honestly, like, the best inspiration you can take is just kind of looking at the game and just trying to be really respectful in your recreations of the things you do. The ideas are already there, so essentially this whole game is just one giant concept, and you can just draw on the inspiration that you get from actually looking at the images, and you don't really have to think too hard about what you produce. It is really kind of intuitive if you just kind of like stick to kind of what you're looking at and just try and kind of just do it justice instead of trying to just go off on tangents and do your own thing. That's definitely something that I've learned from when I first started on the team. I mean, when I first came to old school RuneScape, I kind of like wanted to do lots of ideas that I'd seen outside of the game, but the longer I kind of worked with the team and worked on the game, the more I kind of wanted to take more inspiration from the game itself. I think in the long run, the art direction has been a lot more successful than when I first started over the last, say, 6 months to a year. Yeah, so like red lava on the nails, I'd be like worried if I put red on the nails that it looked like it's got painted nails. That sounds like a stupid thing to say, but it's just kind of like the case. I tried doing that with the banshees as well. I'll just show you what I mean. It just kind of looks a bit odd, because like whether you know it or not, maybe subconsciously you're used to seeing kind of like red painted nails on people, and your brain is just going to draw that comparison. There's nothing you can do about that. So straight away it kind of looks like its nails are painted red. If I did like the whole nails red as well, it would still kind of look like that. Yeah, it is funny to look at, but kind of I don't really want the model to kind of look sort of funny and kind of like comical or kind of uncanny or anything like that. I just kind of want it to look very kind of cool. So I'll probably steer away from kind of doing red nails and things like that, just because I don't think I'm really going to achieve the effect I want by doing it. Right, so I'm just going to thicken out this sort of like fan on this tail as well, just to make it feel a bit more solid. I was kind of unsure about whether or not to make this thick, so I'm kind of glad you guys have kind of clarified that for me as to what you want from it. I think this bit's probably a bit too thin as well just here, so let's kind of make that thicker too. Oh yeah, so this is kind of like a waste in polys just here, so we can kind of just pull all this together and just weld them together. There's no need to have that detail there, so you're never really going to detect it with your eye. And I reckon if we just select these and pull them down again as well, that'd be fine. Yeah, we'll just make that feel a bit thicker and a bit weighted. Yeah, that'd be much nicer. Good. Good. I will also just try and keep that curve in there as well too, and yeah, maybe the tail did end up being a bit longer after all. Not by much, but still, it's a bit longer. Yeah, pull that there, and again, kind of like just keeping this curve nice and even around here. It's very easy to kind of lose your curves and not pay attention to them, but I always try when I'm creating models to kind of keep looking at all the details and making sure that everything's still in proportion and that all my curves are still kind of directing your eye in the correct way. So like here's a good example. This is now like quite a thick area. It dips in just here and then gets broad again here, thus breaking the curve. So it's kind of like just keeping all your curves nice and even as you go through, and then your eye just tracks very nicely around them, like so. So yeah, I think this tail could do with being a little bit thicker still. I'm just going to try and push that out a bit more. Just make it feel like really heavy, like if that thing fires something at you, it's really going to mean it. Yeah, I think that's kind of cool. I don't like at the moment how it just feels a bit too angular. I know it's made out of rock, but it's kind of like we can probably just get a few more curves in here, or at least I'll at least try to kind of make it feel like it reads a bit nicer on your eye. Alright, so let's just flip these around. Move this here too. Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I think it looked better when it was angular. Yeah, it's a bad call. Yeah, that kind of feels more like rock, to be honest. Yeah, let's stick with it like that. Okay, I'll just make it a bit thicker as well then. I think I'll just leave it at that. Good. Okay, cool. Right, so let's look at other details. We've got some rockiness around here and everything. I think I'll add some of these highlights onto the backs of the legs too. Top layer of the rock on its head is very thick. It might make it a bit thinner. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe. I reckon we can probably like reduce this bit on the back just here, just so that curve's kind of not so lost. It does look very heavy, you're right. I think that's kind of intentional, but at the same time we can always try and tweak it to make it look a bit better. We can also kind of like pull these rocks down here as well. So if I just go into a right-hand view and just kind of like push the space between them as well, it'll make it look less sort of unbalanced, I guess, and kind of like pushing these oh, hang on. So I've got to make the model transparent, it won't mirror. There we go. So if I just kind of push that space apart there a bit more, and yeah, you're right, there's like a curve that could have done a lot more work for me just there. I think maybe if I just kind of make this line just kind of track a bit better, so we're kind of leading into the tail from there. I just have to select both of those. And if we just kind of pull this back a little bit just there to kind of give that bit of breathing space. Yeah, I think that's kind of, it's less heavy on the head now. Hopefully that's kind of good for you guys if that's what you were kind of looking for. If you make the front point of the top rock come down to the front, it would look more aggressive. Yeah, we can give that a go. I'd give that a try for sure. I'll just try it like a quick test of it. I'll just pull this down. Obviously we'll have to have like more cuts in there and stuff. Yeah, I think that looks sweet. I'm gonna try and like develop that a bit further. Yeah, just put some cuts in here. Cool. So I'm just going to have to concentrate on this for a little bit. So I'm doing my best to kind of read the chat, but I can only do one change at a time. Pull that in a bit. I think we probably want another cut just here, just to make sure this crescent curve doesn't get lost. But yeah, that looks kind of cool. I think probably there's too much noise and detail going on just here. So if we just kind of pinch these together. You can kind of like see there's like, if I move that out again, it's kind of almost looks like a sharpened pencil at the end. So if I kind of pinch those together and weld all that, it kind of looks a little less obvious and a bit more kind of rocky in shape. I reckon we can pull these bits out a bit as well to make it appear a bit broader and a bit more aggressive like this. Yeah, I'm not too sure about this shape just here. It kind of looks more natural. I'll try and just pull it out a bit more to make it appear like it's actually tracking a lot better for the eye. Yeah, so we'll try with this one as well. I think I can correct that. Right, here's an interesting thing about surface normal direction. Basically, if you look at a polygon, this is a polygon just here, I'll just select it. This is basically made out of two triangles. Now those triangles, if I show you, you can go in either direction. That's called a surface normal direction. If I just reverse that and turn that off. There we go. We've got a polygon here with a surface normal direction. Now if I look at this from the side, you can see how the silhouette just here, it's got this nasty divot in it because the surface normal direction is cutting through here. Now if I just swap that round, then all of a sudden that edge is now filled and the eye's going to track along that edge a lot better. So very often with models, it's kind of, if you see me swapping the triangles around, that's just adjusting the surface normal direction to make sure it reads better around the edges. That's a really nice change, guys. Thank you very much for suggesting that. I really do like that a lot. I think I'll just try and lift this rock up here a bit more, just to kind of make the silhouette read a little bit better, because it's really important to me that I don't lose the silhouette as well, so I just constantly have to keep tweaking this ever so slightly. So it's just kind of like finding that balance between having like good design principles like strong silhouettes and then having the sort of like surface detail with the organic shapes as well. Looks very wide from above. Yeah, I suppose it is very wide from above, so I'm just going to have to blow my nose a second. I'll just be one moment. I know, I deserve those faces, that's horrendous. Anyway, so beyond the human bodily functions, it does look quite wide from the top. If we just go into a top-down view, top, it's quite a hefty creature made out of rock though, so I think I can forgive myself for making it quite wide. I kind of feel like it needs to be wide. So yeah, I think I'll kind of like leave that particular feature in. I'm actually just going to add some highlights around here though, just to make these edges kind of pop visually as well. Yeah, I will break the horn, guys. I just want to kind of get all the other features in. If the horn doesn't look right broken as well, it's unfortunate, but I probably won't leave it that way, because sometimes, you know, it's nice to have these ideas like a slightly broken horn. It might look cool, it might not look cool. We just have to kind of make that call at the time. But you can kind of like see with these highlights here, it's just kind of like making these edges pop visually as well. I'll tell you what, I will actually just break the horn now, just get it over and done with, see if we've actually got, if we're onto a winner there or not. So select these. Cool. Alright, so snap the horn off. See what we get. Let's just fill it in. Wow, it's a really messy job doing this. The editor doesn't like it at all. Right, hopefully that will do it. Cool. Okay, so that's your broken horn. What do you reckon? Broken horn or no broken horn? No. Yeah, I know, I'm not really too keen on it either, to be honest. You can kind of like see how it's kind of affected the silhouette quite a lot. And you've kind of like lost that interesting shape to the nose, so I reckon I'm gonna revert that. Sorry guys. Sorry for those of you who wanted it as well. So yeah, we've got that back. Right, so we'll just carry on in detail. Some of you want spikes on the heels. I guess those will kind of work actually, because we've got this curvature on the tail just here, so if like the heels kind of curve up as well in a kind of very subtle way, I'd say, then we can kind of give it something that kind of resonates, so it should be good. I'm actually just going to save this file out as well, because a lot of you are saying save, so we'll do that too. There's also going to be a few more Inferno live streams if it passes the poll as well, so we'll do one showing you like how we're constructing the environments. We'll probably do another NPC like this as well. So yeah, there's going to be lots of live streams covering this, I should think. It also kind of keeps the update like fresh in your minds too, and it kind of makes you feel like you're actually part of the content that's being developed. Right, because of course you will be if we do more of these streams as well. Right, so let's just join these together just here. Add in these cuts. That's the problem, isn't it? You kind of forget what you've done. Alright, so I joined those two together. Okay, cool, that's better. Right, so let's add that cut here, and let's flip this just here. Can you make it wear a fedora? Do you know that in old school RuneScape there might be a monster that wears a fedora? It's not kind of, I know you're probably joking, but it's not kind of out of the realms of possibility. But with this particular NPC, I just kind of want it to look menacing and cool. Probably like a fedora would introduce a comedy element, which I don't really feel would be appropriate for this kind of content. Just keep moving these around. Let's move these out. Okay, again you can see the surface normal direction here needs correcting because it's got that odd divot in there. It just helps improve the way the topology flows. By topology I mean basically the elements that make up the 3D model, so that's the polygons, the lines and the vertices that connect all of them. Right, so that looks like we're about there. Right, so we were going to do some detail on the back of the heels, weren't we? That's what people were requesting. I think if we do that, we've then got to take into consideration how that's actually going to sort of track with the tail. So if we just go into a right hand view just here, you can see if we do spikes, the curvature of the back of the foot is just going to come straight up to here, and it's going to look kind of messy on the back. But having said that, it looks really bland and boring on the back of these feet. So I think probably our best bet is just going to be to move the feet. No, I don't want to move the feet forward actually. If I just select some verts and kind of arch the feet inwards a bit more, maybe. I think that's going to be our best option, and then kind of move this up slightly. Yeah, so I've got more of a sort of like shape just there. I keep moving that up to about there. I think that should be okay. Yep, and we'll move these guys up as well, just here. I will actually mirror this foot. It's just going to be a lot faster to chop the foot off than mirror it, I should think. I don't think the back foot is too long. Yeah, because like when I'll just get up an image of a dog in Firefox. Let's open this. Yeah, okay, here's one already, I think. So you can kind of see like things. Right, Firefox open up for no reason. You can kind of see how like the back feet on things are definitely like quite long in general. It just depends. Like this is a deer, for example. If I just kind of like look at lizard anatomy, you can kind of see that their back feet are really big and very long. Well, it depends on the kind of lizard, I guess. Yeah, here's another example of kind of like an interpretation of a lizard as well. The bottom of the feet are always like really long. Even with that sort of like humanoid interpretation of it. So I guess it's kind of open to interpretation, which it seems like a bit of a cop-out, but I just kind of want it to have those big sort of feet that sort of stick out. So yeah, it's just kind of like a creative decision that I've got to make. I think what I will do though is I've just noticed here that probably there's not enough detail going on in these upper legs, so we'll probably just try and bring something a bit more in there at some point. A bit more of a rounded shape. Nah, it doesn't really work, does it? There's something not right there though, guys. We'll get to the bottom of it though. Eventually. Let's try colouring that in. Yeah, it's a bit better. I don't think that's really going to be perfect, to be honest. But yeah, I'm kind of like happy with the length of the feet at the back, so I'm just going to leave them, I reckon. Right, so as far as like the spikes go on the back, think I'm just going to extrude this out just here. Just pull it in a little bit. And move into a right hand view. Just rotate this around. Okay. I think having this spike on the back of the foot is actually going to help us create a much more interesting shape around the back of the foot as well. So you can see like the foot's kind of at a bit of an angle just here around the back, so the toes kind of point outwards. This is basically so it can actually spring up from the back of its feet, which is also why I wanted to give it like this big powerful feet as well, so it can actually push it off the ground. So if I just kind of move these down and just try and even them out a little bit too. Cool. I don't think I'm going to make them red either, because I know some people kind of wanted the spike tips to be red, but I just think they're just going to detract from the overall design. I can show you what I mean. Instead of just saying no, I'll kind of like show you and explain. So I'll just pull out the backs of these feet a bit more now that we've got them. Cool, yeah, so that's an interesting design choice, to be honest. I think that's kind of like paid off, actually making those spikes on the back of the feet. It makes it a lot more interesting how they kind of read towards your eye. I think what's missing here is we just need like the ankles to have more of a curve. Like this, if I kind of just make them kind of go back more and kind of dip out a bit more probably. They're just going to feel a lot more interesting, and it's kind of like the sections of the leg. It kind of all just feels like one lump, and it's kind of difficult to create that separation between them. So I reckon if I just try and get rid of this detail just here, it's making it slightly too busy, and just try and bulk that in together like this. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to get rid of some of this detail just here as well. Yeah, I think that kind of reads a lot better than this leg. You can see there's loads of noise all going on here. The horn's slightly higher. Yeah, I don't want to lose this space anymore. I kind of like brought the brow down more. If the horns go even higher and even longer, then it's just kind of you're gonna lose the shape language that we've established with this crescent just here, and it will just become like a bit too busy. So just quickly going back to the feet, you can kind of see this is all very noisy around here. So what we've done is we've kind of just adjusted those shapes slightly to make it like read a bit better towards your eye. So you can kind of digest the information a bit better. And I love the suggestion that you guys have done with the curve on the back of the heel just here. That's really kind of helped your eye to kind of track up towards that tail, and it's just made the shape a lot more interesting on the leg too. So yeah, congrats on that. I'm just gonna flip this around as well. Yeah, that's cool. And I think I'll move this portion of the leg more into the center, just here. And just make the ankle a bit more even as well. Yeah, I think that's kind of like all we should do on the legs. Now, people are asking for a scar of the eye. We did this on the Doggodile. So it's kind of like, I don't really like tracking new ground. Going over old ground as well, but I will do it on this occasion just because we can make it kind of subtle. Before I do that though, like some people are asking about red spikes on the back of the heel. I'll just kind of have a look into that and we can kind of decide what we think of it. But you can kind of see the moment we had those red spikes on the back of the tail, and that's just a tiny bit of red. All of a sudden your eye is kind of like this is fighting with all of these details just here, and really you want the focus to be on this tail, and you want it to be on the face and around the top of the head. You don't really want your focus to be drifting over here too much. Some people are saying too bright, so yeah, that's a fair comment. So let's try and make it a bit darker. kind of again, it's just kind of, it feels like it's sticking out of place. So I just prefer to kind of keep it as a silhouette like that. It kind of just feels a bit more well balanced too. So yeah, so we'll just keep it like that for now. What I'm going to do as well is I'm just going to grab the leg from that side of the body, and I'll just delete this one and we can copy it over, so we've just got like consistent detail either side as well. How much longer have we got on the stream? So we've got 45 minutes left on the stream before I'm going to have to head off. It looks like we're going to get this to a state of completion anyway. And if you've missed any of the stream and want to see where we started off at, it'll be on YouTube tomorrow, so Mod Archie's going to post it on there. And then you can just kind of like view it from start to finish and see like what the initial stages of the process were like. It just started off as a green box basically, and then we just built it up from there. It went through various transitions and various sort of like developments that I was unsure of. So it's kind of nice that it's kind of come around to this final stage, and that we've been able to work with you, the community, and come up with something that looks quite cool now, to be honest. Yeah, or you can watch it on Twitch instantly. Yeah, there is that, I know. I don't think Twitch has a comments section though, so I think like YouTube is good for that. Fair enough, you can watch the chat back, but you can actually kind of like leave a comment on the overall sort of viewing of the video. So I think, me personally, like, I prefer to read through the YouTube comments and watch Twitch back and read the comments there, because it's less time consuming. But yeah, sure, if you want to use Twitch, then go ahead. Right, so I reckon we need some more light grey on the back of these legs as well. Or was there something else you guys were suggesting? I can't remember now. I think whilst you're kind of thinking up new ideas, I'm just going to kind of adjust this mouth so it's less blunt. A scar over the eye. Scar over the eye, that was it, I remember now. Horns at the front. Yeah, someone said break one of the horns at the front earlier, so we did it, I promise you, we did it in chat. Sorry, we did it, and then the chat all said no, and kind of rightly, because it just looked really odd and unnecessary, and the details just looked really unbalanced. So yeah, we did give it a go, but it just wasn't really, it didn't really work out, unfortunately. Right, so I'm just gonna move those lips down a bit. Nah, it doesn't look right. I think it's fine before. I've just messed around with it too much on the mouth. There we go, yeah, that looks fine. Right, so the front, I kind of want it to have like a slightly bulkier chest as well, so I'm just going to bring this down, then we can try a scar on the eye like you guys requested. I think I'll leave the middle alone. If you look at the underside of a toad or a frog, it tends to have these kind of like these sort of pectoral muscles underneath the bottom of it. So I'm just going to try and create that silhouette before we move on to the eye, just kind of make it feel a bit more interesting at the front. We'll just drop it down slightly like that as well. Yeah, it seems to be okay. I think perhaps as well it'd be interesting to try and animate the underside of it and kind of make it sort of operate like bellows and kind of expand and contract, almost like it's kind of breathing. And there could be potential to do some form of attack that kind of incorporates that into the animation as well. I'm not too sure because I haven't really looked at the mechanics that Kieran's put together for any of these yet, so that'll be coming at a later stage. Yeah, that should be fine. I mean, I can develop that as and when sort of the animations are needed as well. It's not really something that you'd see on the underside of a model, so I'm not going to dwell on it too much. Probably just raise this up ever so slightly more. Let's give it. Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah, cheers for all your positive comments as well. It's always nice to read them. If you've got any ideas, we've got 45 minutes left on the stream, of course, so feel free to just kind of get those in the chat, and I'll do my best to kind of notice them and read. Could the nails and claws ridge over the feet and paws, and then sit atop the feet and paws? Yeah, I do think that those kind of nails are kind of going nowhere, that there's nothing really happening with them, so we'll try that after we've done the scar and kind of try to make them look a bit more interesting. I think we can just do that by adding like a few cuts into the geometry and sort of adding some shadow around them as well. It should be fine. Right, yeah, so let's do the scar on the eye like people were requesting. I reckon if I did do it, I reckon it needs to be very subtle. So I wouldn't want to do anything like make the eye be visibly missing or anything like that. So it's just kind of a bit too obvious, but we can certainly try it as a subtle detail. So if I drop it down to quite a dark colour, like this. It almost looks kind of like cute having the scar there. I'm not really sure if I'm a fan of it. People do like scar. Well, that's fine. We'll leave it in then. If you guys like it, we can have a scar on one of its eyes. I don't see why not. Dark brown to black spike tips. Right, I think... Oh, right, as well as that, I know what the eye needs too. It needs kind of like some of this residual glow going around it as well, from the eye. So let's just kind of like fill that in a bit. If it looks like a panda or something, I'll change it. Sometimes these things can kind of backfire a bit. Yeah, I think we can kind of get away with that. I think I'll just add a few extra cuts in just here as well. Just pinch those together. People are saying no scar, no teeth, no straw pole scar. Okay, like yeah, people are really sort of offended by the whole scar. Scar on the underside, not the top maybe. Do that little scar. Shut up about the scar. Wow. Lots of mixed feelings about the scar. I don't really think it does any harm having it there, to be honest. I'll try and sort of reduce the visibility of it a bit more. I kind of feel like it looks too, what's the right word? Like it kind of reminds me of something like Gizmo off Gremlins or something like that, where he's got like a little bandana on and stuff. It looks a bit too kind of anime and cute. I'm not really kind of into that kind of stuff. So I'm not really sure if I like it there personally. Yeah, maybe make it a bit smaller. We can try that too. Smaller eye rings, it looks like Alfie. Oh, right, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we don't really want that kind of look. Yeah, I think it looks better with less detail, to be honest. It's starting to look like a bit sort of punky, like it's got makeup on and things like that around the eye. Yeah, I don't like this at all. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to have to get rid of the scar and stuff. Sorry if you're annoyed by that, but I just can't really leave it in. I'm not liking it at all. Yeah, it kind of looks like it's got like a scar, like makeup around its eye, and like it's got a bandana on, and it's got like a haircut with all that detail there, whereas if we just leave it out, it doesn't really look like that. So yeah, it's a shame. I do like to kind of put your ideas in, but on this occasion I'm afraid I'm going to have to take it out. Still, at least we gave it a try. That's the main thing. These things don't always work out how we intend. Right, so let's just turn all this back to a dark colour again. There we go. I think that's probably better. Cool. Well, I'm going to leave it like that. I think that's kind of the best option. Shoulders more rugged with small rocky spikes. I kind of don't want to interfere with the shoulders, to be honest. Like, it will get to the point where it's just covered in spikes. It's got some spikes on there. I don't think it needs to be kind of cluttered anymore with more spikes. I think I'm just going to add some like more shading on it to make sort of certain things pop a bit more. I'm not really too keen on this red, like retrospectively on the legs just here, so I might just chop that out as well. Yeah, it looks better without that there as well. I think we'll just, yeah, I think that's starting to look a little less busy than this side of the leg, but it's just too much going on, I think. So again, we'll just kind of like remove that from this side too, and just there, colour that in, and Just do the same. To the toes, yeah, we discussed adding dark red to the toes earlier. When I actually did it, it ended up just looking like painted nails. If you watch the YouTube video back or the Twitch video back, whichever, you'll kind of like see how that kind of, it just didn't look right. So yeah, we decided to get rid of it. I don't really like how far this red's going back here actually. Let's try and limit that as well. Yeah, I think that's kind of a bit more subtle. Yeah, definitely. Alright, I'm just going to create an extra cut in just here to make this slightly desaturated red. Yeah, travel around a bit more. Yeah, it's got a bit more of a sort of, it's less sort of pointy. So your eye isn't sort of like drawn so directly into this hip. It's kind of like, it feels like it just fades into a curve around here now, which feels a lot nicer to the eye, I think. So let's go back to the right hand view and let's raise this up just here. There we go. Cool. Right, so I do think we definitely, before we go, need to do its rock skin. Yeah, we've done some cuts in the rock skin. I think if we do too much, it'll just get too busy, and then we're just kind of like we're kind of tying ourselves in knots a bit like that. I think I'm actually going to mirror the arm, so just so we can kind of carry those rocks over from the other side without kind of spending too much time worrying about asymmetry. Because I think we've got plenty of asymmetry on the model now for it without kind of like overdoing it. I think often like you kind of like think of lots of details that you can add that are all nice to have, but it comes to a point where you've got to say, you know, that's enough detail now. We don't need to kind of keep adding more detail in. It's kind of just about creating enough accents throughout the model to say this thing has got cracks in it, it is made out of rock. The moment you start sort of worrying about the fine details and going, oh, it should have a crack on its arm because it had a fight with this particular creature that I imagined, and so that fight resulted in the other one's death, but now it carries a scar. The moment you start kind of thinking at that level of detail is kind of at the time when you lose track about the overall composition because you're just thinking in too much of a specific way. Right, so let's just mirror this across and hopefully it should fit quite neatly. Beefy at the top. Yeah, a few people have said they want the shoulders to be a lot bigger. I guess we could do, but I just don't. I'm not sure if they need it. I mean, I think I know what I can do to kind of like address that. If I just, because often all it is to do with the silhouette really. It's not really to do with the size of the musculature. So you can see here that it's got this chest going round here, and these kind of like these armpits go up too high, but the moment we start dragging them down, you can see it kind of feels like it's got that, you know, quote unquote beefier look that you're kind of looking for. So let's go to front, and we'll just drop these down a bit more so it's got a slightly heavier chest. We could probably drop the mouth down a little bit more as well, just kind of make that feel a lot heavier too, and kind of push the jawline out a bit more like that as well. And all of a sudden it's kind of like a bit beefier. I'm not too keen on this sort of like breast line just here though. I think that's kind of gone a bit too far in the wrong direction. I reckon I'll just pull that up ever so slightly, just like that. Yeah, cool. So you can see like the arms do feel a bit like beefier now. We can probably add an extra cut in just here. Or yeah, I reckon just pull this apart a bit more because it's kind of like these polys aren't doing anything, so let's make them work a bit harder. So if we kind of like pull these forwards a bit more, I think that'll kind of help fill out those shoulders a bit more. Yeah, I think it's butching. Yeah, that's a good word to describe this. Yeah, it's looking a lot better now. I think if we kind of like pull this underside region down a bit more as well, it's going to kind of create a nicer sort of curve going around to the tail at the back. Yeah, that's good. So let's move that down. Cool. Right, I'm just gonna broaden out the abdomen a bit as well, just under here. And I'll just make sure the normal directions are all going in the right way. This one needs to be flipped. Just here. This one's all fine. Put this one in a bit as well. Yeah, I've been here since 2 p.m. today. It's been like the whole intention was to run a 6-hour stream basically. We needed that to kind of do the model and kind of speak to the people in chat, you guys, and we had Kieran down here answering questions as well. If you want to watch the full stream with all the information on the Inferno, which will be polled tomorrow, then it'll be on YouTube, or you can watch it back tomorrow, or you can watch it back on Twitch if you prefer to do that as well. So I think, yeah, we just need a bit more light coming out from here, I think, as well, to kind of accentuate the mouth. This might go horribly wrong, it might just look like it's got lipstick on, so bear with me. Nah, look, doesn't look too bad. Right, I'll just be back in one moment, just bear with me, sorry. Sorry about that. Right, we're all good. Okay, so the claws were going to be the last thing we kind of looked at working on. Hopefully those shoulders are kind of big enough now. Actually, I say that, but these arms kind of look a bit odd, a bit pinched. It was just here, so let's just broaden them out a little bit more. Yeah, I think that would do fine. Okay, so with these claws, I kind of want them to feel like they're kind of still part of the rock and still travelling up the arms of the creature. I think that'd be more interesting than them just sitting there as part of the silhouette. They really kind of feel like they need to go somewhere, I think. So if we just create some cuts just here and then raise these verts up like so, and then if we just flip the normals on these, as well. Cool. Then we kind of feel like they're kind of going somewhere a bit more now, which is what we're really looking for. I reckon if we probably detach these parts just here and then turn off the Garud shading as discussed before. Yeah, you can kind of see they've got more of a rocky structure and they feel like they're actually travelling up the arm now. How do you feel about it? I think, like, regardless of your age, you still got a valid opinion on artwork. I don't think it should just be, or any aspect of the game, I don't think it should be restricted to people that are of a certain age. There's no need to really be like that. I think everyone's got a valid opinion of all ages. What about the crackage of the back of the legs or the slabs? I think at this stage we can kind of like add chips and cracks anywhere, but honestly I just feel like it's got enough like chips and cracks now. Like if you kind of look around it, we've got like chips in the arms just here and on the top of the head. There is kind of like enough detail going on there, and if we kind of keep, it's even got like cracks in the back of the tail and stuff. If we keep kind of like adding more and more chips, eventually it will just look so noisy, and with the best of intentions, like adding too much detail, just you can eventually just overdo it and your model will just become too busy. So I think we'll probably leave it for like chips and cracks at this stage. How about removing the tusks? The thing with the tusks is they're part of like the original sort of design, so this has to be based on loosely the original design, so we kind of like built the tusks out from there. And I think we've worked like really hard with the community throughout the live stream, and I think those tusks are a really cool achievement. I think they define the model, they make it look really unique. So I think to remove them would be a bit of a shame really, and kind of like go a little bit against the sentiment of the stream at this stage anyway. Maybe if it's earlier on and we had that discussion then, but probably not now, sorry. With the monster blending into the background, I am aware of those sort of issues, and as I develop the environment and develop the monsters further, then those are kind of issues that I'll address along the way. For example, if you look at Tecton and then you look at Tecton's environment, we managed to, and with the Vanguard as well, they don't kind of blend into the environment too much, and you're able to kind of like spot where they are as well. So I guess it's kind of all about making the environment a secondary focus to the scene that you're looking at, and making the creatures themselves the primary focus. And if you're able to kind of be mindful about the importance of that, and make sure you sort of like fulfill that objective, then it is never really an issue, to be honest. And it's quite obvious when you've gone too far in one direction with that sort of thing. So yeah, I'm not too worried about that being the case, to be honest. Alright, I'll just colour this in. So with the claws, they kind of feel like they're going somewhere now. I don't want to make them too there's too much definition with them. Just because I kind of want it to feel like it's evolved from sort of molten rock and not being kind of like chiseled or sculpted too much. So I'm just going to join these together now, and I think I'm just going to like grab the feet on this side and delete them, then just move the feet over. It's just going to be a much easier solution. Underglow. Yeah, I would like to create an underglow actually. With I think it was the Night Beast, the Aberrant Spectres, and I forget what other NPCs I did with the Superior Slayer update, but we also did the same with raids as well. And the reason why we did it with raids was because for NPCs like Tecton, he was a 5x5 basically, but his actual geometry only really filled up a 4x4 unless he was animating and moving around. So having that glow underneath them helped really kind of define their parameters and kind of make you realise from a sort of like combat perspective where you're actually attacking, like the region that they occupied. So I think we could do that with these NPCs. We're not really going to encounter that issue in the Tsar Cave, to be honest. But I think having an underglow on them would be awesome, and it's kind of a nice effect when you see it in game. It looks very kind of very interesting and appealing visually. So yeah, it's very likely these will end up with an underglow, but I don't want to make it so we're just constantly making things have with that underglow basically, just because too much of a good thing eventually turns into a bad thing. Can we make webs? I can't do webs unfortunately, because I just feel it will just look peculiar if we have like webbed feet on it, because webs are essentially like a kind of membranous, aren't they? They're very sort of like soft and subtle. I don't really think it's something that I can achieve using sort of polygons and creating like transparent rock. I just don't think it'll work. I'm not sure if the original one actually has webs or not. We can just check it out. Yeah, the original one's kind of got more of like an elephant foot style thing, so it's not really got webs anyway. Although, to be honest, if I was able to do things in like higher detail, then I would probably add webs and things like that. But unfortunately, just with the limitations of what the RS engine can do, it's probably just not going to look that good. Release the 3D files for NPCs weapons so people can 3D print them. I honestly don't know, because I'm sure there's some sort of there might be some sort of legal restrictions as to what can be released. I have no idea, because I've got no understanding of like litigation. So sorry, I just don't know if we're able to release model files, to be honest. Tint between the nails as opposed to his actual nails. Oh right, okay, so you want to try a tint between the nails. I don't see why we can't do that, to be honest. Let's give it a go. Right. So I suppose we could kind of say that maybe the bottom of his feet are glowing and there's kind of like light emanating up from him. It's not really too difficult. I think probably we'll go for the more subtle shade if we do that. What do you reckon, guys? A cracked belly with light coming out. Yeah, I think that would look cool as well, to be honest. I'll probably do some detail under its belly and put like an underlight underneath it. Bring the face out a bit further. Yeah, why not? Let's try bringing the face out a bit further. What do you guys reckon to the cracks in between the light in between the fingers? Do you prefer that? Nah. Yeah. Yes. No. Yes. Yes. Club bottom feet increases. Yeah. No. It's mainly yeses. Yeah. Fair enough. I think like you compare the two. It's not too bad, to be honest. I think these ones have more definition, but you know, if you guys want that out, I'm happy to leave that in. That's fine. I'll just do it for the back feet as well. Probably what we can do, if we kind of create this light underneath it, is we can kind of have it so the light shines on these sides of the toes, and then we can kind of create a half and half effect maybe with the toes, so it'll kind of like add a bit more of a contrast, because I think this doesn't really contrast very well with the brown, with the grey rather, whereas this contrasts quite nicely. So we'll probably like come back to the feet before we finish. Sharp and rocky. I think the tail's probably as sharp and rocky as we're gonna get it. With like this top bit, it's kind of like a central focal point, but the tail kind of needs to sit in the background a bit more. Its silhouette kind of does its job. I think it doesn't really need to seem more sharp and rocky. Maybe from the back we could do something. But I just think we're going to be taking focus away from the front if we add too much detail to the back, unfortunately. So I'd like to leave that alone. Make red purple, see how it looks. I don't know. I don't want to go for purple on this one. It's kind of like the colour scheme for the Zarsi is essentially like red and black with some orange lava. I don't want to start introducing purples. A lot of people don't really like it when I use purples, because it's not really a colour that you see very often throughout the game. Now, me as an artist, I don't really have a favourite colour, to be honest. When I was younger as a child, if you would have asked me, I probably would have said green. But as I've grown up, I really just cannot pick a favourite colour. There's so many good colours out there, so many different combinations. So when people often say, "Oh, you like purple, don't you?" It's kind of, yes, I do. And I feel like there was an absence of it in the game, and that all colours should be used to achieve a good aesthetic. I don't think there's a problem with that. But to say that I favour any particular colour, I wouldn't really say that's true. So in this case, I really wouldn't want to turn it purple, for example, just because it would just deviate from the overall feel of the Tsar City, and it's kind of like my job to kind of curate and respect the pre-established art style that old school RuneScape has. So I won't really go in that direction. Apologies. What's my favourite Power Ranger? The green one. It actually was. Yeah, it was the green one. You like purple, don't you, Squidward? Yeah, I get that. It's a SpongeBob reference. I have seen SpongeBob at least. Purple's alright, depends on the shade, I guess. It needs pink. How long do you take? Oh, right, to get a good grasp of 3D. It probably, I think, I hate saying this, but I kind of got it from the offset when I started studying 3D. I think that's why I liked it so much, because it just kind of felt very natural when I was creating models. The first model I created, it was more about kind of like learning the software package, but once you've kind of learned the software, I think that's when it gets easier. It's kind of just wrapping your head around the sort of initial principles. Generally, if you like creating things, I think you could turn your hand to any media, and you can do it because you enjoy doing that particular thing. If you're going to kind of force yourself to do 3D modelling just because you fancy that would be okay and that you might enjoy it, and your passion sort of lies there, then you probably won't have too much of an enjoyable time of it, just because you won't really want to learn all this stuff if your heart's not really in it. So I think to sort of get proficient at 3D modelling, what you have to have is just a genuine interest in doing it, and then the rest will come quite naturally. I'm not really sure about creating these cracks on the underside of it. I'm going to persist and see where it takes us, but I'm not really feeling it at the moment. think it's just probably finding the right balance between how many of them to have. It's quite late in the project to sort of be shuffling things around like this as well. Maybe if we kind of this. What do you guys reckon to the cracks, by the way? Do you reckon this is a good route to go down? Yeah, it does kind of make it look like it's got a weak spot. I wouldn't really say, because like the rest of the environment's going to have lots of cracks in it as well, so it will kind of like ring true with that, so it's not making it look too weak, hopefully. Maybe, yeah. I think I'll pursue it, because some people like it, and hopefully we'll get to a point where it kind of like works out. I'm just kind of a bit unsure at the moment. Right, okay. Right, okay. I don't like it from this view, but you're not going to see it from that view, really, unless it kind of jumps up, but I do kind of like it from this angle. It kind of adds a point of interest once all this detail on the top's no longer visible. So I think I will keep it there, but I'm probably going to use it quite sparingly. I'm not going to go too much more with the cracks. Probably just add a few sort of accents down the centre just here. Yeah, just a few more. Maybe another one just here, for example. Yeah, I think that's probably enough. Just that much. Just spread these out a bit more as well. Can you change the colour of the whole body font? We kind of like... We're running out of time a bit here. It's unfortunate because I know what you mean. It's kind of nice to just kind of see what things look like if they're a bit different. But the problem is we're probably just we'd fall short of actually kind of achieving what we set out to do, which is kind of like just create a model for this piece of content. So I'm going to have to be no fun, unfortunately, and choose not to do that. You can always Photoshop it though if you want in your spare time and post it on Reddit. It's kind of like see what you think of various colour combinations, but I think like ultimately if it's not really something that we can consider and put live just because it's the Tsar City, those are the colours of the Tsar City, so I kind of want it to stay consistent with the content. Alright, so let's flip that round. Cool, so it's got some cracks underneath it. I think what I'm going to do just it needs a few more, I kind of feel. Just along the sides just here. What do we reckon to the cracks? A little darker. I think it needs to have like a central point, and I reckon I'm just going to grab this sort of like red from around the bottom just here and kind of throw this in between all of it. Like this. Just kind of create a few cuts in there as well, I think. Just it needs to be kind of broken up too. Yeah, I think it's starting to look okay now, to be honest. I don't really mind the cracks anymore. Just keep pulling them together, so I'm just going to have to work a little bit faster. I will sort of like give this another polish run like after the stream, so if you kind of think it's looking a bit sort of rough and raggedy here, when the final model's done, I'll post it on my my Twitter account, which is @jagex_ghost. Oh, sorry, jagex_ghost. Right, so just a bit more light around here as well. I don't really want to do any more spikes. Sorry, I know like it's nice to kind of get a suggestion in and stuff like that, but I think it's got enough detail when it comes to spikes and things like that now. So it's just kind of like this will be the last thing I do now, just getting this red glow in. But yeah, it's kind of regrettable. It's always a shame when we actually run out of time, because you can just keep going for this with this stuff for ages. But yeah, unfortunately, you do have to come to a stopping point with all things. Alright, let's pop this in here. Cool. No, not cool. Needs to still keep some of that grey in it. Alright, we can just throw some of this paler red around the edges as well. Okay. Yeah, I don't think we need any down there. Just add some here too. Okay. And probably, yeah, I think that's probably enough. We could maybe balance it out a bit just here. Just add some more red there. Probably pull these over a bit more. So we kind of move into about there. Okay. I'll just select these just here as well, and I'll just kind of make them darker too. So just move these over and pinch them. Well done. And I think I'll move this one over a bit as well. The thing with making things red, like with the nails and that, is they're really kind of like, they're not even a secondary focus, they're just kind of part of the silhouette. So if I start kind of making red nails, then it's kind of going to feel a bit like it will just be detracting from the details on the top of the head and the mouth, the eyes and the tail. But pardon me, what I'm going to do, because I think the reason why people are asking for that is because it's kind of lacking in the sort of like balance of grey and red. So I'm actually going to grab the glow from the Night Beast, I think, and introduce it under the NPC, so the NPC's kind of got this glow emanating from underneath it. So if you just bear with me, I'll just look through my archive here and just get the updated Night Beast. There we go. Night Beast. Okay. So yeah, you can kind of see how big this thing is in comparison to the Night Beast actually. I'll just put it into left and I'll just add the floor. Show floor. Yeah, so we need to raise this thing up slightly. We've got about 8 minutes left on the stream. Cool. So yeah, this thing is huge actually. It's a really decent size. Right, so what I'm going to do is... Thanks guys. Right, so I'm just going to delete the Night Beast. It's kind of like a budget way of doing things, but we're kind of running out of time, and there's no shame in sort of like reusing assets. So we can just grow this glow underneath it, just grab that colour there, and I'll place it on top. Right, now I think this kind of needs to be slightly more saturated, so I reckon I'll just chuck it up to 30. Like so. Yeah, I think that's reasonably good. I'm not really sure what the value of all the transparencies are on this. It's 225, so if I maybe just were to go to 200, then yeah, it's a bit more of a vibrant glow. And then with this sort of red that we had in between the toes just here, just to finish off, I think what I can actually do is kind of like run that up the inner legs just here. so that kind of glow just appears to kind of emanate onto the legs. And then this sort of black contrast that I kind of liked previously, which I decided to get rid of for you guys. I think I'm going to add it to the opposing side of the nails basically. So then we can kind of drop some of that contrast in, and you've still got some of that red sort of coming out from underneath. So yeah, I think that's finished it off nicely, and now you've got that kind of good balance of red, which I think a lot of you were kind of trying to articulate through making the nails sort of like redder and the backs of the heels and things like that. Yeah. So it's just adjust the inner sides. I'll just get rid of the floor a second. Okay, and I'm not really sure how... Yeah, this wouldn't really reflect too far back, so I'll just do a little bit of red on the backs of the legs just here. Drop that down the sides. This one. Yeah, to about there. Cool. Oh, we forgot to close this hole as well earlier, didn't we? There we go. Let's close that up. Probably on this foot as well. There we go. Even a bit of bug fixing going on there. Right, cool. So that is just about finished, I think. I think that's kind of like a nice outcome. It's nicer than I thought it would be for, you know, just a short sort of kind of 6-hour period. Just make sure we join all of that together. And I will save this binary file. I'll save it as a jagged file rather. Livestream 1, save. Cool, thank you very much. It's actually a combination of all our efforts, to be honest. It's really nice working with you guys throughout the stream. Right, so let's just load in the updated JAD as well. You can kind of see like the theme we've now got going with these guys. So yeah, if you can kind of imagine like the NPCs that you faced in the fight caves, you'll get kind of equivalent versions of them, just with this new kind of like aesthetic and this kind of like more beefed up armoured look. Yeah, so that's it. I think we can probably call it the end of the stream now. Thank you all so much for taking part in this. It's always a pleasure to sort of create stuff with you guys. I hope you've enjoyed it, and we'll be sure to keep you updated when we can do more of these. The poll for Inferno opens up tomorrow. You can watch this video repeated on Twitch TV, of course, or you can also watch it uploaded to YouTube onto the Old School RuneScape channel as well. So yeah, all of you have a wonderful evening or morning or whatever time it is, wherever you are, and thank you again for joining in. Cheers, bye.